Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Acquisition by Kimberly Carrillo, narrated by Loretta Rollins and Chris Chambers. Chapter 1. Jana.
Miss Easton, I didn't expect you.
The doorman shifted his weight between his feet. I know, I'm usually already home by now. I can't wait to get out of these clothes and curl up in bed. I longed to kick off my shoes and slip out of the image of Jana the heiress. It might have been a role I was born to play, but much like my shoes, it wasn't a comfortable fit.
No, ma'am. I thought you moved out.
He was clearly uncomfortable, but I didn't have the patience to try and figure out why he'd think something so odd. The elevator beckoned, and I moved toward it with growing anticipation. A short ride up to the top, and I'd be able to start the process of putting this awful night behind me. The last few months, I'd not only been passed over for a promotion at my family's company, but I'd actually lost my position, all because I didn't have the qualifications my father felt were essential for running the marketing department. Well, there was only one qualification that mattered to my father: the presence of a penis. My cousin Chad possessed that particular prerequisite. At least he was rumored to. I'd yet to meet anyone who could confirm the fact, despite his efforts to prove it, most recently to my best friend. He was a sexual harassment accusation waiting to happen, but he was my father's problem now. A small smile pulled at my mouth as I replayed the moment I dropped my office keys at my father's feet and quit the pretense of employment at the company. He wanted Chad to take over the launch of the company's new line of vodka. Evie suggested we let Chad run the launch party as my father wanted, knowing he'd fail spectacularly. Apparently, despite taking away all my authority, my father still expected me to accept responsibility for Chad's failure. There was only so much patience I had for my father's misogynistic bullshit. Starting over would be difficult, but less so for someone with my privileges. I knew it, but for now, I was thankful not to have to worry about how I'd pay my bills while I was putting my life back together. When I pressed the button for the elevator, the doorman watched me with a concerned scowl on his face. He started to move toward me, but one of my neighbors arrived just then, pulling away his attention. It was a small favor. I didn't have it in me at the moment to make small talk with him. Snobby of me? Yes, but tonight I was allowed to lick my wounds. I'd try and be a better person tomorrow. After an eternity spent on the elevator, I hobbled down the plush, carpeted hallway. My heels sank into the fibers, causing me to stumble more than once, but I stubbornly refused to take off my shoes. I dug inside my small clutch for my keys. Once they were in hand, I tried to insert the key into the deadbolt. Over and over the key scratched against the metal lock, but refused to go in. After several tries, I had to step back and make sure I was in front of the right door. I exhaled and tried one more time before I was forced to admit defeat. The trip down in the elevator seemed to take longer than on the way up. Every step I took made me more aware of the pinch of my designer heels. Knots developed in my shoulders, and a heavy fatigue pulled me down. Something bad was happening, but I couldn't get my brain to accept what my gut already knew. "Mr. Jones, do you know why my key isn't working?" I asked the building's concierge in the lobby.
Miss Easton, weren't you informed by your father that he took control over your residence?
Stunned, couldn't even begin to define my reaction. Shocked was probably closer, but I didn't have words to exactly explain how I was feeling. "Can you repeat that?" I finally managed to ask.
"I'm sorry, Miss Easton, but your father had men come in and change the locks. He's the trustee of all your accounts, so we couldn't stop him."
He was right, so there was no point arguing. I stumbled back out to the street and sat down on a bench within sight of the door. I knew what I'd find when I checked my bank account, but I pulled up the app on my phone anyway. Sure enough, my checking account and savings account were frozen. I repeated the action with my credit cards, only to find the same result. Maxwell Easton didn't waste any time. In less than an hour, he'd had me locked out of my home in the middle of the night and made sure I didn't have a dime to my name to find a place to turn to. I'm sure he thought this action would send me running home, spewing apologies and ready to accept the scraps of a life he deigned to give me. He seriously underestimated the depth of my stubbornness. If anything, it made me more determined to forge my own path. Never would I humble myself at his feet when he only looked at me for what I could do for him. Sitting there in the middle of the night wasn't a plan, but the need to stop standing in my shoes was too great. I wasn't surprised when it began to rain. It was Seattle, after all. My gown quickly absorbed the drops as they hit. Being late fall, the mist gave way to fat droplets that started falling steadily without sign of quitting. The logical thing would have been to call Evie and see if I could spend the night at her place. I knew she'd do anything for me, as I would her. I couldn't, though. Maybe it was my pride, but it was also respect for our friendship. Things had only just started to turn around for her, and the last thing I wanted was for her to feel guilty for suggesting we let my cousin take over the ad campaign, then quit. She had no idea how my father would retaliate. Frankly, neither had I. My hair had been pinned up in a purposefully messy updo, but the rain was quickly making my long blonde hair heavy. With trembling fingers, I pulled at the bobby pins until it fell in wet clumps around my shoulders. I tried to wipe some of the moisture from my face, but only ended up smearing the mascara melting off my lashes. "Is this what you do for fun now?" It was a voice I hadn't expected and would have been happy to never hear again. My luck was truly shit tonight. "Hi, Malcolm," I said. My teeth were starting to chatter, and I knew I needed to get out of the rain soon before I ended up in the emergency room like Evie had a couple of months ago when she left the opening of Malcolm's club. That was the first time I'd seen him in nearly 10 years. To say we hadn't parted on friendly terms would have been putting it mildly. I'd thought I was in love with him once, but my 16-year-old heart was naive. He played me into giving up my virginity and taught me my first adult life lesson. The heart is too precious to trust in another's hands. "Why are you here?" I'd have yelled at him, but I was too damn cold. He didn't answer me. Instead, he pulled me up by my elbows. Without warning, he scooped me up into his arms and started walking down the street. "What the hell are you doing?" I demanded. "I'm sorry. Did you want to continue this asinine conversation sitting in the rain, or do you really object to sitting somewhere warmer?" "Why do we have to talk at all?" I asked. I tried to sound strong, but that pretense was obliterated by the chattering of my teeth. "I'm not going to argue with you when you look like a drowned clown." I started to protest against his assessment of how I looked, until I caught sight of myself in the window of a parked car. A drowned clown might have been a little generous. When we got to his car, he opened the passenger door and dumped me onto the seat. He reached into the back and pulled out a backpack sitting on the floor and extracted a pack of wet wipes. He pulled one free and held it out to me. Normally, I'd turn down anything he tried to give me, but I didn't put up a fight this time. I pulled down the visor to access the vanity mirror and wiped as much of my makeup off that I could. He went around to the driver's side and started the car. Within a couple of minutes, heat was blasting from the vents and my shivering started to slow. Once my teeth stopped chattering, he cleared his throat.
Why were you sitting outside in the rain?
Why were you outside my apartment? I could ask a question for everyone he asked and tell him nothing. He deserved nothing from me.
He sighed. Can't we be adults? I came to talk to you. I tried to talk to you when you came with Sabrina to my club opening, but you avoided me all night.
And yet, you didn't take the hint and thought dropping by my apartment was the way to go? I asked, turning to look out the window.
You're friends with Sabrina, so I thought it would be a good idea for us to try and put the past behind us. It's been 10 years. Can't we move past it and try to be friendly?
Looking back away from the window, I made eye contact with him. I don't think I'll ever move past it enough to be anything close to friends with you. Malcolm's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. After several uncomfortable seconds of us looking at each other, he nodded.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
It's worth nothing. I pulled on the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. Malcolm, let me out now.
I answered your question. Now tell me why you were sitting outside in the rain.
If I had a superpower, it would be laser vision. You and I haven't been anything for a very long time. Just because you answered my question doesn't mean I owe you shit. Let me out.
Not until you tell me why you were sitting in the rain.
Malcolm Graham was a shit boyfriend when I was 16. He was 18 and had one foot out the door before he and I were ever a thing. Too bad I didn't know that. Even worse, that he chose to let me know by hooking up with Matilda Forsythe and making sure I was the one to catch them. I dealt with the fallout from our breakup, and he moved on without a single consequence. In many ways, I was still damaged by the stupid decisions I made as a teenager. The one thing I would not do is let him continue to impact my present. He had my past and wouldn't get anything else from me. Calling Evie was still not something I wanted to do. Malcolm obviously had a history with Sabrina, and that made me not want to turn to her. I couldn't call my mother because, whether she knew what my father was going to do or not, she never took my side. I wouldn't give her a chance to make me feel worse tonight. I groaned. There was only one person I could call, and surprisingly, he was a better solution than the one facing me. As horrible of a boyfriend as Malcolm was, I had no doubt he'd try and come to my rescue if he thought I needed him. He was always a sucker for a girl in distress, except I'd never be at his mercy again.
I can see the wheels turning over there, but I'm not going to give up until you tell me what is going on.
Thankfully, I had Coulter's number stored in my phone from when Evie went missing when she ran out of Malcolm's opening and got lost. I never thought I'd use it again. Coulter and I had a tense sort of friendship. I respected him to an extent. We ran in the same social circles, even if he was 12 years my senior. He was a handsome man who I might have enjoyed a fling with if he wasn't so aware of his appeal. Over 6 feet tall and built in no way no businessman had need to be, he knew women's heads turned in his direction. His thick, wavy, dark hair was enhanced by the small amount of silver only starting to appear by his temples. Hazel eyes assessed everything he saw. Those honey and green orbs drew me in, and I was constantly being forced to erect walls of steel to keep them from seeing how vulnerable I really was. It seemed I'd sunk to my lowest point if I had no one else to turn to, but looking at Malcolm from the corner of my eye, I had to admit it could be worse.
I opened my text and pulled up Coulter Grayson's contact info. Me. Hey, Gramps, I know it's past your bedtime, but can you come and get me? Coulter. I thought Beckett was giving you a ride home. Me. He did. Can you just come to my apartment? I need to crash on your couch. Coulter. Will you stop calling me Gramps? Me. I told you. If you preferred Daddy, you just had to say so. Coulter. I'm going to take you over my knee, you brat. Me. You'll have to come and get me first. Coulter. I'm on my way. Malcolm hit the steering wheel. Would you quit ignoring me? Why were you sitting outside in the cold and rain wearing a party dress? I'm dealing with some family issues. You don't have to worry about me, though. I've got a friend, well, of sorts, coming to pick me up. Let me out now. When your friend gets here, I'll unlock the door. He relented. I can go wait at the cafe down the street, I pointed out. He shrugged. I don't trust you. I laughed. It had a bitter ring to it, and I hated myself for showing such weakness. That's rich. Truly. You don't trust me. Let me out of the goddamned car, Graham. Coulter's sports car zipped in front of Malcolm's SUV. I could tell the minute he saw who I was sitting with because he burst out of his car and marched toward my door. You called Coulter Grayson? Just come home with me. Grayson is bad news. He's a player who uses women and discards them. Another bitter laugh burst out of my mouth. I was tired, wet, and homeless. Having to deal with a man who broke my heart as a teenager was too much. Any longer, and I would embarrass myself completely by bursting into tears. Coulter is my best friend's dad. I trust him, which is more than I can say about you. Let me out of the car now, or I'm going to scream. He pushed the unlock button just as Coulter arrived to yank it open. Jana? Can we leave? I asked, my voice already starting to wobble. Jana, I'll see you around. Be ready to talk, Malcolm demanded, but Coulter slammed the door shut, cutting him off. I don't want to pry, but I've got to ask. Did he hurt you? Coulter asked. I looked down so I didn't have to see pity or concern in his hazel eyes. Yes, but it was a long time ago. I still might kill him. I looked up and saw that he meant it. Don't. He isn't worth it. A few minutes later, he pulled into his space in the underground garage at his building. He shifted into park, turned the car off, and sat, waiting for me to explain. Malcolm Graham, please tell me you aren't dating that womanizing son of a bitch. I shook my head. You know, he pretty much said the same thing when I told him I messaged you to come get me. But no, I'd never go out with him again. Again? I nervously tapped my fingers against my thigh. Coulter reached out and grabbed my hand, holding it still. You don't have to tell me anything you aren't comfortable with. Damn him. It was easier when I was able to watch him from afar. He had too many of the qualities I found irresistible. His height managed to make me feel small and feminine in comparison. That was no easy feat since I was a little over 5'9". Coulter's hair always looked like someone just ran their hands through it. The few strands of silver made his face appear younger somehow, since he seemed not to have aged much beyond his mid-20s. His mouth was full, with his bottom lip having a bit of a dip in the middle. I didn't know how many times I'd fantasized about licking it. That sinful mouth curved up at the corner, and I knew I'd been caught checking him out. See something you like? I tried to feign indifference. The truth was, it had been a while since my last date, and even longer since my last relationship. When I was alone with Coulter, which I tried to prevent most of the time, I resorted to teasing to keep him at arm's length. There were many ways to keep people at a distance. The only person I'd allowed into my bubble was Evie, and that had a lot to do with the fact she needed me. It wasn't that I didn't need the emotional bond, because I did, badly, but as long as she needed me, she wasn't likely to push me away. Since she found Beckett, I was spinning off kilter. Still, I did trust her, but being a third wheel wasn't enough for me. Coulter lured me close with his golden green gaze. I wasn't a 16-year-old girl anymore, and I knew how much his kind of love hurt, the unrequited kind. So he was allowed into my fantasies, but never my heart. If I ever changed my mind and took that leap again, I wouldn't be the first one to fall in love. I shoved his shoulder and rolled my eyes. "You're the one holding my hand. Are you going to go for the yawn next to put your arm around me?" He let go of my hand, and for a second I was mad at myself and my stupid mouth for losing that one small point of contact. I had to remind myself he wasn't the type of man I allowed myself to date. There were very strict rules I lived my life by. I did not have sex with a man I hadn't been dating a few weeks. We had to have similar goals and have potential for a long-term relationship. I didn't date men I couldn't walk away from, but I tried to find men I wanted to stay with. Even though I thought love wasn't in the cards for me, it didn't mean I was opposed to companionship. The result was I'd had 3 boyfriends since my disastrous relationship with Malcolm. The first relationship was toward the end of high school. We got along well enough, but I didn't care enough about him to try and make a long-distance relationship work when we got accepted to different colleges. I had another relationship when I started college, and it lasted through most of the time I was at Stanford. But around senior year, when everyone was figuring out their next step, I realized he wasn't mine. My last relationship was shortly after returning to Seattle. I thought I was being more daring. He wasn't like the other 2, who were both very serious and, frankly, boring. I thought guy number 3 was an artist and a businessman, but it turned out he just really liked smoking weed. Once he found some investors, he opened a pot dispensary. His artist persona disappeared, along with the remaining shred of my interest in him. That was 3 years ago. I'd gone on countless dates in that time, but most of those never even made it through the entire evening, let alone to a second date. I tried to tell myself it was only a coincidence that Malcolm returned at the same time, but I was a horrible liar, even to myself. My door opened, and I nearly jumped out of my seat. I hadn't noticed Coulter open his door or move around the car to stand near mine. "I keep losing you inside that head of yours. Let's get you inside, and you can tell me what's going on, but after we find something dry for you to wear." He took my hand again and helped me out of the car. I nearly sighed with the return of the contact. 3 years was too long. I might have to consider bending my rules a bit, or I was liable to do something bad like attack my best friend's hot father. He smirked at me. "Tell me about these rules." I felt my blue eyes widen, and I probably looked like a startled fairy with my overly large eyes and one with the elements hairstyle going on. How much of that did I say out loud? "Enough. So I only know of one friend of yours." He raised both eyebrows, and I knew he wasn't going to let it go. "I'm obviously delirious. I've been sitting outside in the rain wondering where I was going to sleep. Then I was confronted by my ex-boyfriend without the ability to slam a door in his face like I've always fantasized about." The teasing curve to his mouth sank, and the crease between his eyes appeared. So he had one wrinkle, more like a WTF line, but it was there. He didn't speak as he led me over to the bank of elevators. He also lived in a penthouse apartment, but it was much more understated than Beckett's lush pad. It was decorated with warm brown leather furniture and had soothing green walls. He had plants everywhere, and I couldn't stop staring. "Who are you?" I asked. Apparently, my hold on my tongue had washed away with the rain. He pushed a stringy, tangled strand of hair from my face. That's something I've been asking myself a lot lately. Chapter 2. Jana. I stumbled out into the open-concept living room and kitchen area of Coulter's spacious apartment. I expected him to interrogate me last night about my apartment and Malcolm, but he gave me the space I badly needed. This morning was going to be a different story. He sat at the counter of the kitchen, pretending to read the paper and drinking a cup of coffee. There was another cup waiting near the machine, and my favorite creamer sitting waiting for me. "Sleep well?" he asked. "Much better than I would have on a bench in the rain," I replied as I finished making my coffee. Coulter set down the paper and focused the full force of his attention on me. I rolled my shoulders back and straightened my spine until I was at my full height. He patted the chair next to him. "Come and join me." I couldn't let down my guard. Being defensive was instinctual for me. Instead of complying with his perfectly normal request, I raised my chin and remained standing in the middle of the kitchen. He exhaled and rose from his seat. Every step he took toward me, I took one back until I'd managed to trap myself between the corner of the kitchen counter and Coulter's very large and very hard body. Without saying a word, he took the mug from my hand and set it on the countertop. Caging me in with his arms, he leaned forward. "I've been very patient with you, brat. You've got two choices. Either tell me what the hell is going on, or I'm going to follow through and take you over my knee." "It isn't much of a threat if I like it rough, is it, Daddy?" He shoved away from me and moved toward the windows on the other side of the living room. Coulter turned and gave me his back. When he spoke, his voice was low and pinged around inside me like a swarm of fireflies lighting up my insides. "You keep playing this game with me. One of these days, I'm going to test your resolve. What will you do then, little girl?" "Maybe you should hear why I was outside in the rain last night and then decide. He might change his mind if he knew I didn't have a penny to my name or a place to live." He walked back to where he'd been seated when I entered the room and turned the paper toward me. In the business section of the paper was an article about the Easton Corporation and the disastrous launch of Easton Vodka. Business insiders were speculating that a hostile takeover was imminent and that the CEO, Maxwell Easton, was currently consolidating his assets in an attempt to buy the stock before an anonymous investor purchased a majority of the shares. "I'm guessing he had you locked out of your apartment and likely has had all your accounts frozen as well. Am I right?" he asked. I nodded. "How did you guess all that?" He finally looked at me, and thankfully I didn't see pity in his gaze. "Let's just say I have experience with parents like him. I'd hoped to be a different kind of father when I finally had the chance, but it turned out I missed that chance by 23 years. I couldn't help myself, and I hurried over to him. "Evie still needs you. I don't think you can begin to know how badly she needed to find her father. Just in the last few weeks, I've seen an enormous change in her." He nodded. It's hard to feel alone in the world. I imagine it's even harder to actually be alone in the world. Now neither of us have to suffer that anymore. A lump formed in my throat, and this time I was forced to turn away or unveil every emotion I was feeling. Being vulnerable wasn't an emotion I was comfortable with. Now, I guess it's just me, I whispered. I'd intended to speak the words only to myself, but he heard me. He always heard everything, whether I wanted him to or not. Coulter seemed to understand me on a level no one ever had before. It was terrifying, and I loved it. He knew when to push and when to back off. It was like I was an instrument and he was a virtuoso. Of course, it fit his womanizing persona because he knew just which strings to pluck to make me vibrate for him. I know this is all overwhelming. Beckett told me you quit your job last night. I know it seems like too much, but we need to tackle things in order of importance. The first thing we need to handle is you need a place to stay. Again, I nodded. He moved closer to me and traced a single finger across my exposed clavicle. I'm also willing to bet you don't want to ask Evie if you can stay with them. I shrugged. What could I say? He was absolutely right. There's no way you'll stay with Sabrina. I know you've become friends, but she isn't someone you've really allowed into your inner circle yet. And she's got some weird thing going on with Malcolm, and I would rather not see him again if I can avoid it. Coulter went rigid, and the telltale muscle in his jaw clenched and released. She what? His voice was low, and in someone less urbane, I'd describe it as deadly. I don't know much. She said they were friends, but they had a weird vibe when she brought us to his club opening a couple months ago. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I was fascinated watching him calm himself. I'd never seen someone exercise so much control over their emotions. A moment ago, I would have sworn he was about to fly into a rage, and then he seemed to flip a switch and change back into the affable Coulter I was used to. All right, her place is out. You know that means you've no choice but to stay here. I was so occupied trying to study every emotion I saw flit across his face since I joined him this morning, I hadn't noticed how expertly he maneuvered me into a different kind of corner. He wasn't wrong, though. I didn't have anywhere else to go. He stepped completely into my personal space and moved my hair out of my face. I see you trying to come up with an alternate arrangement, but I can also tell you know I'm right. This also gives me a chance to really test you. A shiver traveled down my spine. Coulter bent down, and I felt the barest brush of his lips against mine. They didn't linger, though, and his warm breath fanned against my cheek as he whispered, "Not now, though, little girl. First, I'm going to start fixing some of your problems." This was a game I knew how to play, and once again I felt like I was on stable ground. "Whatever you say, Daddy," I teased as I moved past him. Coulter smacked my ass. "Don't be a brat, or we will start with that spanking I've been promising you." I clucked my tongue. "Promises, promises. Is that all you've got for me? Just empty promises?" He smiled and shook his head. "Just get dressed. I found some of my sister Waverly's clothes in the other guest room. I think they will fit you." "Yes, boss," I mocked him. His eyes flared. "Run, Jana. I've only got so much self-control, and you are grating every shred of it. I want to get this out of the way before I move on to more pleasurable diversions later." "What is this?" I asked, trying to actually be serious. I've set up a meeting with my lawyer. I'm not going to let your father take everything from you." This time, I did turn and run. Coulter confused me. I had a feeling very little of his public persona was actually true. Despite having known him for years, I was starting to realize I didn't really know Coulter Grayson at all. What really scared me was how badly I was starting to want to.
Chapter 3. Coulter. "Thanks for meeting us on such short notice, Caroline," I greeted my lawyer. Caroline placed her hand on my arm. "Anything for my best client?" Jana forced a smile. "I think I'm the client this time." "Caroline Cartwright, this is Jana Easton, the friend I mentioned this morning." Caroline nodded. "Nice to meet you, Jana. If you would both follow me into my office, we can go over the details of your trust fund and figure out a plan to recover your assets." There was a stack of documents laid out on her desk. She uncapped a designer pen and offered it to Jana. "These are agreements of representation. If you would take a moment to look over these and sign them, I'm going to speak to Coulter for a minute about another matter." Jana took the pen and began reading the contract. While she was occupied, I followed Caroline into the hallway. Halfway down the hallway, she stopped. "I have the accountants going over every scrap of evidence we could gather about Easton Corp. It doesn't look good, but we've only had a couple hours, so it's probably only going to get worse." I looked back down the hallway to where Jana was signing papers. "What do you mean?" Caroline sighed. "I really shouldn't be talking to you about this, because there's so much we don't know yet." "Tell me what you suspect, then," I demanded. "It appears the company was used as collateral for another investment. If that investment doesn't pay off soon, then the company is going to go under. The forensic accountants are still trying to determine how much of Maxwell Easton's assets have been leveraged. From what it looks like, most of the assets that have been put up against the loan are Jana's." "Get to the bottom of it, and file whatever needs to be filed to get this stopped." "That goes without saying, Coulter. My team is going to need some time, though, certainly more than a few hours." We went back to her office just as Jana was putting the cap on the pen. Caroline took the contracts from her. "We'll go on and get started." "Do you need anything else from me?" Jana asked. "No, not at the moment, at least. We should know more in a few days," Caroline replied. "Thanks," I said. I turned to Jana. "Come on, let's go get some coffee." She was quiet on the way out to the car. I opened her door expecting her to get in, but she crossed her arm across her chest and stood her ground. "Do you have anything to tell me?" "Are we doing this here?" She took a step back. "I'm tired of people lying to me. I want to know what is going on. Why do you get to know what is happening to me and I don't get to know?" "You're right. Let's go home and I'll tell you what I know." She shook her head. "I don't have a home. I don't have anything." I grabbed her wrist and pulled her to me. "You've got me."
Chapter 4. Jana. "You've got me? What the hell was that supposed to mean?" There were loads of daydreams I could conjure up. I mean, the man was built like one of those marble statues out of the Renaissance. I had to remind myself he was my best friend's dad, and I wasn't living in some kinky babysitter fantasy. Coulter Grayson was off limits. I almost laughed out loud. My life was burning down around me, and here I was fantasizing about a hot guy. This wasn't me, at least not since I was 16 and Malcolm showed me how easy a heart broke by sleeping with my nemesis, Matilda Forsythe. Thoughts bounced around my head, and I needed to get away from his distracting face to clear my head. "I'm going to take a walk." Coulter stopped making coffee and set the carafe on the counter. "It's raining. If you need to go somewhere, I'll take you." "That would defeat the purpose of getting away from you." I waited for the cocky reply, but he seemed too tense and irritable to rise to our usual banter. "Fine, if that's what you want. I'm trying to be a friend, Jana, if only you'd let me. Whether you want to admit it or not, you need somebody, and I'm here. But if you're telling me what you need right now is space, then I'm going to give it to you." Absent witty repartee, I was expecting him to fight me on leaving. The fact he was accepting me walking out so easily left me a little hurt and a lot confused. He walked over to his hall closet and took out a raincoat and an umbrella. "Be smart, though. It's been raining for days. You'll catch a cold if you don't stay dry." I took the jacket and umbrella, offering him a weak smile. It was stupid. I had no money and no clue what I was doing. Still, I left his apartment and wandered aimlessly for what seemed like forever. "Jana?" I turned around at the familiar voice and saw Sabrina Lake coming out of a coffee shop. "Hey, Sabrina," I replied. My voice sounded flat, and there was no way I didn't appear as lost as I felt. "What are you doing? You look like you've been wandering around for hours in the rain. Seriously, what have you been up to today?" I shrugged. "Wandering around for hours in the rain." The shock of everything that happened last night was starting to wear off, robbing me of the blanket of numbness and leaving me to feel the wet and cold. Patting my pockets, I thought I should check in with Colt and let him know I was okay, sure he was worried about me. How had I not noticed I didn't have my phone? "I don't really know what I'm doing," I finally answered her more honestly. My life kind of exploded, or rather imploded last night. I took a walk to clear my head. "Is it working?" she asked. "Obviously not." I spread my arms out, letting the umbrella hang by my side, and tipped my face back to feel the falling rain. "I'm still out here." I bit the corner of my lip. "I'm sorry. That sounded seriously bitchy. I didn't mean it like that." "No offense taken." She grabbed my arm and pulled me into the cafe she had just left. "What are you doing, not at work?" I asked. She glanced at her watch. "It's only 10. Coulter hasn't come in yet, so I ducked out for coffee. Trust me, he won't care as long as the work gets done. He's way easier to work for than Beckett is, or was, rather. Where is Colt, by the way?" I tried to feign shock. "Why would I know?" "I've worked for him for 2 years now, ever since I graduated from college. As his assistant, I've hung up every coat he owns, and I know that's one of them. So spill. Did you guys hook up? I won't tell Evie, I swear." "Do you have a crush on him? Not that I want to date him. That would be gross, but She held both of her hands up in front of her and made a gagging face. "I'm going to stop you." Her brow furrowed like she was confused. "You really don't know?" I shook my head. "Obviously not. At least, I don't have a clue what we're talking about right now." "Coulter is my stepbrother. My mom married his dad when I was 1. We share a half-sister, Waverly, who was born a year after they got married." I sat down in the nearest chair. "You guys don't act like family, at all." In fact, they flirted a little sometimes. The somewhat incestuous nature of our little group got a little more uncomfortable. "I see that look on your face. I lived with my dad and only visited some holidays. The divorces weren't amicable on either side, and Coulter barely visited his dad, so he was never around when I was.
He was close to Waverly, though, and when she came to college where I was going, he and I developed a friendship. Oh, I don't know what to say or think. It's still weird that no one knows he's your stepbrother. I guess we've never really seen each other as siblings, so a lot of people don't know about it. But even though I don't see him as my brother, doesn't mean I could ever have romantic feelings for him. I blinked a few times. It was a lot of information to get on top of everything else that had happened since last night. A waitress came around, giving me another minute to gather my thoughts. Want a macchiato? She waved Coulter's expense card. It's on Colt. I smiled. I'd love one. When the waitress walked away, Sabrina turned to me. Okay, even my head hurts at how hard you're thinking. You guys flirt, I blurted out. Sabrina laughed and smiled wide. I pick on him, yes. Only someone hot for him would see that as flirting. I rolled my eyes. He's very handsome, but he's my best friend's dad. And, as it turns out, my only other friend's brother. Step-brother. And that's because you'll only know what he wants you to know. I hadn't really thought about the fact you and Evie didn't know. Coulter and Beckett have been friends forever, it seems, so of course Beckett already knew. It was one of those things that just was, so we didn't really talk about it. I shook my head. How have you not told Evie? She's going to freak. Sabrina grimaced. I thought Coulter would tell her, so I didn't. Then I waited for her to bring it up. He is her dad. How am I supposed to tell her that her new friend is kinda sorta her aunt? Well, I'm guessing that line of thinking only works until she meets Waverly. She's going to out both of you if one of you doesn't tell her first. Sabrina dropped her head on the table for a second, lifting it when the waitress returned with our coffees. Thanks, she said, and handed over her expense card. She waited to speak until the waitress finished swiping her card and walked away. My sister is spoiled. I love her dearly, but she's privileged. Right now, she's vacationing on a yacht in the Mediterranean. She's coming home in a week, so I need to either convince Coulter to tell her or do it myself. If Coulter is your brother, why are you his executive assistant? It was supposed to be a job to get some experience and then move on to something else after that. I guess I just got comfortable. Yeah, it's easy to get comfortable and settle for a life you didn't envision. On the outside, I'm sure it looked like I had everything, but that wasn't really the case. It was just a very pretty cage. Still, kinda jarring to be kicked out of it without warning, though. Sabrina tapped her nails on the table, bringing me out of the loop of images flitting through my mind of the life I had lived up until 12 hours ago. Is that a good segue to ask you how you ended up wandering around in the rain on a Friday morning? I wrapped my hands around the paper cup of coffee sitting in front of me and brought it to my mouth. I was still a little cold, and my thoughts were beyond scattered. You know about the launch for the vodka my dad's company was set to market, right? She nodded. Yeah, it was at Malcolm's club, right? He mentioned that your cousin was a self-righteous douche. That's being kind, actually. Anyway, Chad totally botched the entire thing. He spent the entire ad budget on one party, and now there is nothing available to run print and television advertising. Her brow creased. Why was your cousin running this anyway? I thought you were the head of the advertising department at Easton. One humorless chuckle burst free. Well, apparently my father is a bigger misogynist than I realized. He decided his nephew was a better fit to run a department. I never realized the presence of a penis was a requirement to advance in my family company. Malcolm said the turnout of people on the guest list was pathetic. So, what exactly was the plan for this party? I tried not to cringe when she brought up Malcolm, but I wasn't completely successful. Before I answered her question, she stopped me. I take it you and Mal have a past. I only ask because you've made a face every time I've mentioned his name, and the night we went to his club I noticed you wandered off every time he came around. Just so you know, he and I are just friends. He's too much of a man whore for us to be anything else. So, if you tell me he's the king of assholes, you won't offend me. I fidgeted in my seat. When I was 16 and a sophomore in high school, he was a senior and pretty much the most popular boy in school. I'd heard rumors about him, even back then, but he was so attentive. I rolled my eyes because his game was so clear to me as an adult woman. To make a very long and painful story short, we dated, it ended badly, and I haven't seen him since until the night the three of us went out. I was so consumed with avoiding him, I didn't see Evie rush out with a panic attack. I still blame myself for her getting lost and ending up in the hospital with hypothermia. Sabrina bit her lip. I'm so sorry. I know there's another side to him, but maybe only because we grew up together. Our dads were in the same fraternity in college and stayed best friends to this day. I knew Mal when he ate paste and had a bug collection. If I met him today, I don't think I'd like him very much. I found myself nodding as she spoke. I didn't want to dwell on Malcolm, though. He was still a threat looming in the shadows since he told me we needed to speak. If he was determined, he would wear me down eventually. That didn't mean I'd make it easy on him. Not wanting to focus on him a second longer, I changed the subject. Let's save any discussion about Malcolm Graham for when I've had a few drinks. You wanted to know what my cousin's plan for that party was? I don't know if I understand it myself. He kept going on and on about making a viral campaign. What did your father say? She asked. I exhaled. He was livid. He demanded I fix it, even though he still planned to replace me with Chad. He insisted I could train him and everything would work out fine. And what did he expect you to do after you trained your replacement? I leveled her with a gaze, and she flopped back in her seat. No shit. He expected you to be an assistant, didn't he? I nodded. He didn't take my refusal well. I sort of dropped my keys at his feet, but it felt like a mic drop moment. Since I found you walking around in the rain, I'm guessing that he lost his shit. You could say that, I confirmed. Beckett and Evie dropped me off after the disastrous launch party. They left when I went inside, but there was no way for them to know that my father had locked me out of my apartment. Sabrina gasped. No! I lifted one shoulder. I underestimated his pettiness. I also forgot he was the trustee on my trust fund, which had his name listed on the deed to my apartment as co-owner. He used his power of attorney to manage my accounts to freeze my bank accounts, investment accounts, and credit cards. He did all that in the time it took you to leave the club? She asked. I tossed up my hands. Honestly, it doesn't seem possible to me either. I can't fathom why, but I think he had it set up to seize all my assets already. Sabrina reached across the table and grabbed my hands. How can I help? Squeezing both of her hands, I offered her a weak smile. This is helping. That's not all I was offering. What can I do? She asked, letting go of my hands to drink her coffee. I don't know. Coulter has his lawyer working to get my assets back. I've got the new company, so I'll make money. New company? She asked. I nodded. Evie and I are starting a boutique advertising firm.
We only have Anderson Global as a client now, but that'll pick up. Okay, so you have a job, and you'll let me know if you need an event planner? That's what you studied? I asked. This time, she nodded. Yeah, I haven't really gotten a chance to use it, but the knowledge of how the business world operates will help me when I go out on my own. Realizing what I was doing, she waved her hand to brush off my attempt to change the subject. Where did you stay last night? Looking down at the table, I replied, I stayed with Colt in his guest room. When I looked up, I saw she was fighting a smirk. I held my hand up to stop the questions I could see she was dying to ask. Look, I don't want to say anything mean because I know you and Malcolm are close. I know you said you don't care, but I would care if someone badmouthed someone I care about, and you obviously care about him. She seemed like she was going to argue, but her expression revealed she agreed with me. I waited outside my apartment building for a long time. I sat down on a bench, and after I couldn't think of what to do, I sort of zoned out. I have no idea when it started to rain or how long I sat there, but I was soaked when Malcolm came and found me. Yikes. Well, I can only imagine how seeing someone you dislike as much as him was like rubbing salt in a wound. I still don't understand how you ended up with Coulter. Well, I couldn't call my parents since my dad is the one that made me homeless. I didn't want to call my pregnant best friend, especially since I was sure she was sleeping soundly by then. Malcolm offered, but that was not an option. You could have called me, she said softly. I felt weird. For some reason, Coulter is the first person who came to mind as an actual possibility. You could move in with me, though. I understand turning to Coulter. He's different than his public image, but that doesn't mean you want to keep living with him. I ignored her comment and focused on her offer to move in with her. I don't have any money, at least not yet. Was this how Evie felt every time I tried to get her to move in with me? Could that mean that Sabrina was as lonely as I had been? For me, my offers to help Evie were also a silent plea to end my loneliness. Extra money would be nice, but I don't need it at this exact moment. This month's bills are all paid. It's not charity. I know you get sick of living alone, too. Thank you, I agreed. I wouldn't do the back and forth Evie and I did for nearly a year. My pride tells me to say no, but I can't afford to be proud right now. Not just because I'm broke, but also because I can't stay with Coulter. I know. You'd kill each other, she agreed. That, or we'd jump each other. Her face scrunched up in disgust. Don't look at me like that, I admonished. He's not my brother, and he's hot. I threw up in my mouth a little. She pretended to gag. Good thing you are moving in with me, then. I've got to tell Evie I'm her aunt. The last thing she needs is her best friend becoming her stepmom. I sighed. We are a seriously messed up group of people. Besides, Coulter isn't the marrying kind, so I'd never be her stepmom. I've got to actually go to work, but I've got enough time to take you to our apartment and lend you some dry clothes. I'm guessing you still don't have your stuff, she offered. I need to talk to Coulter, I replied. Well, you'll likely find him at work. He doesn't go in early, but he'll be there by now. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's go, because I don't want to chicken out. He seems pretty insistent that I'm going to stay with him, and he's going to be my white knight. Sabrina shook her head. It's a very good thing you are going to stay with me, because you'd totally fall into bed with my brother. I rolled my eyes. We were a very strange group of people.
Chapter 5. Coulter. I pushed away from the window I'd been looking out since Jana went for a walk. It started to rain some time ago, but she hadn't returned. Hopefully she found somewhere to get out of the rain. The odds weren't good because she had no money, and I realized after trying to call her several times she left her phone here as well. What I needed to do was go to the office. There were financial reports to review. Beckett had our accounting department looking into the financial standing of all the board members, and also looking at anyone who had recently purchased large amounts of stock in the company. With his father trying to push him into settling down by threatening to break up the company, it was just the catalyst one of the board members needed to make a move to unseat Beck as the CEO. Since I was the one who told his dad about his relationship with Evie, I owed it to him to ferret out who was causing trouble. Neither of us believed Frederick, Beck's cousin, was smart enough to mastermind everything working behind the scenes to seize control of the company. Fitzgerald Anderson came from a large family. Most of them were not close, but his nephew Frederick was using the familial relation to try and seize part of the company his mother had sold out years ago. In fact, there was only one family member not proving himself to be a money-grabbing leech. Ted Anderson had never shown any interest in his uncle's company. He was a successful lawyer in his own right, and the only time he'd ever traded on the relationship was to borrow Fitz's yacht and private island when his son Jeremy and his friends found themselves in danger. I pushed that information to the back of my mind, though. If Carolyn couldn't get the information I needed to save Jana, I'd ask Beck to call in that favor. He was going to be my son-in-law after all. Still fucking weird. But I couldn't think of a better man for my daughter. All these distractions would hold for later. I couldn't sit around here all day waiting for Jana to return. After I called down to the front desk to make sure someone would let Jana into the apartment, I quickly changed into a suit and drove the short distance to the office. "I was wondering when you were going to show up," Sabrina greeted as I walked past her door to my office. "I thought I gave you the day off," I grumbled. "Relax, grouchy. I brought you coffee. I only just got here myself, so it should still be pretty warm." "Has Jana been into the office yet?" I asked. "Mm-hmm," she hummed. "Any more information than that?" She fought a smirk, but she had a horrible poker face. "She's around here. I think she's working somewhere with Evie. Colt, you have to tell Evie that I'm your stepsister." "Jana knows, I take it?" I asked. The humor fell from her expression. "Am I a secret?" Was she? I guess I didn't like to look back on that time, but it wasn't her fault. She was an adorable toddler when her mother moved into my father's mansion, which had the effect of shutting my mother out of her home. Not much different than the way Jana was locked out of her apartment. My mother came home one day and found a moving truck loaded with her things. The locks were changed, and she was suddenly homeless. It took a bit of time before lawyers were able to get my mother access to money and get her a reasonable divorce settlement. No, you're not a secret. I don't like talking about my parents' divorce, and I guess you got wrapped up with all that. I'm sorry if you felt like I was trying to hide the fact that you're my sister." "Am I, though? I mean, you've never treated me like I was your sister," she murmured. "That's my fault, too. I will be better. If I've learned anything from finding Evie, it's that it's important to hold my real family close. I'll tell Evie tonight." Sabrina nodded her head. "Good. It's going to take a bit for her to get used to, and I really hope she doesn't feel like we were hiding it from her." "Why do I feel like there's something else you want to talk to me about?" Jana knocked on the doorframe. "Probably because she wants to tell you I'm moving in with her." My jaw clenched. For some reason, I was irrationally irritated she was leaving me. "You don't have to do that." "Yeah, I do. There's a weird vibe that's been building between us. If I move in with Sabrina, We can keep it from building to the point we break, Jana said. Sabrina pushed in her chair. Not to be rude, but I really would like to exit this conversation. But you are both in my office, so come with me. I practically growled, and pulled Jana out of the room by her elbow. I swung her inside my office and slammed the door. She took a couple quick steps backward, and without thinking, I began to stalk her. Are you scared of me, Jana? She shook her head and moved to put my desk in between us. No, I taunted. Then why are you trying to get away from me? I'm not, she argued, but shifted again to remain beyond my reach. Chuckling, I vaulted over my desk and caught her. I've got you now, Blondie. What should I do with you? She placed her hands against my chest and feebly shoved against me. There seemed to be very little commitment in her effort to separate herself from me. You should let me go. I took a step back because, as demanding as I was, when a woman told me to stop, I stopped. Do you really want me to stop? She shook her head but said, Yes. I'm getting mixed signals here, Jana. She took a deep breath. I don't want you to stop, but I need you to. Evie is my best friend, and you're her dad. She would understand. Hell, her baby daddy is my best friend. I can't believe I have a reason to use the term baby daddy. Jana was searching for another excuse. Perhaps one of them would be the truth. My life is a disaster. True, but I'm not going to judge you. I already saw you standing out in the rain with your mascara running down your face. I don't care if you don't have money. You should know me well enough by now to know that I don't give a shit about the world our parents lived in. She bit the corner of her mouth. Look, I don't do relationships. Not that you're looking for one, but I definitely am not. A ball of tension filled my chest, and I hoped she wasn't about to tell me she only had casual flings. It was hypocritical of me, considering I'd had nothing but meaningless hookups since I left Kentucky. However, something inside me changed knowing that Jenny wasn't out there for me anymore. Don't look at me like that, she scolded me. I'd have to add mind reader to her list of talents. I don't do one-night stands either. I've had a few relationships, but I was able to handle those. I know you won't be managed. I smiled. You like to be in control? She nodded, but it wasn't convincing. No, you don't. It's exhausting for you. You are the boss at work. You're fiercely independent, and you'd love nothing more than to have a man wrap his arms around you and let you put your burdens down for a minute. Jana blinked several times, and I knew I was right. She straightened her spine and tilted her chin up. We can't happen. Why not? I challenged. I'm not strong enough. I'd fall for you. And when you got bored, you'd move on. And then what? Would I have to avoid Evie to avoid you? We are in each other's lives, and that makes exploring whatever this is impossible. I never pegged you for letting fear rule your life. I understand everything you just said. It makes perfectly logical sense. But nothing about us is logical. Take a leap with me, Jana. She opened her mouth to argue some more, but Beckett burst into my office. Everyone needs to go home and pack. We're catching a plane to Tahoe. Jana looked relieved for the interruption. I'm game. Tahoe is always a great idea. I want a room as far away from Grandpa as I can get, though. I hear seniors tend to get confused and wander. I don't want to be the victim of a dirty old man. So that's how she wanted to play it. If she thought I wouldn't make a move just because we would be in a house full of people, She was seriously underestimating me, and overestimating the size of the Andersons' Tahoe compound. There's that attitude again, brat. If you really want to be spanked, you just have to ask. No need to throw a tantrum. I taunted her. Beck rolled his eyes and ignored the exchange between us. He was getting used to our bickering. Bring formal attire. I'm marrying Evie tonight. I slapped him on the back. About time. I thought I was going to have to get a shotgun and make this happen the old-fashioned way. Thank God I wouldn't have to use the term baby daddy again either. I think the old-fashioned way would have been to knock her up after the wedding, Jana quipped. Beck pointed at Jana and told me, muzzle her and get straight to the airport. Sounds fun, I teased her. Beckett had already run off. I expected Jana to fight me more about the suggestion I handle her in any way, but she deflated. What's wrong? I asked. I could go from wanting to throttle her to wanting to hug her in seconds. She made me feel unstable, and I was growing addicted to her. All my clothes are in my apartment. How am I supposed to pack? Trust me? I asked her. She looked up at me warily, her blue eyes wide with fear. That's what was holding her back. She didn't trust me. I knew it didn't exactly have anything to do with me, but my reputation didn't help. That was an obstacle to navigate later, but for now, I needed to solve this problem for her. With this. Can you trust me to help you with this? I clarified. Her eyes dropped from mine, and she tipped her head. I reached into my back pocket for my phone, but I pulled out hers instead. Here, I said and handed it to her. You forgot this in my apartment. She took it and clutched it to her chest. It was the one item she still possessed, and I knew when I got the chance, I was going to bring the world down on her father's head. He'd never get Jana back. I wouldn't allow it. I located my phone in my jacket pocket and pulled up a number for the shopper Beckett and I both used. Hey, Patrice. Have you set aside anything for Sabrina lately?
Yes, sir. I've got some business suits, and I know she really only likes me to deliver work apparel. I've found some casual items I think would be stunning on her coloring.
Jana's brow furrowed, and she looked adorably confused. I covered the mouthpiece with my hand. I try and take care of both my sisters, but only Waverly lets me do it. Sabrina will only accept business apparel since I wrote it into her employment contract as a benefit. Well, I actually need clothes for my friend, Jana Easton. She's had an emergency and everything she owned is lost. She'll need an entire wardrobe. Jana was emphatically shaking her head. It made me want to add more to the list just to irritate her. I need enough clothes for the weekend. The casual apparel will work, and I'll need a cocktail dress. I think Jana is about 2 inches taller than Sabrina, but otherwise they have the same coloring. She rushed me to grab the phone, but I put it on speaker and held it over her head. Might as well go all out if we were going to start acting like children.
Mr. Grayson?
Patrice asked. I'm here, I shouted toward my phone. Jana resorted to jumping to try and reach my phone. I took my free hand and wrapped it around her waist to hold her still.
I asked if there was anything else, and if you wanted delivery or pickup.
I need an overnight bag. A really expensive one, I told her.
I'm just going to leave it at your house,
Jana muttered. Make sure it's extremely feminine. It's a gift.
I hate you,
Jana said under her breath. You wish you did, I said, looking down at her adorably exasperated expression. How fast can you have that delivered to my apartment? I asked Patrice.
I'm loading everything up now. You sound like this is an emergency, So I could personally run all this to the address we have on file within the next 30 minutes.
That's what I needed to hear. I'll have the doorman collect it and leave a bonus for you.
You're my favorite client,
she gushed. Make sure to tell Beckett that, I teased.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Grayson. I like having a job.
I hung up the phone and chuckled. I wondered how long his reputation for being unpleasant would endure after tonight. The world had never experienced a happy Beckett Anderson, and I was pleased my daughter was the only woman who would get to experience it. As awkward as it was to have my daughter marry my best friend, I was also comforted to know she found a man who would fight heaven for her. Jana started struggling in earnest, and I realized I'd forgotten to release her. She was going to be dangerous by the time we made it to the airport, but I was having too much fun riling her up. It had been a very long time since I'd felt so light and carefree. Instead of acting like a sensible and mature man in his late 30s, I allowed myself to slide into my more juvenile instincts. I picked her up and tossed her over my shoulder, eliciting a squeal out of her. Strolling out of the office, I ran into Sabrina coming out of the copy room. Go ahead and run home and pack an overnight bag. You'll need a nice dress for tonight. And be ready, because we are picking you up in a little over half an hour, I instructed her. Sabrina was used to me bossing her around. She might have wanted to comment on me carrying Jana around over my shoulder like a suit-wearing caveman, but she kept her thoughts to herself.
You said a nice dress. Is this a business meeting or something else?
She asked. Evie and Beck are getting married tonight, so whatever you'd wear to an evening wedding. We're going to Tahoe.
We've got to tell her, Sabrina demanded.
On the way back. She's going to be mad, but I don't want to ruin her wedding. I agreed.
Chapter 6. Jana. Colt carried the ridiculous green leather weekend bag he bought me. I secretly loved it, but I wasn't ready to give him the satisfaction of telling him yet. Eventually, I would, because I had manners. There was a matching garment bag, likely, carrying a ridiculous cocktail dress that I was practically salivating to get my hands on. His bag was packed, mostly, by me. He dropped me down on the bench in his giant walk-in closet, and I was prepared to sit there and not help him at all, until I saw him grab a purple shirt. It was a fine shirt, but not at all right for the evening. Besides, it was obvious he'd never learned to fold by the way he was haphazardly shoving everything into his bag. I had to remind myself I was mad at him as my mind wandered, wondering what it would feel like to press up against the soft T-shirts I placed in his bag. I chose a charcoal suit with a lighter gray shirt that would play against the mossy green in his hazel eyes. He was a very frustrating man, but it was easy to forget when looking at him. Men shouldn't be as beautiful as he was. Even the few strands of silver in his dark hair enhanced his appearance. Both he and Beckett wore their age like an accessory. Beck had a few lines around his eyes, suggesting there was a time he actually smiled in the past. They softened the scowl he often wore. Colt's face was as youthful as the pictures I'd seen of him in his 20s. The only thing betraying he wasn't fresh out of college was an air of experience and life he wore. While his eyes were unlined, there was a wisdom present only gained through living. The Anderson Tahoe compound was impressive. While most of the properties we drove past appeared to be enormous log cabins, the Anderson home was slate gray and semi-modern. Its roof peaked like the mountains visible in the backdrop of this sprawling estate. The tall windows glowed softly as we walked up to the door. I expected a butler to let us in, but instead we were greeted by Grace Anderson herself. "Oh, thank goodness. Are Beckett and Evie with you?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am. Beck took Evie around to another entrance," Coulter told her. This elicited a relieved smile from Grace. "Good. I've been hard at work to surprise her. I know she's expecting simple, but I wanted her to have something elegant. Colt pulled her into a hug. "Thank you." He spoke into her hair. His face was hidden, but I didn't miss the way his voice wavered with emotion. She let him go and pulled me in for a hug next. "Oh, Jana, I'm so glad you're here. Coulter can't come back to help Evie get ready, and she should have some family here." I gave Coulter the side-eye. "Funny you should mention that." "Behave," he admonished. Grace noted Sabrina waiting in the doorway. "Ah, I see. Well, come in here, Sabrina. It's always lovely to see you." She tipped her head for Sabrina and me to follow her. "Let's go get our girl ready to get married. Colt, Fitz is in the master suite. Go grab Beck, and the three of you should get ready. I've got a photographer coming." Sabrina and I followed Grace down a long hallway toward the bedrooms at one end of the house. We'd just seen Evie on the plane, so our presence wasn't a surprise. But without the buffer of Coulter and Beckett, I felt like my tongue was too loose and all manner of secrets were going to slip free. Grace went to the closet and brought out a garment bag and laid it across the king-size bed in the center of the room. Evie stared at the bag with wide eyes. "Oh my God, I'm getting married tonight." She held a hand over her mouth as if she might be sick. I pulled out the chair in front of the secretary desk in the room. "Here, sit and take a few slow, deep breaths." She did as I directed and nodded when she felt better. "Of course, I know I'm getting married, but it was like a dream before now." Grace started brushing Evie's long, dark hair. Sabrina popped the cork on a bottle of champagne and handed all of us, except Evie, a glass. "Sorry," she said as she handed her a glass labeled Bride. "You get sparkling cider." Evie didn't reply. She just sat, staring ahead. I waved my hand in front of her face to get her attention. She blinked rapidly. "Sorry, I was lost in thought." "I noticed. What were you thinking about?" Evie looked over her shoulder at Grace. Whatever she was thinking, she wasn't comfortable saying in front of her fiancé's mother. Her future mother-in-law didn't share her discomfort, and Grace prodded her to speak. "Please, my son is nearly 40. I've read gossip columns devoted to him throughout his 20s that destroyed any notion I might have had that he led a chaste lifestyle." Evie started to giggle, then dropped her hand to her belly. "I'm getting married to my long-lost father's best friend." "Who knocked you up, then demanded a paternity test," Sabrina added. I glared at her, and she shrugged. Evie wasn't upset by what she said, though. Actually, she started laughing so hard she developed hiccups. "We're like one of those trashy talk shows." Grace started weaving Evie's hair into a beautiful partial updo. "It doesn't matter how you both got here, only that I'm finally going to be a grandmother." I found that I was jealous of Evie. Grace Anderson was warm, funny, and surprisingly down-to-earth for the wife of a business magnate. I loved watching her get the family she deserved, but it also made me feel more alone than I'd ever felt before. It was a struggle to participate in the ritual of getting the bride ready. Sabrina could tell I was barely hanging on and kept refreshing my glass of champagne, but even with the liquid fortification, my face hurt from all the smiling I was forcing myself to do. After we helped Evie into the beautiful dress Grace brought for her, I stepped into the bathroom to see what Coulter's stylist selected for me. A note fluttered out of the bag when I pulled the zipper down. "Mr. Grayson, I was able to find the dress you requested. I hope Ms. Easton enjoys this one more than the selection set aside for Ms. Lake. Sincerely, Patrice." I think I preferred the idea of this dress when I thought it was meant for Sabrina. He was still doing me a favor, but it was originally meant for his sister. There wasn't anything sexy about slipping into a dress meant for a sibling. It was like armor against his charm, knowing he picked out a dress specifically for me, something I couldn't imagine he wanted to see me in. That was an entirely different story. Reaching into the bag, I pulled out a delicate blush pink chiffon dress with a halter neck. I loved dressing up, and this dress might as well have been made for me. I felt risque wearing it with a fully exposed back. It may have given off the appearance of a sweet dress with its pale pink color and its soft, flirty material, but the halter top with a back that skimmed just above my rear had to be worn without a bra. When I emerged from the bathroom, Sabrina gasped, "That was definitely not picked for me." "Who picked it?" Evie asked. Sabrina grimaced and left me to answer for her. I had a situation, and Coulter arranged for some clothes to be delivered before we left." Evie narrowed her eyes. "There's a lot you aren't telling me, isn't there?" Sabrina snorted. "You could say that." For probably the 100th time, I shot her a look meant to shut her up. "Don't worry about it right now. We aren't hiding things from you. It's just not the right time to tell you everything." Evie put down the tube of lipstick she was getting ready to apply and shook her head. "Nope, we aren't doing this. I hate secrets, especially when I'm on the wrong side of them. Tell me now, because I'm not going out there until I know what's going on." "Jana got kicked out of her apartment and spent the night with your dad," Sabrina blurted out. Grace strolled over and took her flute of champagne away. "That's probably enough bubbly for you, dear." Evie stood staring at me with her mouth hanging open. "Don't look at me like that. I crashed in his guest room because I didn't know who to call after the disaster of a party. I knew you were likely already asleep, and anyway, he picked me up and let me stay in his guest room," I quickly explained. She exhaled. "Okay, I can understand that. It would be super weird if you were dating my dad. I mean, it's already weird that I'm having his best friend's baby, but that doesn't mean he should date my best friend." A small part of me felt both irritated and guilty. I couldn't deny that I wanted Coulter, even if I did plan to deny myself the pleasure of having him. Still, being told I couldn't have him didn't sit well. "Is that everything?" Evie asked. "I'm your aunt." Sabrina slapped her own hand across her mouth. "Oh my God, this is why no one lets me drink." "You think?" I snapped. Looking up at the ceiling, I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment. "So, there's also that. Her mom married Colt's dad when she was a toddler, so technically she's his stepsister. And no," I held my hands out in front of me, "I didn't know all this time. I found out this morning." Evie turned her face toward Sabrina. Sabrina's eyes were the size of saucers, and she kept shaking her head back and forth. "I'm so sorry. I've known Beck forever, so we never really talked about it because it's just always been our normal. Honestly, I don't think Colt likes to talk about our parents, so we never bring it up. We didn't really grow up together either, but, I mean," she took a deep breath, "we weren't hiding it from you. No one knew you were his daughter when you first showed up, and we became friends. I was afraid you wouldn't see me the same after that, and I really wanted to be friends." Evie looked at me and smiled slightly. "It's fine. I mean, it's really weird, but I'm not mad. I'm not calling you Aunt Sabrina, though." "Please don't," Sabrina said, relief evident in her voice. "No more alcohol, though, okay?" Evie suggested. There was a knock at the door, followed by Colt's booming voice effectively ending the awkward conversation. "Are you ready?" "Yes," Evie said, her voice breaking slightly. She reached for my hand, and I gave hers a squeeze. The door creaked open, and he strolled in looking like James Bond, sophisticated, but with that lingering air of bad boy clinging to him. No matter how many sweet things he did, I needed to remember that the reputation he had for being a playboy was also a part of who he was. I was the woman men lusted after, the one they wanted to spend the night with. I wasn't the girl they loved and wanted to spend their lives with. I needed to not forget that if I wanted to keep my heart in one piece. One shattering heartbreak in a lifetime was plenty. His eyes fell onto Evie, and his usual aloof expression was replaced by pure love and pride. She took his offered elbow, and we began to move toward the main room where the ceremony was going to take place. At the end of the hallway, Sabrina and I rushed ahead to take our seats. Fitz waited to escort Grace down to their seats. Despite the fact we were the entire guest list, the ceremony proceeded as formally as if there were hundreds of people present. Beckett didn't seem to notice or care that the audience consisted of 2 women he worked with and a few empty chairs. Once his eyes found Evie, he didn't see anyone else. Since there weren't any other guests, no one stood up with them. Colt and I were set to sign the certificate after the ceremony, but otherwise, my only duty was to watch my best friend finally get the life she deserved. The wedding was perfect for Evie. Having a lot of guests wouldn't have suited her since she was such a private person. The only ones she wanted to share such an important moment with were the people she was close to. Despite the small guest list, I was able to slip into the background. I smiled when someone seemed to notice me and went through all the motions of what was expected of me. It was hard, though, because every person in the room, apart from me, was family. Coulter and Sabrina were joined with the Andersons through Evie. The only one who didn't belong was me. They were all talking and laughing, and I managed to slip out to one of the patios unnoticed. The air was chilly, and I would have liked to have a coat, but it was more important to have the peace of solitude than to be warm at that moment. My thoughts were so loud. I needed to gather myself without feeling like someone was watching. Not that anyone was. None of them seemed to notice me fighting to keep the smile on my face. I wrapped my arms around myself and studied the moonlight reflecting on the snow-capped mountains. Even though it was quiet, I didn't hear anyone walk up behind me. I didn't realize I wasn't alone until a suit coat was dropped around my shoulders. "Why do I keep finding you trying to freeze to death in party dresses?" Coulter asked. "Thanks for the coat. You should go back and enjoy the rest of the wedding." He grabbed the lapels of the coat and spun me around to face him. "You aren't doing that well, are you?" I opened my mouth to convince him I was fine, but he put his finger over my lips, quieting me. "Don't bullshit me. I know you think you've been fooling everyone all night, but I've seen the smile disappear when you thought no one was looking." "You can't watch me so closely," I protested. "Why?" That was a good question. One my body very much wanted me not to find an answer to. Too bad the reason I couldn't give in to my attraction for him was the very reason we were here. Both of us would do anything to make Evie happy. "You know why. Evie is my best friend." "So, we're supposed to ignore this? I'm supposed to pretend seeing you in that dress doesn't set my blood on fire?" "Yes, we ignore this." I gestured between the 2 of us. "If we avoid each other for a while, this will go away. This is why I have to stay with Sabrina." "You don't think very much of yourself, do you?" I tried to take a step back, but he wouldn't let go of the jacket, effectively keeping me caged where he wanted me. "I like myself fine, but trust me when I say what you feel will fade." "You're wrong on both counts," he pushed back. "I don't see how. Besides, if we got together, you'd see this is nothing more than physical. We'd burn hot and then burn out as fast as we began. It's not worth risking my friendship with Evie or our working relationship." His eyes fell to my mouth, and I knew he was picturing us together. "That's all you think I'm capable of?" I couldn't tell him it was all any man wanted from me. "It's what you're known for." It was a transparent attempt to push him away, but in my defense, most people never bothered to examine my actions that closely. "Nice try, brat. I think you're using Evie as an excuse not to take a chance with me. I'm not going to let you do that." My eyes widened. The nerve! "You're not going to let me?" I asked in a slow, measured voice. "It's not like I'm going to force you, but I can see the cracks forming in that icy facade you've built around yourself. I think if I apply the right amount of pressure, you'll melt in my arms." "Pretty sure of yourself, Gramps." He pulled me into his arms and leaned down to speak into my ear. "Oh, now, I thought we agreed if you were going to be a brat, I was going to give you the spanking you seem to be begging for." So many arguments came to mind, not the least of which was going to be about how I viewed the notion that he was allowed to correct my behavior with corporal punishment degrading, even if a small part of me did like the idea of being physically dominated by him. None of those words came out of my mouth because his lips pressed against mine before I could speak. Instead of pushing him away, I clung to him. There was a hunger inside me being awoken by his kiss, and I was certain I'd die without more of him. When we finally parted, I knew I was done denying myself. It was ludicrous, really. Why shouldn't I experience this? "We can't tell Evie." I expected him to smirk, but he looked me straight in the eyes and remained somber. "Until there's something to tell her, we don't tell anyone." "We can't let whatever this is ruin our working relationship," I insisted. His eyes narrowed. "What do you think this is?" I shrugged. "Hooking up? I'm younger than you, but I'm not a child." His tongue swept across his plump lower lip, grazing the dip in the middle. "Is that something you've done a lot of?" Truth or lie? I was a shitty liar on a good day, so I decided to stick with the truth. "No, I mean, never intentionally. It does seem like my relationships tend to devolve to that, though." "What if I want more than a hookup?" Those words stabbed me in the chest. I wanted to beg him not to let me hope for something more, not when I knew he'd see things differently after a week or two. "Don't make promises to me," I said quietly. Colt's jaw clenched. "Fine. I'll play this game for now. We keep this to ourselves, but I have a stipulation." "Which is?" I was afraid to ask, but I could tell he was serious. "There's no one else. No dates of any kind with anyone other than me." "Dates aren't—" I was going to say they weren't necessary, but he shushed me again. "I think you have a control problem. You've been holding on to everything so tight, it's time you let someone else take over." I shook my head. He could forget the entire thing. "No, I'm not handing over the reins of my life to you." "Not all of it," he agreed. "But I'm not sure you know how to accept good things. This once, you don't get to make the rules. I bet you tried to plan out all your previous relationships meticulously." "I don't like surprises," I muttered. "Those boys might have let you get away with that shit, but I'm not going to." "I think this might be a mistake. I said, mostly to myself. Maybe, but nothing good in life ever happens if you don't make a few of them. Up to this point, I'd done everything expected of me, besides quitting my family's company. I was the perfect society daughter, and I was miserable. Perhaps it was time to be a little reckless. Chapter 7. Jana. When Evie and Beckett departed for the evening, it hit Colt that his daughter was married, and we were all staying in the same house for the evening. I did a much better job playing the part of the perky best friend after Colt and I came back inside. I stupidly promised to get him drunk to distract him as the newlyweds disappeared down the hall. It was a promise he held me to. Sabrina, Colt, and I stayed up later than everyone else and finished a bottle of tequila before we had to practically drag Sabrina back to her room. She wasn't kidding about being a lightweight. After she was tucked into bed, Colt pressed me up against my door. His large hand framed my face, and he hovered above my lips for several heartbeats, staring straight into my eyes. I was able to catalog every golden fleck and every streak of green in his hazel eyes. Time slowed, and we existed in a moment that felt eternal. Painfully slowly, he lowered his lush mouth to mine. One hand grasped my hair and the other my hip. Any thought I would be able to exercise any control with him flew out of my head. His hold screamed possession, and with one touch, I was ready to be his. When our lips parted, he groaned against my mouth. The vibration tingled against my skin and traveled like an electric current through my body. I burned for him. Anticipation built like butterflies in my chest. His mouth met mine one more time, but this was only a brief brush of lips. "Good night," he said. It seemed like he had to force himself to release me, but he did and walked a few doors down to his room. I entered my room in a daze, then sat for a while trying to figure out what happened. We discussed this earlier, and I thought we both agreed to satisfy the physical attraction between us. For a while, I was convinced he was feeling the same longing I was. After a while, I realized he wasn't coming back, and I changed into nightclothes. Sleep didn't come quickly, and I tossed and turned, listening for the whisper of my door opening. I didn't fall asleep until light began to slip through the cracks of the blinds in my room. "Wake up!" My body rocked back and forth. I cracked one eyelid, and it scratched across my eye like it was filled with sand. "What?" I croaked. "Wow, you look like crap." Sabrina sat on my bed and looked way too good for someone who drunkenly fell asleep at the table the night before. One of her sculpted blonde brows raised, and she examined the state of my bed. "Did you even sleep last night?" I sat up and shoved the nest of hair out of my face. "I don't think so." She bit her lip. "You can't be seen like this. Go, shower, and I'll make some excuses to my stupid brother." "I don't think he'll care," I mumbled. "Sure he won't. He's downstairs banging pots and pans in the kitchen because he's in a great mood." "Maybe he just wants breakfast." Sabrina leveled me with a look. "He can't cook at all. Even if he could, there's a full spread downstairs. I was really drunk last night, but I know I saw you dancing with him before you two decided to make me go to bed. He has no patience, so I know he'll stop stomping around when you finally emerge." Confusion and embarrassment had me flopping back and trying to pull the covers over my head. It was a fruitless endeavor because my exhaustion made me no match for Sabrina's overly cheerful mood. "Go shower." "Too tired," I said, my voice muffled by the pillow I'd buried my face into. "I'll be back to help you get ready," she promised. This time, when she tugged on the blanket, I didn't fight back. "Fine." I managed to get out of bed and shuffled my way to the connected bathroom. The shower was wonderful. Multiple heads pulsed hot water against my tired body. This and a strong cup of coffee would go a long way to waking me up. There was a thick terry cloth robe waiting for me when I emerged from the shower. The material hung around me and made me feel like I was sinking into a cloud. Sabrina was setting out some of her makeup while I sat down at the built-in vanity. It reminded me, besides the clothes Colt got me, I had nothing. She noticed me frowning at her makeup and put her hands on my shoulders. "I know this is a tough time for you, but I don't mind if you use my makeup for a while. You are going to come out on top." I offered her a weak smile and let my eyes drift shut. Over the last few days, I'd been stripped of my defenses and laid bare. It made me vulnerable in ways I wasn't fond of, and the constant strain was wearing me down. "I'm done," she said after a small handful of minutes. My eyes opened easier than they had when I first woke up. She gave me a fresh and classic look I'd never managed before. I usually wore a nude-toned lipstick paired with slightly smoky eyeshadow. My face was always on, as my mom would say. Natural beauty was for children and hippies, according to Marjorie Easton. My natural lip color was amplified, like they probably looked last night after being thoroughly kissed. My skin glowed without being hidden by meticulously applied base. The light freckles I usually covered shone through the thin layer over my skin. "Tinted moisturizer," she said. "You seem to be studying your face. I know you usually wear full makeup, and don't get me wrong, it's always flawless, but your skin is just too pretty to hide." I nodded and continued to study myself. It was another layer peeled away. I felt a bit off-center, a little naked, but this time in a way I liked. The person staring back at me was the same I'd been seeing my entire life, but different at the same time. It felt right to have the way I was feeling inside reflected in the mirror. Sabrina tipped her head toward the door. "Let's grab some breakfast. Beckett wants to talk to all of us, and I heard them making arrangements to have the plane ready." We rushed down the hallway toward the large kitchen. There were covered plates set out for us on the breakfast bar. Coulter did seem to be tense when I observed him as we entered the room. He took a step toward me, then stopped himself and gripped the back of his neck. He pulled his lip in between his teeth, and I instantly could feel his lips pressed against mine. We were idiots if we thought we were going to be able to hide what was happening between us. Hell, without my normal makeup, I was sure my face was closer to the color of a tomato than a peach. Evie looked up from her breakfast and smiled at me. Her eyes, the same color as her father's, scanned my face. "Wow, I love your makeup." I shrugged. Insincere compliments I was comfortable with. It was common at my mother's events to hear and deliver superficial platitudes as a means to make polite conversation with her guests. She called it networking, but it was just fancy ass-kissing. Real compliments were something else. They made me feel noticed when I was used to blending in. Sabrina did it, I dismissed. But it's you. How did I not even know you had freckles? She continued. Coulter slipped next to me. They're adorable, he whispered. Louder, he teased, because we weren't supposed to be conspicuous. Makes me wonder what you'd look like with piggy tails. I bet you'd be more of a little princess than an ice queen. Evie's face scrunched up. Gross. I'm having a hard enough time keeping my food down without... She waved her hand emphatically in our direction. Whatever is going on with the two of you? I saw the muscle tick in Coulter's jaw. He grabbed my plate and removed the dome. I can feed myself, I whispered. He seemed to come back to himself and smirked. There was a sarcastic retort ready, but with a quick glance at the table, whatever he was going to say was forgotten. Maybe he finally understood why I was so adamant we couldn't be together. Last night was a drunken fluke, and we could move forward as if it had never happened. Sure, that kiss would replay through my dreams probably for the rest of my life, but it needed to remain in the realm of fantasy. The reality was someone we both cared about would be hurt if we pushed forward with this. Colt leaned down. You look like you're thinking of running. Before you try and convince me we can't do this, you should know I'm not going to listen. She'll come around. Why would she need to? I breathed out. He shook his head and stepped back from me. I quickly finished grabbing food and then joined everyone else at the table. Once I was seated and eating, Beckett addressed everyone. We are heading to the airport as soon as we are done with breakfast. I've called an emergency board meeting to address the efforts to have me removed as CEO of Anderson Global. Fitz and Grace entered the kitchen, and immediately Fitz gestured with his head for Beckett to follow him out of the room. Beckett pushed back from the table. Let's talk on the plane. Coulter came around the kitchen island and put his hands on the back of my chair. Let's go grab our bags and get out to the car. Beck is going to want to leave right away. No one spoke on the short drive to the airport. The mood on the plane was tense and sullen. Considering a handful of hours earlier we were celebrating a wedding, it seemed a rather dramatic turn. Once we were at cruising altitude and the pilot turned off the seatbelt sign, Beckett turned and faced us. He didn't need to speak to gain our attention because the tension he radiated was pulling us to him. Beck looked at me, and there was pity shining in his blue eyes. My father has been working to consolidate the shares of the company owned by the board. This incident has made it clear that having a board of directors is more of a hindrance to our vision than a benefit. Fitz leaned forward. All the board members have agreed to sell me their shares, except for one person. It hit me then. Why they were both watching for my reaction. My father is the holdout, isn't he? Fitz nodded. I suspect he's also the one who has been going behind our backs and stirring up my nephew to make a play for control of the company. Beckett grumbled something about having been given the opportunity. He was angry his father mandated he had to get married to keep the company. I didn't doubt he loved Evie. Part of him was probably grateful he was pushed to move forward with his life, but he did not appreciate the vulnerable position it put Anderson Global in with the board of directors. It was clear Fitz heard him more clearly than I did, since he appeared chastened by what Beck said. I promise, everything will be cleared up today, Fitz promised.
Chapter 8. Coulter. I zoned out on the drive from the airport. For years I'd looked at my daily life as a placeholder until I reached a distant point in the future. I hadn't voiced it aloud, but I'd assumed my life would really start when I was reunited with Jenny. As a result, I hadn't taken the last 23 years seriously. It's a hard thing to look back and realize I'd passed 38 without accomplishing much of anything. Sure, I was a CFO of a global company, but Beckett deserved most of the credit for that. I'd been floundering, living off my trust fund, until he insisted I join him in working for his father. What did I have to show for all this time? An adult daughter I'd only just met, and the knowledge my first love died alone and in turmoil. I'd waited for my life to start, and instead it passed me by. There was a Maya Angelou quote one of my high school teachers liked to tell us. When you know better, do better. Instead of lamenting about all the time I've wasted in my life, I needed to get on with the business of living it. Really living it this time, with a purpose I'd yet to implement. The driver took us straight to the office, and immediately Beck, Fitz, and I gathered in Beck's office to discuss the particulars of the board meeting. Fitz informed me how the required shares were going to be distributed. A quick calculation of Beckett's 41 shares, my 39, and the 10 that Fitz retained still left 10 shares unaccounted for. Maxwell Easton holds the remaining 10 shares, doesn't he? Fitz nodded. For now. What are you going to do with them? I asked. Beckett and Fitz shared a look. We were thinking of demanding Easton transfer them to his daughter. It can't be said we stole the shares from him if ownership stays within the Easton family. I nodded. Good. Although, I don't think Maxwell will care. He seized Jenna's apartment and froze all her other assets. Beckett froze mid-stride to his coffee bar in his office. His eyes narrowed, and I knew the anger radiating off him would blow back on Maxwell Easton once I shared the full story with him. When? His voice was low and deceptively calm. I suspect you already know the answer to that, I replied. Yes, I was purposely egging him on. Some people needed to be reminded that Beckett Anderson could be a ruthless asshole, and I couldn't think of a better candidate for that lesson than Jana's worthless father. The night Evie and I dropped her off from the club? Again, I nodded my head. Words weren't necessary, and I didn't particularly want to say or do anything to soften his anger. Fitz clapped his hands. Well, it's settled then. Jana is ours now, so she'll get those shares just as I'm going to give the same to Evie. Beck, do you mind if I give my 10% to your wife? Beckett shook his head and continued over to the coffee nook in the corner of his office. Fitz strolled over to me. He's all wound up now. I'd almost feel bad for my nephew and Easton if I didn't dislike them both so much. I shrugged. I don't feel bad for any of them. I can see that. Why else would you twist him up like that? Years of being admonished for one childhood prank or another had me schooling my features. You can stop pretending innocence right now, Coulter. You've been best friends with my son for 30 years now. We both know this isn't the first time you've set him to explode, then turned him on your target. This time I agree with you. But it's about time you started doing your own dirty work. No, that time will come. I like to set my dominoes up just right first. Fitz patted me on the back. Let me know if you need any help knocking them down. I think I'd enjoy that a lot. You need a hobby, old man, I teased him. He raised his eyebrows at me. I'm not that old, and as long as I have grace, I don't need a hobby. Well, now I know where he gets it from, I muttered. He opened his mouth to issue a retort, but Mrs. Janik, Beckett's secretary, poked her head around the corner. She had lasted longer than his previous secretaries, having been at the company for a month now. He'd mellowed a bit with Evie in his life. Only a bit, though. The woman still trembled like a leaf in a storm any time Beckett was near. Gentlemen, your guests have arrived. Sabrina helped me get them set up in the conference room. Thank you, Mrs. Janik. Beck replied, but the older woman was already hurrying away. He shook his head. I haven't done anything to her. I don't understand why she runs away from me every time she is done talking. Reputation, my boy, Fitz answered. He slapped him on the back and led the way out of the office. Sitting through the board meeting while keeping my mouth shut was hard. I'd been so thrown learning I was a father and that my child was actually an adult woman that I missed all the other events going on around me. I knew Beckett was having problems with his cousin because he told me, but I should have noticed the financial dealings of the board members when it came to AG. When Franklin, Beck's cousin, was dismissed from the meeting, I wasn't surprised. He wasn't smart enough to launch a campaign to take over the company. I'd always assumed there was something more to it, but I'd thought it was another relative. Fitz told us on the plane what Maxwell had been doing, which filled in the last bits of information I was missing to figure out what he'd done with Jana's trust fund. The meeting was like watching a chess master play. Fitz and Beck masterfully moved Maxwell into a corner, but I don't think they realized the extent of what they were unveiling. Beckett was busy detailing how they'd figured out Maxwell was behind Franklin's attempt to usurp control of AG, when something he brought up caught my attention. He was talking about the loan issued to bail Franklin out of a gambling debt he had with a pretty notorious bookie. It was buried under shell companies. I stopped listening to what he was saying at that point. I'd already heard his plan to expose how he'd learned the plan to call in the loan and take the shares of the company from Franklin, who had an obvious gambling addiction. It was a startling revelation, sure, but not as dramatic as the picture forming for me. It wasn't necessarily illegal to set up a shell company, but there weren't many reasons for an ethical business to form one. I found it unlikely Maxwell Easton fell within the very small minority not using this structure to do anything more than hide money and avoid paying taxes. Jana stood on the side of the room listening, while her father complained she wasn't useful to him because of her gender. At least when my father told me I wasn't good for anything, it was because I'd been actively trying to piss him off. Unlike how I'd reacted, she stood stoically, showing no reaction to the garbage spilling out of her father's mouth. I leaned forward watching Maxwell when Fitz got to the part about him signing over his shares to Anderson Global to Jana. It was an added bit of salt rubbed into the wound caused by losing the chance to take over Beck's company to make him hand it over to his daughter. "And if I don't?" he asked. Fitz smiled. "I haven't undertaken a hostile takeover in a very long time, but I'm up to the task. I bet after you let an imbecile plan the launch of your company's most important product, your board members might be inclined to sell their shares. I wager it wouldn't even be hard." He was right, which I knew because I'd already started contacting them after I read the report from my accountant. Fitz was concerned about preserving AG for their family. It wasn't his job to look after Jana. Not that it was mine either, but it damn well needed to be somebody's. "If I sign over those shares, you'll leave me and my company alone?" Maxwell asked Fitz. Jana took a step away from the wall, and whatever Fitz was going to say was forgotten. "Like you don't exist," she promised her father, speaking for Fitz. She wasn't speaking for me, though. I had no intentions of forgetting what he'd done to her, or the lost look on her face the night I found her in the rain locked out of her home. I wasn't actually an Anderson. Therefore, I chose to believe the promise to leave Easton alone didn't extend to me. Jana pushed the paperwork Beckett and Fitz had drawn up toward her father and placed a pen on top of the pile. He sat stunned for a moment. Then he grabbed the pen. Jana turned away from him, and I could see a tear run down her face. Everyone thought she was so strong, but I saw past her facade. After he signed the papers, he pushed away from the table. "So, I save my company and lose my daughter? I stared him straight in the eyes. The man was delusional. He honestly didn't know he lost her the night he threw her out onto the street. Evie moved over to Jana and took her hand. My daughter had the same fire her mother had when she was younger.
I'd say you lost her the moment you showed her how replaceable you thought she was. At least you've still got Chad.
After the meeting, we sat around the table. Beckett sighed and leaned back in his chair. I can't believe there won't be a board to appease or investors to answer to any longer. The company belongs completely in the family again. Jana was still quiet, and I was worried the exchange with her father was going to affect her for a long time.
I'm not family,
she muttered, looking mostly at the table. Evie stared at her until she looked up.
You will always be my family. You were there beside me when I had no one, and I'll be next to you now. Besides, someone has to keep my father on his toes. I'm going to be a bit busy.
She rubbed her expanding stomach, as if we had forgotten. Jana reminded me regularly I was going to be a grandfather. Jana looked at me and rolled her eyes. Some of the sadness seemed to slip away, but I was starting to see beyond the surface she preferred to show.
I will be working very closely with him.
You'll be working under me. We could get started now, if you want. She was challenging me, and needed to know I would always rise to the occasion. Evie pretended to gag.
Gross! I'm working with her, you know.
Beckett wrapped his arms around her and spun her around. I promptly began to ignore them, because he tended to be a bit descriptive even while I was standing nearby. There were boundaries to our friendship. Hearing the ways he planned to violate my daughter was definitely a hard limit. Luckily, I had a perfect distraction right in front of me. I can't watch them when they're like this. Come on, Jana. Let's go get a drink and discuss your position.
Whatever you say, Daddy,
she teased as I guided her out of the room. Beckett was getting the look that told me he forgot we were in the room. And as far as I was aware, you couldn't bleach your eyeballs. We made it as far as the hallway, where Fitz stood waiting. He held a folder in one hand and gestured with the other for us to go into Beck's office. Jana. He pulled out a chair for her. I've got some paperwork to go over with you. I pulled out the chair next to her and waited for him to go over the standard legal jargon for her to accept the transfer of stock. As you know, my intention is to transition Anderson Global back into a private, family-run company. Jana nodded and leaned back in the chair.
I completely understand, Mr. Anderson. I wasn't expecting to actually get stock in the company. You needed to push my father off the board. He's toxic and destroys everything he touches.
Fitz leaned against the desk, right in front of us, and crossed his arms. He was still an intimidating man and looked nowhere near his mid-60s. You misunderstand me. I want to give you these shares. There are stipulations, though.
Surely you can't demand I marry Beckett,
she joked. He looked at me and smirked, since I'd made a similar comment when he told me before we walked into the boardroom. The two of you are a bit too much alike. No, I don't intend for you to marry anyone to get the shares. Jana looked over at me for some clue what he was talking about.
I'm totally lost, Mr. Anderson. If you aren't going to require marriage to get the shares, what is your requirement?
Thanksgiving and part of Christmas, he told her. Her brow furrowed.
What do the holidays have to do with owning part of the company?
Fitz set the folder down on the desk. My stipulation is simple. Anderson Global is going back to being a family company. To get the shares, You become part of the family.
You said I didn't have to marry anyone. How else am I supposed to join the family?
She asked. I already said. Thanksgiving and Christmas. The family gets together, and we have dinner.
That's it? I come over for holidays?
He lifted his shoulder. Birthdays and any other family gathering would be included as well.
So, I just join you for all family events?
Fitz smiled at her.
You join the family. Not all families are related by blood.
Coulter has been a member of my family since he was 8 years old. Of course, I wouldn't be displeased if you and Colt married, but you'll be part of the family even if you only remain friends. He gave her the file. Here's the paperwork to get the shares transferred to you. If you'd like to have a lawyer look them over, go ahead. He strolled out of the office. Fitz didn't hover to get her to sign the contract. Instinctively, he knew she was slow to trust and would need some time to think. The moment he was out of the room, Jana hit me on the arm.
Why did you let him spring that on me?
Why do you think I asked you to go for a drink? I reminded her. She hit me again.
I thought you were trying to get me into bed, jackass.
I smiled at her. And you still agreed to go? Her cheeks turned pink, and she squared her shoulders and faced me.
Pardon me for not immediately considering you only wanted to tell me that my best friend's father-in-law wanted to adopt me. I should have assumed. I mean, it's so obvious.
It isn't like he is actually trying to adopt you. Not legally, anyway, I pointed out. She leaned back in her chair.
I should hope not. I'm 26 years old.
I think you should start calling him Dad, I teased her. She smirked at me, and I put my hand over her mouth before she told another daddy joke. The minx licked my palm, but if she thought her tongue would make me back off, she was mistaken. I did, however, have some suggestions for how else she might use it. Let's go get a drink. Grabbing the folder from the table, she stuffed it in her briefcase.
Yeah, I could use one.
I nodded toward the door. I know just the place.
Chapter 9. Jana. Hotspot was not the kind of bar I imagined Coulter would frequent, but he gave the bartender the kind of head nod men give each other when greeting someone they see often. This seemed to be kind of a haven for tech nerds, and I instantly felt at home. No one knew I had a secret love of coding and played around with building apps in my spare time. It wasn't something society ladies did, so my mother pretended I was working on a gardening club or beautification organization when I was really attending summer camps at the science center. I hope this place is okay. I don't always like to go to the stuffy places Beck prefers, so when he's not with me, I come here. There was a stupid smile on my face, and I knew he saw it before I managed to school my features to a more neutral expression. Yeah, it's great. He tipped his head down, but I still caught him smiling at me. There's a table in the corner. It's more private than here by the bar. Will that work? The moment he walked in the door, the few women here took notice. Coulter seemed to be oblivious to their attention. Men, like him and Beckett, were used to commanding attention when they walked into a room. It was only a matter of time before he noticed the tall redhead eyeing him in the corner. Call it jealousy or cattiness, but it seemed a display to make her back off was in order. I leaned in close to him and whispered in his ear, "Do we need somewhere private?" His hands gripped either side of my waist and held tight. I knew he was teetering on the edge of whatever we'd been dancing around, just as I was. "Did she see?" he whispered back. I leaned back to look him in the face and saw the amusement sparkling in his hazel eyes. "The redhead in the corner," he pointed out. "You've been shooting daggers at her since the moment she looked at me. Am I safe from being snared in her claws now?" I slapped him on the arm. He dramatically rubbed at the spot, even though my fingers barely touched the smooth material of his suit. "So violent," he murmured. "I'm going to have to tie you up to be safe." I smirked. "Sounds fun." His jaw fell open, and he gawked at me as I walked to the table in the corner. I felt his eyes on me the entire way. Every other man I'd ever been with made me feel inconsequential, but with Coulter, I felt like I was able to command all his attention at any time. It was a heady feeling, powerful. Not once in his short trip across the room did he give any of the women his attention. Aside from an awareness of being watched, he didn't seem to care one way or the other if the women were watching him. That was also different. I'd always felt the men I was with were with me only until someone better came along. We weren't here to discuss the building tension between us, though. I took the folder out of my briefcase and set it on the table. When Colt joined me, he moved the folder to the side and pulled the small electronic kiosk over so both of us could see it. I blindly chose a drink, and he picked after I was done. "We'll get to all that, but I could use a drink and a moment not to think of business. Let's just be for a minute." "What are we going to be?" "For just a second, let's just be us." His hazel eyes held mine. "Let's not be coworkers. I won't be the father of your best friend, and you won't be too young for me." "Am I?" I asked him. He reached across the table, hand open, waiting. Without hesitation, I placed my hand in his. If we were going to suspend reality for a few minutes, I was going to go all in. After a second or two, he lifted his eyes off our joined hands and looked at me. "Are you what?" "Too young for you." 12 years can seem like a lot. You're 26 and still just starting out. I'm 38 and settled in my ways." I laughed at him. "You aren't even 40, and you're making it sound like you spend your weekends playing shuffleboard." His eyes glazed over, and I knew his mind was somewhere else, but then he shook it off. He smiled sadly. "I know what it's like to feel like you wasted most of your life. I don't want to steal this time from you." "You let me worry about how I spend my time. I swear, you and your daughter are so much alike. I have to fight you for every square inch of your life you let me into." The sadness melted, and a more wolfish grin emerged, showing white teeth with one tooth just slightly crooked. It was the type of imperfection that enhanced rather than detracted. It made him human. "I'll let you all the way into my life," he began. "I feel like there's a but coming," I interjected. He nodded slightly, a quick dip of his head. "I might not let you back out." My first instinct was to pull my hand away, but I squeezed his instead. Before I could formulate what to say, the waitress came around with the drinks I forgot we ordered. It took her longer than necessary to set napkins down and place the drinks in front of us. The moment she stepped away, I opened my mouth to speak, still unsure of what I planned to say. Colt reached across the table and retrieved the folder he pushed aside earlier. "Don't ruin it," he muttered and opened the folder. It was the out I'd usually be looking for, but disowning my father had me feeling unmoored. I get it, Jana. I shouldn't be pushing you right now." "You confuse me." "Yeah, well, I confuse myself. Let's just take a look at what Fitz gave you." For the next few minutes, we slipped into business mode. He was more comfortable with some of the legal terms than I was and patiently walked me through every term on the contract.
It turned out to be a fairly simple transfer of property. I don't understand, I muttered when we finished directing the document. Which part? I can go through it again with you, he offered. No, not the contract. That's pretty simple now that you've explained it all. Why would he want me to join them during the holidays? My father clearly set out to destroy Anderson Global. He doesn't judge you by who your father is. I looked down at the table. I don't think I have a father anymore. Do you regret turning your back on him? I didn't answer him immediately. Everything happened so fast, I didn't stop and think about what I was doing. I don't think I'll miss him or my mother. She'll turn her back on me now. The idea of not having a family is unsettling. You have a family. Not one you were born into, but the love is just as real. Trust me, I've been a part of that family for 30 years now, and I get more from them than anyone who's ever carried the name Grayson. The urge to run was too great. It came over me any time I was too close to feeling. Making a big show of checking my watch, I started putting the documents back in the folder. I told Sabrina I'd be over after work today. We're moving me into her spare room. His demeanor stiffened. Of course. Do you need to run by my place first? No. She texted that she ran by and picked up my things already. Efficient, he clipped out. Colt. He held up his hand and forced a smile. I understand. I don't like it, but that's my problem. I'll get over it. I dug through my bag to find my wallet. Luckily, my gran had taught me to keep some cash with me at all times in case of an emergency. Having my accounts frozen wasn't what I'd pictured, though. What are you doing? He asked as I laid $10 on the table. Paying for my drink. No, I think I can manage to cover both of us. And before you argue with me, I'll let you buy me a drink when we celebrate getting your money back. He had a point, and until Evie and I started making money, I could hardly throw around the cash I had. Thank you, I said softly. Feeling indebted to someone was hard. There was already so much I owed him for. I pushed back my chair and stood, and he followed suit. You don't need to walk me to her building. I hate the idea of you walking alone, he persisted. And yet it doesn't mean I'm not allowed to. I've made it 26 years in this city without your help. I can walk a few blocks. At least text me when you get there. I smirked, and I'm sure he knew what I was going to say. Sure thing, Daddy. The corner of his mouth curved up, but he forced it back to a more neutral expression. As I walked past him, he swatted my ass, causing me to hop a little. That's a preview, Brett. Text me, or I'll swing by and bring you the whole show. Sabrina had given me a key that morning before the chaos of the board meeting since we left yesterday for the wedding straight from the office. Her building was in a decent part of the city, but not the prime location mine was. I wasn't a snob, or I didn't think I was, but it would take some time to think of this place as home. The building looked squat next to the ones around it. The gray stone facade had a slight embellishment around the windows and main entrance, but it was utilitarian in comparison to the high-rise I'd called home days ago. I can tell, just by looking at the building, that even from the roof, the only view would be of the street and buildings. I was going to miss looking beyond the city toward the sound. Her building didn't have a doorman. I felt incredibly foolish for assuming it would. It was another sign my world had shifted, and I needed to adapt. I could be a person who lived in a building without a doorman. In the grand scheme of things, I knew I was still incredibly blessed. I might not have access to millions of dollars. Hell, I didn't currently have access to tens of dollars, but I was still an intelligent woman who owned her own company. I had friends who rallied behind me and sheltered me from a literal storm. I wasn't starting from nothing,
and for that I took a moment to remember to be grateful. The keys jingled in my hand. There were 2 keys on the ring, and I realized one of them was for this door. Her apartment was on the 2nd floor, and there didn't appear to be an elevator. At the top of the stairs, I turned the corner to go down the hallway. There were 4 apartments on this level. Hers was number 204 at the end of the hallway on the right. I'd have known it without directions, though, because the door was open and the sounds of a heated discussion spilled out into the hall. I thought about going back down and walking around for a while to give her some privacy, but the conversation stopped suddenly, and I knew I'd already been seen. My fake smile felt brittle, but I wielded it as I would a weapon. Considering Malcolm was the other voice I was hearing, I needed every tool I had, although I didn't feel nearly so vulnerable with him around as I'd imagined I would.
"Channa, Sabrina told me you were moving in."
As far as greetings went, it was odd, but so was he.
"Oh, is that what you 2 are arguing about?"
Sabrina rolled her eyes. She wasn't mad, so maybe it wasn't an argument after all.
"No, Mal just stormed over here because I told him I couldn't go to the club with him tonight because I have a date with someone from work. He thinks he deserves details."
It was news to me she had a date.
"Can you remind me who your date is with? After all the craziness at the board meeting, I've been operating in a brain fog." "Have you met Erin?"
To be honest, I thought she was making up a date to make Malcolm jealous, but of course she didn't need to do that. Sabrina and I looked a lot alike, but I always came across as cold and unapproachable. She was vibrant and drew everyone toward her.
"He's one of the accountants, right?"
She nodded.
"Yeah, the cute one with sandy blonde hair."
"As opposed to what? The bald one with a comb-over?" Malcolm muttered. Sabrina might not have been trying to make him jealous, but he was all the same. The petty part of me wanted to make popcorn to go along with the front row seat I had to watch Malcolm Graham be the one getting rejected. Even better, I could twist the knife a little more.
"He is pretty cute. Where is he taking you?"
"He knows of a bistro set on a rooftop garden that has live music." She picked up 2 dresses and wiggled them a bit to encourage me to help her pick. One was shorter and definitely sexy, but the other was a flirty navy polka dot number that would probably drive him insane by the end of the night.
"That sounds really fancy."
I pointed to the navy dress.
"That's the one."
She squealed and ran into her bedroom to continue getting ready. Through her closed door, she shouted,
"Just make yourself at home since it is. I cleared out a space for you in the bathroom. The other bedroom is empty."
She cracked her door open and poked her head out.
"Shit, you probably don't have a bed. I mean, there wasn't one in there before, but—"
I smiled at her.
"Don't worry about it. I'll figure it out. Worst case, I'll crash in Colt's guest room again for tonight."
She nodded and retreated back into her room. I tried to find something to keep myself busy because I realized I was suddenly alone with Malcolm, and that was something I'd avoided religiously for the last 10 years. "You were staying with Grayson? What happened to your apartment?" he asked. I guess my efforts to appear busy weren't effective, since Sabrina seemed to be the tidiest woman on the planet. The counters in the kitchen were wiped clean, and no dishes sat waiting in the sink. Several replies ran through my head. I initially leaned toward a snarky response, but ultimately the day's exhaustion wore me down.
"I don't know if you saw the scene I made with my father at that stupid launch party, but afterwards he froze all my assets, including my apartment."
"How can he do that?"
I shrugged. "He's the trustee on my accounts. I can't gain sole control over them until I'm 30. Now I may never get them back."
"What are you going to do?"
The door to Sabrina's room opened, and she came out wearing the dress paired with a cute pink jacket and matching pumps and bag.
Malcolm stared at her the way I once watched him. I knew the pain of unrequited love, and if he hadn't knowingly strung me and my lovesick teenage self along, I'd feel bad for him. What do you mean? What is she going to do? We non-rich people do pretty well. Besides, I think ownership of 10% of a massive global corporation would still make Jana quite wealthy. He blinked rapidly several times. You own 10% of Anderson Global? I nodded, because whether we made an announcement or not, the rumors would spread around the business community within days anyway. I will, as soon as I sign the paperwork to transfer the shares. There was a knock on the door. She spun, and her skirt twirled around her. How do I look? She whispered. I gave her a thumbs up, and she sauntered over to the door. Hey, Aaron! Oh, wow! I glanced over my shoulder and saw him hand her a bouquet of daisies. Come in for a second so I can put these in some water. Thank you so much. How did you know they were my favorite? Lucky guess. He walked past Malcolm, who tensed up. Hi, Jana. Hey, Aaron. How's it going? He smiled, and really, he was pretty cute. Not the type that jumped right out at you, but he had a similar sunny disposition to Sabrina. Really well. I didn't know you and Sabrina are roommates. Just moved in today. Sabrina took a lovely blue glass vase out from a lower cabinet and filled it with water. She plopped the flowers inside and displayed them on the small kitchen table. Ready? She asked him. Malcolm opened his mouth, likely to object, but I discreetly elbowed him in the side. Have fun, I called out over the grunt Malcolm made when I elbowed him. Sabrina dropped her keys into her pink clutch, and the two of them exited the apartment. Malcolm and I stood awkwardly in the living room. Neither of us spoke, and I didn't actually have any things to move in, so there wasn't a reason to go into my new bedroom. I know you don't want to talk to me, but you're going to see me around a lot more if you're moving in with Sabrina. My smile was forced. I managed to ignore you for a year after we broke up. I can do the same here. As I turned to walk away, Malcolm grabbed my shoulder. I'm not that 18-year-old asshole anymore. I know I hurt you, and I wish I could take it back, but I can't. Is there any way we can move past it? Never show them you care had become one of my mantras since I broke up with him. Plastering another fake smile on my face, I replied, There's nothing to move on from. It's been 10 years. I'm over it. Oh, yeah? If you're really over it, why do you leave the room every time I'm around? I said I was over it. I didn't say I like you. Turning on my heel, I marched off to my new bedroom. I'd call Colt from there and figure everything out.
Chapter 10. Coulter. My apartment felt empty without Jana. She'd only stayed with me for one night, but it was enough to show me how little life there was in this place. As if I conjured her by thinking of her, my phone rang. Do you miss me already? Can you come and get me? Is Sabrina getting on your nerves already? I know she's pretty cheerful, but you get used to it. No, she actually went on a date with Aaron from accounting. But Malcolm is here. I didn't think about them being friends. My keys were on the table by the entrance, and I headed straight for them. I'm on my way. Sabrina refused to let me get her an apartment in my building. She was usually hesitant to take money from me, unlike our sister Waverly. I made sure that Sabrina made enough money to rent an apartment in a relatively safe part of the city, in a nice building. Funny, when she first moved into the building, I didn't have a problem with it. Now that Jana was going to live there, I was finding problems with the location and amenities of the building. For example, I wasn't loving the fact it took me over 15 minutes to drive a few blocks, because traffic in Seattle was nearly always at rush hour capacity. Every moment I was stuck in traffic was time Jana was stuck around that prick, Graham. To make it worse, when I finally did get close, I had to park nearly half a block away in a pay lot because there wasn't dedicated parking for her building. Once I had my ticket in my pocket, I forced myself not to run down the street. The time it took to walk 2 blocks didn't cool my anger one iota. Sabrina's building didn't have a doorman, so I let myself in using the spare key she'd given me long ago. Storming up the stairs, I stopped outside her door and could hear Malcolm's muffled voice inside the apartment. Bang, bang. Jana, come out and talk to me. Bang, bang. What did he think knocking was going to get him? It was clear she didn't want to talk to him. Come on! I'm going to be around. Don't you think it's better to hash this out than keep avoiding me? I know I was a prick, okay? I was a stupid kid, and I'm sorry. Just give me a chance. Fuck that. As quietly as possible, I let myself into the apartment. A chance for what, Graham? The frostiness in my voice was at odds with the fire I felt building inside me. It had been years since I was in a fight, but the urge to pound my fist into the pretty Lothario's face was strong. Grayson, I didn't see you come in, he grumbled. He looked over his shoulder at Jana's door and frowned. I wasn't sure if he was really wanting to make amends, or if he wanted another shot. Jana might be unsure if starting something with me was a bad idea, but I wasn't. There were roadblocks, but I was willing to bulldoze through them all. She'd awoken something in me I hadn't felt since I was a teenager, and I wasn't going to let it go. Not like I did with Jenny. That was a mistake I didn't plan to make twice. Colt? Jana called from inside her room. Yeah, I'm here. The door creaked open, and she finally came out of her empty bedroom. I muffled a curse because she definitely wasn't prepared to sleep here, which meant leaving my apartment this quickly was her way of running. I'd have to figure out a way to convince her to stick around. Maybe Beck wasn't so wrong in the way he orchestrated the beginning of his relationship with my daughter. Don't get me wrong, a part of me wanted to punch him for propositioning her, but I couldn't deny he had made up for his astounding idiocy. Maybe I needed to be less of a gentleman and save us from Jana's need to do everything on her own. A smile started to pull at my lips. I knew exactly what I needed to do. I just hoped Jana didn't strangle me when I told her. So you're going to run away from me again? Malcolm asked her. We're going to have to work through this eventually. Jana gestured emphatically between the two of them. There is nothing here. I don't know what you want from me, but whatever it is, I'm not interested. We had a thing, and you didn't have the balls to man up and tell me you weren't interested. Instead, I had to find you in bed with that bitch Matilda Forsythe to learn you'd moved on. He shoved his hand through his hair, tugging on the golden strands. I said I was an asshole. I can't change it. I'm asking for a chance here. For what? I interrupted. I don't see how this conversation has anything to do with you, Grayson, he snapped. It has everything to do with me if you are propositioning my woman. If you are trying to apologize, you're doing a shit job and wasting my time. Jana and I have things to discuss. Malcolm looked at Jana, and his jaw clenched. So, it seemed he was asking for a second chance with her after all. Really? Coulter Grayson? He's at least 10 years older than you. He's 12 years older than me, and I don't see how it's any of your business, she said, not denying my claim. Does his daughter know? No, I bit out. And you aren't going to tell her. His shoulders slumped. While I wouldn't trust the fucker with either of my sisters, he did have some rules. I'd never heard of him being a snitch. He might tell Sabrina, because for reasons I have never understood, they were good friends. Probably because Sabrina always tried to see the good in people, and to his credit, he'd never shown her his ugly side. "Gianna, let's go," I ordered. She bristled under my domineering tone, never one to take orders, but held back whatever she was dying to say until we were alone. "Yes, Daddy," she sassed. That mouth of hers was going to end me one of these days. Lord help me, but the more defiant she was, the more I wanted her. The moment we made it downstairs to the lobby, she hit me on the arm. "Your woman?" Then she hit me a few more times as if she were trying to punctuate exactly how ludicrous she found that statement. "Why in the hell would you tell him we are together? I don't need you to fight my battles." My temper snapped. She always found exactly the right button and pressed it without fail. "That's what you and I need to talk about." She narrowed her eyes, but before she opened her mouth to lay into me again, footsteps echoed in the staircase. Not wanting to deal with Malcolm again, I grabbed her elbow and pulled her out the door. Once we were in my car, I pondered where we should go. With her, there was always a high likelihood of yelling, which ruled out going to a restaurant. A public scene wasn't high on my to-do list. I pushed the button for the ignition and headed back to my apartment. We took the elevator up to the top floor in silence. Tension radiated off her while she waited for me to let us into my place. The second the door was open, she marched inside toward the window. After I closed the door, she spun around, fire blazing in her blue eyes. "Well, you wanted to talk?" she stated, holding her arms out wide. I put my arms across my chest. "You called me, or did you forget?" Her arms fell to her sides. "You're right." She took a deep breath and collected her thoughts. "I wanted to get away from Malcolm, but when I stormed off to my room, I realized there wasn't any furniture inside." I watched the urge to fight leave her. "What am I doing? I've never been this unsettled before. I honestly don't know how Evie dealt with all the uncertainty she faced before Beckett stormed into her life and turned it upside down. I tried to help, but she was just so damned stubborn. Is that what I'm doing? Being stubborn?" I crossed my arms across my chest. "Yes." She rolled her eyes, and the desire to spank her like a petulant child rose again. Speaking of Beck, he had one thing right. Sometimes you have to take risks to guarantee your own happiness. Her eyebrow rose, signaling her skepticism. "I don't think he was thinking farther than his dick." "Hey, he's my best friend, and my son-in-law." Well, if that wasn't a sentence I'd never thought I'd say. Fuck, when did life get so surreal? "Yeah, and I'm glad it all worked out for the best. But he hadn't even known Evie for 24 hours when he propositioned her. I know he loves her now, but when he suggested she fill the role of his PA and girlfriend, he really just wanted to fill her." I held my hand out to make her stop talking. "We really need to stop discussing my daughter's sex life." Jana shrugged. "You're the one who brought it up." A growl ripped from my throat. She was turning me into an animal. "We're getting off topic." "By all means." She waved her hand in front of her. "Continue." Nodding, I did just that. "What would you be willing to do to get your inheritance back?" She shook her head. "I don't need the money, Colt. I'm far luckier than most women. I own a substantial portion of a multi-billion-dollar company,
I've got a degree from one of the most prestigious universities in the country, and I own my own business. Yes, I'm upset, but I'm not going to twist myself into someone I'm not for money.
What about for revenge? Jana froze. Her eyes lit up with interest. She was listening. I found the loophole in your trust fund that will allow you to gain full control of your assets before you turn 30. I continued.
Judging by the misogynistic clauses I'm already aware of, I'm guessing I'm not going to like what you're going to tell me.
Rip the Band-Aid off, I told myself. I'd prolonged this too long already. If you are married at any point before turning 30, you gain full and immediate control of your trust fund. The silence was palpable until she started to pace. Then the only sound was the click of her heels on the hardwood floor. I stepped in front of her and put my hands on her shoulders, stopping her movement.
Like I can just find someone to marry me at the drop of a hat.
She barked a laugh. It wasn't prompted by humor, but disbelief.
But what else am I to do? I know if I don't get a hold of my inheritance, my father will funnel it into his own accounts. He's driving the company into the ground, and there is no way Maxwell Easton will scale back and live within his means.
I thought you didn't care about the money, I prompted her. In truth, I wanted to steer her toward this solution. Jana was a runner, and she could come up with a million reasons we shouldn't be together.
I don't want him to have it. Damn it! I'm part of the family too. He brings in my dumbass cousin and showers him with praise. I worked my ass off for the company, and because I have tits, I'm on the outs?
My eyes strayed down to her chest. Not my fault. She brought them up. There isn't a man alive who wouldn't look when a woman starts to talk about her breasts.
Colt, stop staring at my chest. Where am I going to find a husband?
I dropped my hands from her shoulders and held them out wide. Right here.
You don't need the money. Why would you put yourself in that position? What would you get out of it?
You. She knew I wanted her. I hadn't exactly made a secret of it.
So, you, want, like, a real marriage?
Her voice squeaked. We've already discussed the fact I want you in my bed. This isn't news to you. I'm not going to have you marry some random and sneak around behind his back. Because, brat, you will be mine.
Why does it sound like a term of endearment when you call me that?
I shrugged. You keep calling me Daddy. You didn't think I'd come up with my own pet name.
You're insane. Is this a midlife crisis? We can't get married.
I'm not middle-aged, I said through clenched teeth. She smirked. Fucking smirked. It was like she was trying to get spanked.
Whatever you say, Grandpa.
The humor faded from her expression.
Seriously, though, I can't do this to Evie. She's been through so much. She deserves to focus on being a newlywed and getting ready for the baby.
She had a point, and I hated to admit it. Still, letting her go wasn't an option. I knew Evie would eventually get used to the idea. So, we don't tell her.
How is that going to work, though? My father isn't just going to be satisfied with a marriage certificate. We're going to have to prove it's real.
It was my turn to smirk at her. It will be real. He can interview the neighbors. Her eyebrow curved up.
And what exactly would that prove?
The way you are going to be screaming my name? I'm sure the entire building will be able to testify our marriage is real.
Good Lord, you are full of yourself.
My smirk spread to a full smile. Soon you'll be full of me too. A blush spread up from her neck, turning her face a lovely scarlet.
How long are we supposed to stay married?
She stuttered. I considered lying to her, tell her an arbitrary timeline, but it was better to start a marriage out on the right foot. I believe the standard agreement is until death. She stomped her foot.
Be serious!
Staring at her, I let her see the answer in my eyes.
So, you want to get married forever and not tell your daughter?
We'll tell her eventually. You're right. She needs to focus on herself and her family right now. When the time is right, we'll tell her we're together, and if we have to, we'll have another wedding. Jana walked away from me and stared out the window as I often did. Slowly, fearing she'd bolt, I crept up behind her. With the tips of my fingers, I traced the smooth skin of her arm. Goosebumps erupted everywhere I touched her. With her head cocked to the side, I had access to her swan-like neck. How many times had I imagined kissing her there? Softly, I gave in to the urge to taste her. My imagination shouldn't get to have all the fun. As my lips ventured from her shoulder up to the spot under her ear, she shivered. Reaching around, I pulled her against me. My erection was straining against my trousers. The pressure of her perfect ass against my aching cock caused my eyes to roll back. It had been too long since I'd been with a woman, and Jana reduced me to a rutting teenager when I was near her. I'd run from this feeling once in my life, and I learned from my mistakes.
What happens when you get bored?
She whispered. Why would I get bored? I said against her neck. In the window, I watched her reflection. Her face looked sad.
Trust me, everyone grows tired of me eventually.
Forcing her to turn around, I cupped her face. Take a leap of faith. I know you've had bad luck in the past. Dating Malcolm and the way your father treats you. Of course you aren't going to trust pretty words. Don't let fear keep you from what we could be.
Chapter 11. Jana. Was that what I was doing? Letting fear rule me? Still, getting married to save my inheritance seemed hasty. I let my eyes travel the length of him. My head fit under his chin without my heels, which was remarkable since I was 5'9". He must have been close to 6'4", enough to make me feel dainty, something I'd never experienced. Coulter had never been shy about flirting with me. Before Evie's wedding, he made it clear he wanted to be with me, but I honestly wrote it off to just needing to scratch an itch. He didn't exactly have a reputation for being celibate, but I had to admit, it had been a while since I'd heard rumors about him being out with a woman. All my life, I'd done what was expected of me. Perhaps because I'd dated Malcolm, I'd made sure all my relationships were rational and appropriate for my family's social standing. I never drank to excess. In college, I rarely attended parties. So concerned with not being associated with the party girl heiresses, I became quite boring. I wasn't kidding when I told him he'd get bored of me eventually. In truth, I kind of bored myself. My nights were more often spent with takeout and Netflix alone in my apartment. Colt still enjoyed the nightlife. He was known to date beautiful women who spent their summers on yachts in the Mediterranean or jet-setting to Milan to attend fashion shows. Evie told me once she worried we were worlds apart. My money didn't give me opportunities that mattered. It pushed people away and left me to linger in a pretty cage. Worse, I shut the door on myself. Did I really want to fight to get that money back? No, not really. As terrified as I was of having been stripped of everything, it was also freeing to escape the shackles of my family. Still, Letting my father win made me want to vomit. I wanted to best him more than anything. Was I willing to get married to win? "I can strip if you need convincing," he teased. Good Lord, this man had an inflated ego. Even so, I tingled with the possibility of seeing the body I'd only ever gotten hints of under his tailored suits. Being married to him would have perks, for sure. If I agree to this, how are we going to explain to Sabrina I'm not going to live with her? "I can pay her rent. She doesn't need to be so stubborn," he griped. "She doesn't want you to do that." He exhaled. "No, she doesn't. Don't worry about it. Blame it on Malcolm." I shook my head vehemently. "I don't want to come between them." "I wish you would. That guy is a smarmy fucker, and I don't want him around either of my sisters. Don't worry about it, though. Waverly is due back in town soon, and I doubt she'll have a problem living with Sabrina. She keeps saying she wants her last year of college to be as normal as possible. A luxury apartment wouldn't be it." All my roadblocks were falling apart. Despite what Coulter said, we could always get divorced. I mean, it would be great if it worked out between us, but if it didn't, well, it wasn't the Middle Ages. I had options, and unlike a lot of women my age, I had resources. Or at least I would after we were married and my inheritance was under my control. "Okay," I whispered. Even that small sound had to be forced from my throat. He grabbed my hand and started pulling me through the apartment. I would have dug in my heels, not knowing where he was taking me, but my ridiculous heels made that impossible. "Where are we going?" I demanded instead, finding my voice. "Courthouse," he clipped out. With his free hand, he pulled his phone out of his pocket and started a text. "I've got a friend in the clerk's office who can get us a marriage license. It's a 3-day wait, and well, today is almost over." "We could just go to Vegas this weekend," I protested. "Or we could be married on Thursday," he replied. I nodded. It was better this way. Given too much time, I'd think of all the reasons this was a bad idea. We didn't know each other well. His daughter was my best friend. Okay, let's do it. I don't know what I expected in getting a marriage license. Like most little girls, I'd fantasized about my wedding. This was about as romantic as paying a bill. Colt's friend let us into a drab office. Everything was brown or beige, and the only decorations were a few fake plants that somehow also seemed wilted. The clerk asked us a few standard questions, and within minutes we were signing our names for our marriage certificate. "What's wrong?" Colt asked as we were exiting the building. "Nothing. It's nothing." I wrapped my arms around my stomach. He grabbed my shoulders and turned me to face him. "It's not nothing if you're upset. Talk to me." I guess I just expected more. I don't know, a ceremony or something. Slowly, his hands slid from my shoulders and grasped both my hands. "We aren't getting married at the courthouse on Thursday." I pulled my hands away. "I understand if you've changed your mind. This is too much to ask anyone to do. Marriage isn't a business venture, and I don't ever want to be the type of person that will lower herself to marry for money. Thank you for offering to help me, but you're off the hook." "I can't tell you we're marrying for love. We have never even been on a date," he began. My heart sank because a small part of me was hoping he'd deny every word I just spoke and declare an undying love for me, although that might have freaked me out just as much, since I wasn't sure how I felt about anything right at the moment, especially about him. "But," he continued, "I'm not marrying you for the money. I've got plenty, and I've never been one of those assholes that can't be happy with what I have. I am, however, a man acutely aware of what I don't have. I chuckled. What could you possibly not have? Someone to share my life with. He was telling me the truth. It was clear from the way he looked at me. So, you're willing to marry me in what? The hope that we will become more? He shrugged. You already know I want you in my bed. You are the first woman in a long time to invoke strong feelings in me. Cocking my head to the side, I gave him what I felt was my most skeptical look. You threaten to spank me almost daily. Coulter smirks. That's because you're a brat. But you're my brat, and that's the way I'd like it to stay. I swallowed hard. So, what are you saying then? You want the ceremony, the romance. I nodded my head. A part of me, the silly part lingering from the girl I used to be, couldn't stop hoping for a happily ever after. I plan to spoil you. You should get used to it. Wringing my hands, I bit my lower lip. Guilt chewed at my gut, and I couldn't release the feeling. I think not telling anyone is going to come back to haunt us. We can tell whoever you want. I think Evie will eventually accept us together. We can go right now if you want. Pulling my phone out of my purse, I resolved to do just that. I'll see if she can meet us. The phone rang several times before going to voicemail. That's odd, I muttered. It isn't very late, and we just saw her a few hours ago. She always answers my calls. Coulter wasn't worried. They are newlyweds. God, thinking about why she isn't answering is going to make me ill. I'll try Beck if for no other reason than to be a pain in the ass because he's with my daughter. Beckett actually answered his phone. I couldn't make out his words, but I could see the color drain out of Colt's face. We'll be right there, he said and hung up the phone. We need to hurry to the hospital.
Chapter 12. Coulter. Traffic was a blur as I raced across the city to the hospital. Beck's voice was tense on the phone, and I barely heard anything other than the word hospital before I hung up and dragged Jana the couple of blocks to where we'd parked the car. Inside the waiting room, Beckett paced back and forth. He was barely holding it together when we arrived, and I instantly rushed to his side. My usually stoic best friend wrapped his arms around me, and I held him while he shook with fear. What happened? I asked as soon as he let go.
When we got home, she said she wasn't feeling well and didn't want dinner. She went to lie down, but that didn't help. Next, she was complaining about back pain, so I rushed her here. The doctor has had her in the exam room monitoring her. They've got a strap thing around her stomach.
Why are you out here?
Jana asked him. He looked down, sheepishly.
I wouldn't stop demanding the doctor fix her, and apparently I was making their heart rates faster. The doctor kicked me out.
Luckily, Jana and I didn't need to wait nearly as long as Beck to find out what was going on. A doctor came down the hallway heading straight for us.
Mr. Anderson, can I speak to you a moment alone? He asked.
It's okay, doctor. This is Evie's father and her best friend. The doctor nodded. Mrs. Anderson is experiencing Braxton Hicks contractions. They're very common. I am a bit concerned about her stress level. Lowering it should make sure this baby doesn't come early. We still have a few weeks to go before she's full term. I'd like for her to stay off her feet this week, and there needs to be a reduction in her stress level for the rest of the pregnancy. I didn't realize I was holding my breath until he said she was going to be okay. Losing someone leaves a mark that can't be measured. I'd already lost her mother twice, and each time the pain cut deeper. Only once I had hope for the future, did I start to see that the love I felt for Jenny wasn't meant to be my forever. Even so, she was an important chapter in my life, and our daughter was the only remaining piece of her in this world. Beckett strolled off to speak to the doctor alone for a conversation I was positive I didn't want to be a part of. "He's asking the doctor if they can have sex, isn't he?" Jana asked, forcing the image of the two of them together into my mind. I groaned. Most likely. It's what I would do, but I sure as shit didn't want to think about it. He's a kinky fucker, and there are so many things about him I suddenly would like to unlearn. What about you? Her blush told me what part of my statement she was questioning me about. Am I a kinky fucker? She nodded, a quick jerk of her head. It was adorable to see her both flushed and embarrassed at the same time. You're going to find out really soon, brat. Jana worried her bottom lip and looked to make sure Beckett was still talking to the doctor. We can't tell them. You heard the doctor. We can't be the cause of any stress. I'd never forgive myself if we did and something happened to Evie or the baby. I was glad she brought it up, because I was thinking the same thing. We continue with the original plan, except for the courthouse. We aren't doing that. Becky came back from talking to the doctor. She's going to be released shortly if you want to see her. I shook my head. No, she'll be embarrassed if she thinks we were fussing over her. Just get her home and into bed. Beckett smirked and opened his mouth to say something. I held up my hand. If you make any jokes about getting her into bed, I'm going to punch you in the face. I love you like a brother, but considering you're technically my son-in-law now, I don't want to fucking hear it. Got me? His smile widened. Yes, father. I might punch you anyway, I mumbled. It was an improvement, though, to see the fear evaporate from him. I'd only been a dad, that I knew about at least, for a few months. But even with an adult child, I'd never felt so much fear for the well-being of another person. He had a lifetime of worry ahead of him. This time, when we walked to the car, it was a leisurely stroll. What's next? She asked as I opened her car door. Now we're going to talk to Sabrina. She's on a date, remember? I guess it can wait until the morning. You should probably let her know you're staying with me tonight since you don't have any furniture. Are you going to tell her what we're doing? I shook my head. I've got a plan. We can't risk Evie finding out about this until we are ready to tell her ourselves. Her shoulders dropped. I hate lying to everyone. We're not. They will all know you're going to live with me, but I doubt any of them will think to ask if we are married. If they don't ask, we aren't lying. It's still omitting the truth. She had a point, but we could ask for forgiveness later. Right then, though, I was going to protect my girls. All three of them. Sabrina, can you come into my office, please? I asked as I arrived the next morning. She immediately followed behind me. I might have given her the job because I felt a sense of familial duty, but she was the best assistant I'd ever had, probably because she didn't take the job to try and get in my bed. Both Beckett and I had dealt with that over the years. Usually, his assistants and secretaries ran from the building in tears, but mine were dismissed just the same. Only, I had a lot more finesse in letting women down. Close the door, I told her when she entered my office. Uh-oh. Look, I know you don't like interoffice dating, but Aaron doesn't work in the same department, and I didn't think it would be a problem. I fought a smirk. In the past, I'd tried to prevent employees from using the office as a hookup scene. When relationships ended, we usually lost an employee. It wasn't good for morale or long-term productivity to have people distracted in the workplace. Now that Beckett went and married his assistant, and I was secretly marrying the head of our new advertising agency, I could hardly continue that policy. I don't have a problem with you seeing the accountant unless it becomes a problem here in the office. I want to speak to you about Jana. She dropped down into one of the chairs in front of my desk.
Do you have a problem with her living with me?
Yes, actually. You know I'm not a fan of Malcolm Graham. He didn't treat Waverly well, and I doubt I'll ever forgive him for that. Her mouth turned down, and she squeezed the arms of the chair. This was an old argument we've had several times.
I know you don't understand why we're friends, but I've known him my entire life. Yes, he treated Waverly poorly, but she's a big girl and can handle herself. They weren't a good fit. And I told her before they started dating not to bring me into the middle of their relationship.
But see, Malcolm's past isn't isolated to Waverly. I know Jenna doesn't want me to speak up for her, but
you're going to do it anyway, like the giant busybody you are.
I smirked at her. See how well you know me? Jana and Malcolm dated in high school. I know she wouldn't want to come between you and a friend, but I can't see her being comfortable being around him as often as the two of you hang out. Her back hit the chair, and I knew some of the fight was escaping her.
I didn't know. I never kept track of his girlfriends. We didn't go to the same school, and anyway, he's a couple years older. What are you suggesting?
I'm going to offer to let her move back into my apartment. Her eyes narrowed.
You're up to something.
Believe what you want. Also, Waverly emailed and told me she's coming back from Europe. She's going to need a place to live. She's tired of living at home with the parents.
I got the same email. I don't think she's going to want to live in my building, though. And before you suggest it, I'm not letting you buy me an apartment.
I knew she was going to say that. I'll buy her furniture then, and I don't think she's going to fight it. In fact, she needs to learn from you. She's been coasting by as an heiress for far too long, and she needs to learn to be more self-sufficient.
If you say so. She's going to hate it,
Sabrina replied. Maybe, but my father wants me to stop giving her money. She's got a trust fund, but it hardly meets the amount of money she's used to spending.
That's because your father is shit with money and has spent himself down a tax bracket. Old money doesn't last forever if nothing new ever goes into the bank.
Exactly. She's going to be pissy, but I've got a daughter and a grandchild on the way. Hopefully more children to follow, but I kept that part to myself. Jana didn't even believe how real I planned our marriage to be. That was a conversation for another time. My point, I picked up from where my mind wandered, is that I am not willing to continue to support my sister, who is the same age as my daughter. If my daughter can make it on her own, then my sister certainly needs to.
If you say so,
Sabrina muttered. I thought the two of you were close.
We are, or at least we were. And don't give me that look. It isn't Malcolm that caused a divide. But Waverly has a sense of entitlement I don't understand. I agree with you. She needs to learn some self-reliance. Just don't expect her to thank you for it anytime soon.
I don't. But it doesn't mean it isn't what's best for her. Your stubbornness is actually something I'm the proudest of you for. You've always demanded to work for what you have. I've never met anyone worse at accepting gifts than you.
Thank you?
She said like it was a question.
So, who's going to tell Jana she's going to be living with you?
I waved my hand, dismissing her question. I spoke to her about it last night. I gather Malcolm approached her wanting to hash out the past, and Jana would very much like to leave it behind her. I told her the room was still available, and her only concern is you. Sabrina smiled.
That's really sweet of her. I'll talk to her and tell her it's fine.
She stood and moved toward the door.
Unless you had something else you wanted to talk about. You've got a meeting in 15 minutes with the legal department about the automotive deal in Germany.
I better get back to making more money.
I gathered my laptop and focused on work for the rest of the day.
Chapter 13. Jana. "Why didn't you tell me you used to date Malcolm?" Sabrina asked, causing me to jump. "You scared the shit out of me," I sighed. "I guess you talked to Colt." She nodded. "You should have told me. It's okay if you want to move back in with Colt. I mean, I was looking forward to girls' nights in and stuff, but I know Mal can be an asshole. He and I are just friends, so I've seen another side of him, but I also saw the way he treated my sister, so I do understand." "I'm sorry. I should have told you. I was going to, but I don't want to come in between your friendship. I'm not hung up on him or anything, but he keeps trying to rehash old news, and some things are better left in the past. We can still have girls' nights." "Honestly, I should have figured it out. You disliked him too much not to have dated him. I haven't met a single one of his exes that doesn't wish him an eternity in the pits of hell. I'm going to hold you to girls' night." Sabrina exhales loudly. "I guess this means I'm going to be rooming with Waverly." My brow furrowed. "I thought you were close." Sabrina tipped her head to the side. "We are, mostly. Things got weird when she decided to date my friend. I mean, it's partly his fault, too, because he pursued her, but it was bad from start to finish. As weird as you think it would be for you to be around Mal, amplify that by 1,000, and that's what it's going to be like when they are in the same room." She dropped into the chair in front of my desk. "You're going to end up having sex with my stepbrother." I coughed. "What?" She rolled her eyes. "Come on. You're both hot. He's a bit of a man whore, or at least he used to be. If you sleep with him, you better marry him. He's not as jaded as he wants the world to believe, and he seems different with you." "Are you asking me what my intentions are with your brother?" "Huh, I guess I am." This is so not how I saw this conversation going when I thought about how I was going to tell you I was going to move in with Colt. "What about Evie?" "What about her?" I asked. "Are we all going to pretend you aren't hooking up with her dad? How are we playing this?" I shook my head. "I'm not hooking up with Colt. Technically. Marriage isn't considered hooking up, at least I didn't think it is." "Fine, whatever. Actually, yeah, don't tell me. So if she asks me something is going on with you and her dad, I can tell her no and not be lying." "If something happens between Colt and I, we'll tell her. When she can handle it. She was in the hospital last night with Braxton Hicks contractions, and Beckett nearly lost his mind." Sabrina's brow scrunched up. "I thought those were normal for the 3rd trimester." I shrugged. How would I know? I was an only child, and my experience with babies was non-existent. The doctor was concerned about her stress level and wanted her to rest for a week.
The contractions were a bit stronger than he'd like to see at this stage of her pregnancy. She thought about what I said, but the look of concern didn't go away. Don't wait too long. I know it would be weird for her at first, but, if something happens, it's better she finds out from you than finding out on her own. My phone buzzed across my desk. Evie's name flashed across the screen. You are supposed to be resting, so this better not be a work call, I greeted. Turn on the news, she demanded. I'm still at work. She sighed. Then get on the internet. Fine. Give me a minute. I was on my way out the door. Booting up my computer, I opened it to the local paper. What am I looking for? I scrolled down, and my hand froze on the mouse. The Easton Corporation is under investigation for fraud and tax evasion. In a statement from Agent Carter with the FBI, it is alleged CEO Maxwell Easton falsely inflated profits to encourage investment. According to inside information, Maxwell Easton was counting on the successful launch of Easton Vodka to bring the failing company back into the black before investors caught on to the full extent of the financial problems. Oh my God, I whispered. Looks like you found it, Evie replied. I thought you should know, because I'm guessing this is the real reason your father froze your assets. He was going to try and use my money to boost the company and thought I wouldn't notice. I'm sorry. I shook my head, but then I remembered she couldn't see me. Don't be. I've got to go and call Colt. He hired someone to look into this. You don't have to call me, he announced from my office doorway. Beck saw the news and told me to get over here. Evie, I'm going to run now and see if there's anything I can do now. Don't you go worrying about this, though. I can't not worry about you. I know, and I love you for it, but you just focus on my niece and I'll handle this. You know you won't be the baby's aunt, Colt said after I hung up. Why? Because I'm not blood-related? Evie and I have been through a lot together. She'd be an aunt to my kids. Blood doesn't matter. Look at what my blood is doing to me. It isn't that. You're going to be, he winced, the baby's grandma. My eyes widened as the horror of what he was saying dawned on me. I can't be a grandma. I'm only 26. I'm only 38, and yet here we are. Also, your kids will be Evie's brother or sister, not her nephew or niece. That would only be true if we have kids. You're going to be my wife. To get my trust fund. He shrugged. If you say so. When he made this ridiculous proposal, I assumed we may explore our attraction to each other, but not that he intended a real, lasting marriage. Grab your stuff. We've got to go see my investigator, he said, ending my train of thought. We walked a couple of blocks and were right back at Hotspot. This time he didn't linger in the main area, but headed straight to an office in the back of the bar. Jana, this is Doug. He's working with the forensic accountant I hired to track your money. I reached out and shook his hand. What do you have for us, Doug? Colt asked, getting down to business. From what I have dug up, he fidgeted in his seat. In, not entirely legal ways. Colt nodded. Go on. I told you to do what needed to be done. Okay, well, it looks like Maxwell has promised investors an influx of millions of dollars. The amount matches the sum of your liquid assets, Jana. There were emails going back and forth as late as this afternoon. Before or after the story broke, I asked him. It looks like it was just before. I've already spoken to the lawyer you put on retainer, and she filed an injunction preventing Maxwell from accessing those accounts. An independent trustee has been placed over the account. Have you ever seen your grandfather's will? He asked.
I shook my head. No, he died when I was in middle school. My grandma always told me I was his favorite, and he made sure I'd be taken care of. I used to go to the office with him. It's what made me want to work for the company. It wasn't the same without him, though. There's a lot of holes in the documents I've found, but from what I've found, it looks like your grandparents really didn't trust their own son when they created your account. He has the ability to sign off on your decisions, but it turns out he can't withdraw any money without your signature, Jana. I don't get it. If he needed my signature, how did he plan to get it by freezing me out of everything? Yeah, this is going to take some digging. To be honest, there are a lot of transactions that don't make sense. I think there is much more to the case the FBI is building, Doug theorized. Doug turned his screen around, and I froze. I found an addendum to your trust fund. He scanned into his documents. If you are unmarried by the time you are 30 or have not gained an executive-level position, you forfeit your inheritance. Also, if your marriage is proven fraudulent, you will also forfeit your inheritance. But there aren't signatures on these pages, so it looks like there's at least another page to this document. Even so, I'm only 26. How would this give him access now? He recently demoted you, correct? Doug asked. Yes, he replaced me with my cousin. That explains this, then, he murmured to himself as he pulled up another document. Colt leaned forward. Shit. That's to an attorney? Doug nodded. Yeah, it looks like he's trying to gain access to your inheritance since you won't be in an executive position in the company. He is arguing that your incompetence in the handling of Easton Vodka led to the financial decline of the company's financial position, and that led to your demotion. Wouldn't I have had to be notified about this? I asked. All the correspondence was sent to the apartment you were prohibited from occupying. My inheritance wouldn't be enough to cover the money the business is hemorrhaging. What is the total of your assets in your inheritance? Well, there's my apartment, some stock in the company, and an account of $10 million. How much stock? Doug pushed. My brow furrowed. I think about 5%. You think? My dad said, I never once questioned what I was told, and I never asked to see the will. Colt leaned forward. We need to find the rest of the will.
Chapter 14. Coulter. Jana settled back into the guest room after our meeting with Doug. She was even more rattled than when she was locked out of her apartment. Everything she'd believed to be true was shaken. Her life was changing dramatically, and I knew I had to give her some space to let it all settle. At least, I did for one night. I've always been an early riser. For more years than I care to count, I'd woken with the sun after tossing and turning all night. The sun was the permission I needed to finally end my nightly torment. This morning, however, I found myself waking from an abundance of excitement about what the day might hold. I went about my morning ritual, making coffee and scrolling through various stock reports and the news, while waiting for my lawyer to get back to me. Doug had hit a brick wall, and we needed a bit more legal muscle in order to track down the missing will of Jana's grandfather, the man she was named for, Janice Easton. I'd barely poured my second cup of coffee when my phone started to ring. Caroline James flashed across my screen. I scrambled to grab my phone and accept the call. Thanks for getting back to me so fast, Caroline. Did the court grant the injunction preventing Maxwell Easton from accessing Jana's accounts? Caroline was the best estate lawyer on the West Coast. If she wasn't able to protect Jana's assets, no one would be able to. One of the reasons I insisted Jana and I reach out to Caroline was to keep Maxwell from liquidating Jana's assets to dig himself out of the legal trouble currently splashed all over the media. I did. I'm also working to track down the complete last will and testament of Janice Easton. I've never seen anything like this. The entire document should be on file with the court, but there's docket numbers without files. I'm trying to find Janice's attorney, but he retired years ago. Doug told Jana and I last night that it appeared her grandparents didn't trust her father. I'm willing to bet there's a backup somewhere. Good point. We'll go through all Janice's transactions before his passing and see if we can find a thread. Was there anything else you needed? A judge. We've already got a marriage license. I held my breath while waiting for my longtime lawyer and friend to release her opinion. I heard her exhale on the other side of the line, and I could picture her pinching the bridge of her nose. How long have we known each other? It was a rhetorical question. We were in the same undergrad classes at the University of Washington. Since you shot me down when I asked you out during freshman English class? Me telling you I prefer women was not shooting you down. She scoffed. This was a common exchange between us over the last 20 years. My point is, she continued, I've known you a long time. Not once have I seen you stay with one woman longer than 2 or 3 months. Now you're asking me to help you marry a woman you haven't even gone out on a single date with? Come on, Care. You know what the situation is. I know what her situation is. There are worse things in life than losing a large sum of money. She's young, well-educated, and owns her own business. Jana has the rest of her life to rebuild her fortune. I doubt it will even take her 10 years. You do not need to play white knight and marry her, Colt. My jaw clenched, and I took a deep, calming breath through my nose. I don't need a lecture. I need help. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. She was quiet for a long time, and when I heard her sigh, I knew she was thinking about helping me. Tell me why you want to marry her. Don't feed me any more bullshit about her getting her trust fund. I know what you've already done for her, helping her set up her business away from her father. What are you getting out of this transaction? I don't know, I murmured. Bullshit, she snapped. Tell me. A family, I shouted. I'm 38 years old. I've got a daughter I only just found out about. I want a second chance. A second chance? She asked me. I'd never told her about Jenny. Hell, I'd never told Beckett about her either. A second chance at having more. My voice was soft and filled with all the regret I'd accumulated over the last 23 years. Coulter, you're one of the richest men in Seattle. What more could you need? Things, Care. I don't give a shit about things. I want a family. Does Jana know you're using her situation to tie her down? I groaned, not because what she said bothered me. I was using Jana's situation to get her into my life, but because I suddenly couldn't get the image of tying Jana up out of my head. Coulter, so help me. If you are fantasizing about bondage right now, I'm going to come over there and plant my Louboutins up your ass. Then don't paint that picture. Be real with me here. Does she know you plan on having a real marriage? I've accepted she's not going to help me. Can't say I blame her either. When Beckett told me about his arrangement with Evie, before I knew she was my daughter, I thought he was batshit crazy. Still, it felt good to unload everything to a friend. I've told her. She doesn't seem to believe me. She thinks it's primarily a business arrangement, I admitted. Primarily? There's a lot of chemistry between us. She knows I want her. I've told her she'll be in my bed, but she thinks it's just an itch I need to scratch. Is she right? Caroline asked. Fuck. You too? Is that what everyone thinks about me? That I only think with my cock? I snapped. You know you have a reputation. She sighed. Are you going to help me or not? I pushed. Will you at least let me draw up a prenup? My fist clenched by my side. I forced myself to release it as an idea formed. On one condition. Set it up so that if she stays married to me for a year, she can walk away without either of us splitting up our assets. This is going to blow up in your face, she mumbled, then huffed. I'll do it, because there's one way the trustees will release her assets without believing the marriage is real. I nodded my head, but of course she couldn't see me. It will be. Just get me a year with her, and it will be. She sighed. I can't believe I'm going to do this. Part of me thinks you're certifiably insane, but I'm actually rooting for you. Thanks, Care, I said, and ended the call. Caroline texted me around 9, only a couple hours after we spoke. Paperwork is in order. Meet me at my office in an hour. Jana still hadn't stirred, but at least now I had an excuse to go and wake her. She was curled up in bed, her long blonde hair fanned out around her, and she had a pillow clasped tightly to her chest. Jana, I announced. She continued to sleep soundly, so I sat next to her on the bed and gently shook her. One cornflower blue eye pried open. She rolled to her back and stretched, pushing out her luscious tits. I forced myself to look away before all the blood traveled south to my dick. Now was not the time to think with my cock. She was likely going to be pissed when she learned of the prenup, and I needed all my wits to handle her mercurial temper. Colt? She looked around the room. I watched while the previous day caught up to her. Hey, brat. Time to get up. Caroline got in touch with me and wants us to meet her at her office. She sat up immediately. Did she find my grandfather's will? I shook my head. Not yet. I took a deep breath. She's prepared a prenuptial agreement for us to go over and sign. We can get you your own lawyer to go over it if you'd like. Jana blinked a few times. Oh, of course. I mean, you know I'm not after your money, don't you? Not able to help myself, I brushed her hair out of her face. I know. This is for you. We don't know what you are going to inherit, and there's no way the trustees on your accounts wouldn't demand your assets be protected. I trust you, she murmured. My mouth fell open, and I quickly hid the reaction to her statement. I couldn't deny that hearing those words hit me straight through the chest, though. The truth was, I was keeping something from her, and I didn't want to lose the trust she didn't easily give. I licked my lips. No doubt Caroline would out me anyway, so it was better if she heard it from me. I do want one thing. She rolled her eyes again, and I narrowed mine in response. I swear I'm going to take you over my knee, I threatened her. Just spit it out, Colt. You've already made it clear you expect sex from this arrangement. What else could have you walking on eggshells? I told you, I am not going to have a sham marriage so that you can get your inheritance. If we do this, it's going to be for real. She looked down at her lap, studying the way her fingers twisted the blanket. Until you get bored. It was on the tip of my tongue to refute her claim, but only time would prove that to her, which brought me to the exact thing I needed to fess up to. I want a year. Her brow furrowed. For what? You can't leave me for a year. I want that time to prove to you we can make this work, I replied. I thought you said if we did this, it was forever. She did love tossing my words back at me. I did say that, and I still mean it. That doesn't mean a court wouldn't let you out of the marriage if you wanted to end it. So, if we do this, I want you to promise me you'll try. That you'll give me a year to show you what we can be. What happens if I were to leave? My heart sank. She'd already made up her mind we weren't going to work. Why was I pushing so hard to have her? I shrugged. We'll have to go look over the paperwork to know for sure. My guess is that we'd each agree to forfeit a certain amount of our assets in the event either of us ended the relationship before the end of the year. And what about in case of cheating? She asked. My fists clenched. Is this about Graham? You aren't planning on seeing anyone else, are you? She rolled her eyes again. I haven't been with anyone in 2 years. And for the record, I would never take him back. I'm not talking about me. Shit, Gianna. Is that what you think of me? I can keep my dick in my pants. Not that I'm going to need to, because I will have a beautiful young wife I plan on fucking frequently. She squirmed in place. She might try to deny it, but she wanted me as badly as I wanted her. If it makes you feel better, I continued, I'm sure Caroline has already included a provision for what you'd get if I were to stray. She likes to mess with me almost as much as you do. Jana looked up at me. There was an innocence in her gaze that I wasn't sure was due to her youth, or if it was just something about her. When are we doing this? Does today work for you? I don't want you sleeping in here another night. You do know that we don't have to get married to have sex, right? Call me old-fashioned, but I like the idea of us waiting until we're married. My heart thumped harder with the image of sliding a ring on her finger. Taking Janet to bed was a fantasy I'd replayed nightly since the first time we argued. But somehow the idea was even more appealing taking her as my wife. Maybe you're just old, she muttered. Go get ready, I said, ignoring her dig. Caroline wants to meet us in an hour. I expected her to throw a fit about the lack of time to get ready the way Waverly would, but she didn't even bat an eye. I'll be ready in a half an hour. Will that give us enough time to get there? She asked without pause. Unable to resist, I gave her a quick peck on the lips. It should be enough. I'm going to go to our room and change myself. I'll meet you in the living room in 30 minutes.
Chapter 15. Jana. Just sign on the line. Caroline slid a pen toward me. We'd gone over the details of the prenuptial agreement. It was fairly standard. The only thing odd about it was how it was designed to keep me married to Coulter rather than protecting either of us should we divorce. I wasn't worried about it, though. She included a clause that said if we mutually decided to split before a year was up, we'd each keep the assets we entered the marriage with. Of the two of us, I was sure Coulter would want to end this. Until then, I had to guard my heart. Are you both sure about this? She asked, her gaze fixed on Coulter. My head turned to Coulter.
I was missing something, but I wasn't sure what was going on. He reached out and squeezed my hand, and I could feel my pulse start to race. My mouth went dry, and my eyes bounced back and forth between the two of them. Colt's eyes met mine. "Last chance to back out," he said. Honestly, it sounded like I was doing him a favor instead of the other way around. I swallowed. "Now?" He looked suddenly nervous. "The judge is ready for us. I know this isn't romantic, but I promise we can do a big wedding whenever you want." Without thinking, I was shaking my head. I've never dreamed of my wedding. I don't need a big party. He gave me a sad smile. "You deserve one. You should have so much more than I'm giving you right now." That didn't come out right. I've dreamed of a family, a real one. The wedding wasn't really a big part of the fantasy, only everything that came after. I admitted. It was probably the most truthful thing I'd ever said to him. This was weird. Usually, we were trading teasing barbs. Yes, flirting, but this genuine, emotional interaction wasn't us. With his free hand, he tucked my hair behind my ear, and his smile became more carefree. "Don't disappear inside your head. I'm sure we'll be back to bickering in no time." Caroline shook her head. "I can't believe it," she muttered under her breath. Colt turned his head to her and raised his eyebrow in question. "Maybe this isn't such a dumb idea," she said with a shrug of her shoulder. "I think the two of you might be perfect for each other." Chills raced up my body, but I shut that shit down fast. Things like that didn't happen to me. Caroline clapped her hands, dragging our attention back to her. "Well, it isn't a fairy tale setting, but I had my staff set up our large conference room for the ceremony. It's better than Judge Kilroy's office, trust me on that." She didn't wait for us to discuss further. She simply stood and strolled out of the room, expecting us to follow her. My mouth gaped open when we entered the conference room. Flowers and candles filled the space. That might have stolen the focus, if not for the floor-to-ceiling windows with views of the city and Mount Rainier looming in the background. Suddenly, I was regretting getting ready so quickly. Not that I needed hours to feel comfortable in my body, but this was my wedding, and according to Colt, the only one I'd ever have. Colt proved once again he could read me like no one had ever been able to before. His large hands cupped my face, tilting my eyes up to his. "You're beautiful. I prefer you like this. I feel like I can see you, the real you, when you're less done up." It wasn't that I ever overdid my clothes and makeup, but today I wore nothing more than tinted lip balm and mascara. Something about being alone with Colt made me feel like I didn't need the extra armor to face the world. My dress was a simple peach shift, but with the way he looked at me, I felt more beautiful than when I was dressed in couture and flawlessly made up. We turned and faced Judge Kilroy. He watched us with an amused expression. He opened the book in his hands and began the simple ceremony. The fact that we were marrying without our family and friends stopped mattering once he started talking. The only person I could focus on me was Coulter. I winced when the judge asked for the rings. We hadn't gotten around to that, not that either of us could wear them with us getting married in secret. Coulter reached into the pocket of his slacks and pulled out 3 rings. He gave me a shy smile as he slid a beautiful pink diamond solitaire on my finger and a matching platinum band with tiny diamonds embedded in it. He dropped his ring in my hand after he slid the rings on my finger. They were a matching set, only his was a bit wider and had fewer diamonds. "When?" I asked. He shoved his hand through his hair, messing up his thick, wavy locks. I got them when you insisted on going to Sabrina's. I never intended to leave you there." Judge Kilroy cleared his throat. Right, we had a ceremony to finish. I repeated my vows and placed his ring on his finger. Colt lifted my hand and kissed the knuckle behind my rings. "By the power vested in me by the state of Washington, I pronounce you husband and wife." The judge finished the short ceremony. Colt didn't wait for permission. He took me into his arms and kissed the hell out of me. "Let's go home," he whispered in my ear. I shivered. Whatever might happen in the future, I planned to enjoy this moment. I hadn't had many special moments in my life, and I had a feeling this was one I didn't want to miss.
Chapter 16. Coulter. As soon as the marriage certificate was signed, I grabbed Jana's hand and dragged her out of Caroline's high-rise office to my car. The need to get her home consumed me. "What's the hurry?" she asked. Her cheeks were flushed, so I knew she was aware why I was in a rush. "I need you and a bed, now." She sucked in a breath, but for once she didn't argue with me. I knew she wanted me too, but I wasn't sure if she was still fighting it. The traffic gods smiled down on us, and we made it back to my place, our place, in record time. I led her to my private elevator inside the garage and watched every floor light up as the elevator rose. Mine. The voice inside my head demanded I claim my new wife. It was a primitive instinct, one that was impossible to ignore. In the foyer outside the door, I quickly keyed in the code and swept her up into my arms. She giggled. "Is this necessary?" The ability to speak escaped me, and I grunted instead. I moved through the apartment and straight into our room. "We'll move your stuff in here later. Right now, I need you to take your clothes off." She stared at me, frozen in place. "Now, brat. Strip." Ever the temptress, she turned her back to me. I clenched my jaw until she pulled her tresses over her shoulder, exposing the zipper of her dress. "You do it," she ordered. I smirked, even though she couldn't see me. This woman lit my blood on fire. Putting my hands on her shoulders, I pulled her back into my chest. "I have very specific needs, wife." She looked over her shoulder, placing her plump lips next to mine. "Such as?" "Control. I know that's a hard concept for you." "Impossible," she breathed out. My hand slid down her arms until they wrapped around her wrists. How beautiful she would look tied to my bed. "I can't give you control over my life, Colt." There was a vulnerability in her voice I'd normally relish, but not when it was being caused by her insecurity over us. "You will grow to trust me. Your heart is safe with me, Jana. I don't want to run your life, but when it is the two of us, when I touch you, I will be the one in control." She dropped her head down. "I'll try." I released her wrists. "That's all I ask." Slowly, I pulled the zipper down and let her dress pool on the floor around her feet. "Step out," I instructed. She didn't hesitate. She was better at this than she thought. Jana had been carrying the weight of her life for so long. She had no idea the freedom she'd find in handing the burden over once in a while. I wanted to set her free and watch her thrive within my arms. Tugging on her hand, I prompted her to turn around. The breath I was holding rushed out. She stood in front of me in nude pumps and white lace lingerie. "Beautiful," I praised. Her blue eyes shone up at me. She was so starved for affection, and I planned on spoiling her with it. Lifting her up, I encouraged her to wrap her legs around my waist. My hand fisted in her hair, and our mouths slammed together. She tasted like mint, hope, and the future. I never knew you could taste the future, but now I knew it tasted like Jana. I let go of her hair, reached behind me, and flicked her shoes off. With more care than I thought I was capable, I laid her out on the bed. Reaching behind her, I undid the clasps of her bra and peeled it off her, taking a moment to appreciate her perfect tits. I longed to suck her nipples until they pebbled to tight buds. The rosy tips taunted me, but first I wanted to see all of her. Once I managed to pull my attention away from her tits, I slid her panties down her mile-long legs. My hands roamed back up her satiny flesh to her knees, and I pried them apart, exposing her most private place to me. Mine. The thought roared through my mind again. I dropped down in front of her, causing her to squeal in embarrassment.
"What are you doing?"
she squeaked, pulling her knees together. I tisked. Don't ever hide from me. I grabbed her knees again and coaxed them back open.
"Colt, I think maybe we're moving too fast,"
Jana protested. My eyes snapped up to hers. There was fear reflected through the blue orbs. Not fear of my touch, I realized, but fear of how she was feeling. No, I think I've been waiting forever for this moment. She licked her lips.
"Yeah, I think maybe you're right."
Good. She was with me. I wasn't a fool. I knew she was still apprehensive, but in time, she'd see how good we could be together. I was falling for this woman. I hadn't reached the bottom yet, but it was only a matter of time. I just needed to push her over the edge to join me. Despite the drive to slam into her, I knew she would need some care to be ready to take me, because I was not a small guy. I dragged my teeth across my bottom lip, ready to feast on the woman who had completely taken over my mind over the last few months. I parted the lips of her pussy with my fingers and exposed her further to my gaze. Not able to hold back any longer, I buried my face in her folds, taking in the smell of her arousal. The first swipe of my tongue had her legs squeeze against my head. I chuckled against her flesh, but her action only drove me on. I kept steady pressure against her clit, swiping my tongue around the tiny bundle of nerves, adding in a scrape of my teeth, making her legs start to shake against my head. I used my fingers to drive her higher. Her walls squeezed hard on my fingers, making my cock twitch in anticipation. She was tight. Not that I had any doubt about her claim not to have been with anyone in a couple of years, but it was more than clear with my fingers buried in her pussy. Her walls clamped even harder around my fingers, and I worked her harder until she was writhing underneath me. Working my way deeper into her cunt, I found the spot that made her gasp and shudder. I curled my fingers against the spot, working her without mercy. Wordless sounds spilled from her mouth as her orgasm took her away. "That's one," I said. She blinked, slowly coming back down from the high of release.
"One what?"
"I'm going to make you come a lot today. That was only the first time."
Chapter 17. Jana. Now you're mine. His words rang through my mind, making my body tingle in anticipation. If I was honest with myself, his words thrilled me. I've been trying to convince myself this marriage was more of a business arrangement, but I would be fooling myself not to admit I had feelings for Coulter Grayson.
My body felt boneless after the attention he showed me. I thought I'd had decent sex. I was wrong. He was still dressed, and I was a quivering mess. He licked his full bottom lip, and I had to stifle a moan. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that those lips were about to cover every inch of my body. A marriage of convenience or not, there was an attraction simmering between us. "You're counting my orgasms?" I asked after I managed to find my voice. His voice dropped low. "I've ached for you for months now. I can't get you out of my head, and I've tried. Now that you're here, I'm counting every experience with you. I was so close to not getting to have this in my life, to have you." I swallowed a ball of emotion threatening to choke me. You tried not to want me? Damn my insecurities all to hell. Of all the things he'd just told me, that was the one thing I chose to latch onto? Coulter's eyes narrowed, and he huffed a humorless laugh. "There's a long list of reasons I should have walked away from what's growing between us. God help me, I can't. It doesn't matter to me that you're my daughter's best friend, that you're 12 years younger than me, or hell, that you're friends with my stepsister. I know you're worried about what Evie is going to think, that you believe this is some kind of business transaction. But know this, I'm going to show you exactly what kind of marriage we're going to have." My heart pounded hard against my ribs. I tried to suck in a full breath, but all I could manage were shallow, panting inhales. "You mean there's more?" His answering smile chipped away a bit of the hardness surrounding my heart. "I'm just getting started." "Yeah?" Real articulate, I chided myself. "I'm going to have you in every way I've been imagining. There isn't a part of your body I don't intend to claim. You are going to be my wife, not just in front of others, but behind closed doors, too." Yes, please. My traitorous body was fully on board with his plans. I tried to convince myself on the drive up here that he wasn't serious about having a physical relationship. Not that I managed to believe my own lies, but being this close to finding out what he had going on under those tailored suits was making my brain short-circuit. He rose back to his feet and slowly worked the tiny buttons of his dress shirt free. Each one caused his shirt to gape a little more and expose the muscular chest I'd only gotten a hint of in his designer clothes. When his shirt was undone, my mouth gaped open. I knew he was built, but the man before me was more than I could have imagined. His torso was cut with powerful slabs of muscle, but that wasn't what had my blue eyes blinking in awe. Several tattoos covered his body. He wasn't completely covered in ink, but each one was in contrast to the businessman I'd taken him for. The corner of his mouth curved up at my response, but he didn't stop shedding his clothes. His fancy trousers dropped next, and he kicked them off along with his socks and shoes. His black boxer briefs barely contained his enormous cock, and I felt a moment of fear wondering if that would even fit inside me. "Why are you shaking your head?" he asked me. I hadn't realized I was. "There's no way that's going to fit." I slapped my hand over my mouth, embarrassed by my outburst. An amused laugh rumbled through his chest. "You can take me. Have some faith." His hands slipped under the waistband, and I watched as he stroked his cock under the clingy material for a moment before he worked them over his hips and down his wide thighs. "Holy shit!" I exclaimed when my eyes landed on several silver balls running under his dick. I started to get up off the bed. Nope,
There's no way that's going to fit. I want a divorce." His laugh boomed around the room while he continued to stroke himself. "You're going to love it. I told you that you'd have to trust me." "What is that?" My mouth gaped open and closed. "It's called a Jacob's ladder," he said, as if it weren't a big deal he had several metal rods trailing up his cock. "And, before you ask, I got it because it increases pleasure for both of us." "But you work in an office. I had no idea all of this," I waved in the direction of his body, "was hiding under all that Hugo Boss." "Even bad boys grow up, Jana." I cast him a skeptical look because he definitely looked like a bad boy. "You look like you're ready to run," he commented, noticing the way I was still frozen, staring at his bedazzled dick. "I'm thinking about it," I admitted. Colt rolled his eyes. "When I'm done with you today, you won't be able to walk, let alone run. I think I'll fuck you boneless every day to make sure you stay." He ignored my mounting anxiety and strolled over to his dresser. He pulled open the top drawer and retrieved a strip of condoms. An entire strip? Suddenly, him counting my orgasms seemed more like a threat than a sexy promise. Dear Lord, the power of his body was a pleasant surprise. Suddenly, his warning that I wouldn't be able to walk for days started to feel like a very real possibility. I certainly had never been with a man like him, so I didn't have any experiences to compare him to. He returned to the bed with a folded piece of paper and a strip of condoms. "I got tested recently. I have condoms, but since we're married, I hope you'll agree not to use them. It's your choice, though. I want you to be comfortable." My eyes dropped to his erect cock. "I don't see how I'm going to be comfortable with that beast anywhere near me." "Jana, focus," he demanded. I'd never had sex without a condom, but if I couldn't take that leap with my husband, I never would. "I'm on the pill, and I was tested after my last relationship." He raised his eyebrow and waited for me to say the words. "No condoms," I whispered. "Thank fuck," he muttered and crawled toward me. His fingers threaded through mine. I felt the intensity flow through me as he stared into my eyes. "You're mine." I nipped his lower lip on my way to whisper in his ear, "As long as you're mine." Colt groaned into my neck. "Deal." I wrapped my legs around his waist and pulled him into me. My body protested the intrusion, but the rush was exquisite. My eyes nearly rolled back into my head as each metal ball stroked my sensitive flesh. He slowly pushed inside of me, each inch easier than the last, until I was full of him. He held still deep inside of me, and his eyes bored into mine. Despite my efforts to fight it, we were connected, body and soul. Acknowledging my feelings allowed my body to relax. Colt's fingers laced through mine, and he held my hands above my head. I was completely at his mercy, and instead of trapped, I felt free. I didn't need to say the words to let him know I was ready. Colt could read me better than anyone I'd ever known. His pace picked up, each thrust more powerful than the last, until the room filled with the sound of slapping flesh. "You're holding back," Colt growled in my ear. "Give yourself to me. Admit you're mine." Wordless sounds fell from my mouth. I was scared to give him what he was asking for, but I wasn't sure I had the ability to keep it from him. My heart and my body wanted to be his. It was only my mind resisting him. Colt pulled out and slammed back in. Each drag of his piercing sent shivers at my spine. "I am going
to keep you, care for you, fuck you. Whether you let me in your heart or not, I will work my way in. You are mine," he grunted. Yes, I agreed at last. At least in this moment I was his. Harder, Colt. Fuck me harder. Make my mind shut off. He pulled out and flipped me over, yanking my hips back. He pounded into me harder and harder until all thoughts ceased. The only thing that existed was the pulse between my legs and the climb toward my climax. I screamed as I clenched hard around his cock. His fingers dug into the flesh of my hips and he let himself go. Again, he demanded. I can't, I whimpered as I struggled to keep myself propped up on my elbows. My limbs shook with exhaustion, but Colt showed no sign of slowing down. You can, and you will. He slapped my ass, and I felt my walls clench around his cock once more. That's it, he praised. Milk my cock. Again. Just as he promised, he had control over my body. My pussy squeezed him once more, every bit of my strength released with my climax. His powerful arms were all that kept me up as I felt him swell inside of me. Colt shouted as I felt the hot blast of his release fill me. Finally, sated, he collapsed on top of me. That night, he showed me what it was to be his. Together, we climbed the highest peaks. In his arms, I felt like I could touch the stars. But with the ecstasy came a fear of falling. One thing I knew with frightening clarity, my life before Coulter Grayson was flat and dull, and going back to that would cripple me.
Chapter 18. Coulter.
Coulter? Are you here?
My eyes blinked open, and the sound of heels clacking through my apartment grew louder. My bedroom was brighter than I was used to upon waking. I glanced over at the clock and noticed it was already 9. Jana stirred next to me, and my cock twitched in reaction. I buried my face in her hair.
Colt! Get some clothes on!
I groaned, and Jana turned in my arms. Good morning, wife, I greeted her. Who's yelling? She asked. Waverly let herself in. She can wait, I answered. She started banging on my door.
Colt!
She screeched. It doesn't sound like she's going to, Jana grumbled. Then in realization, her eyes popped open.
I'm in your bed.
Our bed, I corrected her.
Whatever. We're in bed. How are we going to handle this?
I flopped onto my back. Right. We were hiding the fact we were married. Hell, the fact that we're together at all. I needed to find a minute to talk to Beck today and see if he thought Evie would be able to handle this news. I didn't want to hide my relationship with Jana. I wanted to take out a billboard and let the entire Seattle metro area know Jana was mine. Short of that, I wanted to at least let my family know we were together. I'm not going to hide you. Not in our home. But Evie, I silenced her with a kiss. I know. Let me talk to Beckett and see what he thinks. Until then, I'll make sure Waverly keeps her mouth shut. Jana looked down at herself. I'm naked. I lifted the blankets to get a better look. You certainly are. I fucking love being married. She slapped me on the chest.
Will you be serious? I can't meet your sister naked.
If I had my way, she wouldn't be meeting my sister like this at all. Waverly could be dramatic. I loved the kid, but she was a giant diva. Grab some of my clothes. This is your home. If she doesn't want to see shit, she shouldn't let herself in. Jana rolled her eyes.
It's not like she expected to find you in bed with a woman. The corner of my mouth twitched up. Jana's head tipped back. Of course, I forgot who I was talking to. She was cute when she was irritated with me. I couldn't help myself and kissed her deeply. It certainly didn't help fight off my morning wood. All that was before you. I wasn't a monk, Jana. Variety is the spice of life, she mumbled. That life was empty. I hadn't been with anyone in months. I don't ever want to live that life again. I stared deep into her eyes, willing her to believe me. Coulter! I can hear you talking. Kick your skank out. I need to talk to you. Waverly in a snit was not what I wanted to be dealing with the day after my wedding. Jana shoved at my chest. Go and deal with her. I'm going to jump in the shower. I smell like sex. Now this I had to confirm for myself. I buried my face in her neck and inhaled her. Sex and candy. I think I understand that song better now. She giggled, pushing me out of bed again. You're so old. I rose from the bed and pulled her up. She wobbled a little as she stood. Having trouble walking this morning? I raised an eyebrow, challenging her to deny she still felt me between her legs. We made love, fucked, made out, and repeated until exhaustion claimed us. I planned to do it all over again today, but first I had to get rid of my little sister. I think you broke my vagina, Jana complained. Should I kiss it better? You're no good to me broken. I'm pretty sure you kissing it is what got me in this situation. I swatted her rear. Maybe you should go soak in the bath. I don't think I can leave you alone. I'm not hiding in the bathroom, Colt. I dropped the teasing tone. My sister can be difficult. I want to handle her before you have to see her. Jana stretched up on her toes and kissed the bottom of my chin. I'll take a long shower. I waited until I heard the shower turn on before I threw on a pair of sweats and a shirt and went to face my sister. Waverly, I grunted in greeting. What the fuck are you doing, screeching the house down, throwing a tantrum on a Saturday morning? First, you didn't pick me up at the airport. Then the driver you sent took me to the ghetto. She really was working herself toward a full-blown meltdown. I pinched the bridge of my nose and forced myself to count to 10. Sabrina's apartment is only a few blocks from here. It's nowhere near the more rundown parts of the city. She crossed her arms and started tapping the toe of her designer shoe. You expect me to share an apartment with her? She is your sister. If you don't want to live with her, by all means, get a job and find something else, I replied. I was already growing weary of her attitude. How had I not seen how spoiled she'd gotten? A job? You know, those things where you perform a task in exchange for money? I'm working at building my brand, Colt. I thought you understood that. She huffed. I shrugged. By all means, do that. But figure out how it's going to pay your bills. Because I've got a family to support. I'm not going to continue footing the bill for you to do absolutely nothing. I am your family, she screeched. It really was an awful choice of phrasing on my part. Yes, but I've got a daughter who I don't give nearly a fraction of what I give to you. Waverly tipped her chin up. Please, are you really sure she's yours? My teeth ground together. I'm sure. This isn't a route you want to take with me. I might have just found her, but Evie is important to me. She waved her hand toward my room. So important you've got another skank in here, probably working on baby mama number 2. Jana stepped out of our room wearing my favorite t-shirt and a pair of my basketball shorts rolled up several times. My mouth went dry. Why was it seeing her drowning in my clothes aroused me more than seeing her in the tiny scraps of lace I peeled off her last night? What's this about a baby mama? Her nose scrunched up, and I couldn't resist kissing her again. Waverly gagged. Can you pay attention to me, please? I was done with her attitude. Remember the talk we had before you jetted off to Europe? Her eyes narrowed. She remembered all right. I told you, if you chose to travel Europe with that fuckboy, you would be cut off until you got a job. I think I'm being more than generous. I'm paying half of Sabrina's rent because it helps both of you. I'd pay the entire thing for her because she's never asked me for a damn thing, but she won't let me. So this is the only thing you are getting from me. If you want money that isn't in the trust fund Dad provided for you, I will set you up with a job. I reminded her. This isn't fair. What about my dreams? She stomped her foot. By all means, pursue them. But you're going to have to find a way to pay for them yourself. You used to care about me. Now that you found a new family, you've forgotten about me. Waverly whined. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I haven't forgotten about you, Wave. But I don't think I'm doing right by you by making you helpless. I am not helpless, she screamed. Good. Then you'll be able to start looking after yourself. You're 24 years old, plenty old enough to take care of yourself. My daughter has done it her entire life. So has Jana. Immediately, I knew I made a mistake. Her eyes narrowed as she spun on Jana. So, this is your doing? You shack up with my brother and push me out? Jana put her hands up. None of this is my doing. But I'm standing behind whatever Colt decides. And who are you to interfere with my relationship to my brother? Waverly spat out. I'm his wife. Part of me wanted to pound my chest hearing her call herself my wife. The rest of me knew what kind of tantrum Waverly could throw when she didn't get her way. Waverly spun around, her face turning a disturbing shade of maroon. It was bad enough some chick showed up claiming to be your daughter. But now you're married? What do you think was going to happen while you were off lazing around Europe? Did you expect me to put my life on hold until you needed me again? I deserve to have a life. I'd hope you'd be happy for me. Happy when you're shoving me aside for a gold digger and a woman who hasn't been around until she found out her mom hooked up with a rich guy? You're a sucker. She turned in a huff to storm out, but I called out to stop her. Waverly, leave your key to my apartment. She slapped it down hard on the counter on her way out and made sure to slam the front door hard. Nice to meet you, Jana called out once she was gone. Don't get mad at me for saying this, but your sister's a bitch. I think Sabrina is going to need a lot more than half the rent. She's going to need a wine of the day membership and a therapist on speed dial. I lifted her up until her legs wrapped around my waist. I'm not offended. What I am is very turned on seeing you in my clothes. I'm also relieved my sister is such a self-absorbed pain in the ass that she didn't argue about leaving her key. What doesn't turn you on? I thought. I'm sure there are a ton of things. However, there is nothing about you that doesn't make me hard. I raised and lowered her against my growing erection to prove my point. Now, you seem to be walking a little too easily. I don't think I did a good enough job last night. We're going to have to remedy that today.
Chapter 19. Jana. We spent the weekend wrapped up in each other. The only times doubt crept in were the moments of quiet. Thankfully, there weren't many of those. If we were awake, we were touching, talking, or laughing. My usually restless mind quieted down for a change in his arms. But it could have more to do with exhaustion than finding comfort in being held by him. I found I was more worried about my outburst to Coulter's sister than the fact I impulsively married my best friend's father. Sabrina told me Waverly was different, but I hadn't appreciated the full scope of how spoiled she was. But was she so vindictive she'd tell Evie about our marriage before we could tell her ourselves? It was definitely something we'd have to figure out. "Are you ready for this?" Colt asked as he stepped past me in our walk-in closet. "What is going to be different about today? No one knows about us, and they can't until we can tell Evie," I reminded him. His hands fell to my hips, and he turned me to face him. "I'm going to talk to Beck today." "Let me know what he has to say. I've got to go see Evie today to go over some campaigns we've been working on. I hate keeping things from her." Colt kissed the side of my head. "I know. I hate it too. Are you free for lunch today?" "I'll try to be," I promised him. "Try very hard," he said, leveling his hazel-eyed gaze on me. He placed a set of keys in my hand and closed my fingers around them. "I don't want you riding in a cab or one of those rent-a-rides alone. You know I made it all the way to 26 without you, don't you?" He swatted me on the ass. "Don't be a brat, or we'll end today with you over my knee." "Promises, promises, old man," I teased him. Beck and Evie lived only a few blocks away, but it still took about 20 minutes with morning rush hour in full swing. The doorman let me up straight away. Up until recently, I didn't have much of a life and spent a lot of time here helping Evie settle in. There's so much I wanted to tell her, like how Coulter set my blood on fire. I've never felt this way before, and I couldn't tell my best friend about it. "What's with the long face?" she asked, snapping me out of my head. "It's nothing. Just this mess with my dad," I lied. "Gah, and here I am stuck on bed rest. I wish I could help you," she said. I smiled at her. "Being here with you is helping. It would help more if I could tell her more of what I'm dealing with." Evie was oblivious to the turmoil going on inside me. "All this will get worked out. My dad is helping you with it, isn't he?" My heart thumped against my ribs and my mouth went dry. Yeah. So it's Dad now, huh?" Evie shrugged. "It's weird because he's Beck's best friend, but I've waited my whole life to find him. So, strange or not, he's my dad. Calling him Coulter feels wrong." "Well, I think you should call him Daddy, to really make up for lost time." She stuck her tongue out at me. "Nope, not going there. How are the two of you getting along? You're both still breathing, so at least there's that." "He's bossy, but I couldn't do this without him. His lawyer has been a lot of help." She did arrange our wedding, after all. "Any news about your trust fund?" she asked. I shook my head. "We're looking for my grandfather's will. There's a docket number, but the paperwork is missing. His lawyer, Caroline, is confident it'll turn up. Until then, I wait until I'm 30 or get married." Her nose wrinkled. "That's so 1950s. You could do it, though." "Turn 30? I mean, yeah, eventually." She bumped me with her shoulder. "Get married. There's got to be someone willing to marry you on paper." I raised my eyebrow. "I don't have any guy friends." "That's not true. I know you and Colt bicker, but I always thought it was a friendly thing." "Are you suggesting I marry your dad?" Her nose wrinkled.
I guess that wouldn't work. We'll just have to figure out something else. Evie pulled the blanket up over her growing belly. Not that I'm not happy to see you, but what brings you here so early in the morning? I'm sure you didn't come here to hash out these issues. You probably already have a plan, and I know you don't like to dwell on things. I grabbed the leather portfolio holding the artwork for the advertising campaign we've been working on. I wanted to show you the mock-ups the art department gave to me. We need to decide which one works best for Anderson Global's new corporate branding. She flipped through the pages before settling on the same one I was partial to. This one, she confirmed and handed me back the portfolio. Okay, I'll get the team on it. There are a few things to be finalized, then I'll start production on the commercial. Evie took a deep breath. I know you're done talking about all this, but I have to get this off my chest. I steeled myself for whatever she was about to say. Okay, let me have it. I'm sorry I wasn't around when all that shit went down with your dad. I feel like I pushed you into that confrontation and then left you to deal with the fallout, Evie admitted. I put my hand on hers. Evie, no. What happened with my dad was going to happen whether I stood up to him or not. He had me locked out of my place before I even made it home. It had nothing to do with what happened at the launch party. He's into some shady shit, and I think he's trying to use my assets to save his ass. A tear ran down her face, and she angrily swiped at it. Stupid pregnancy hormones. I just don't want you to work yourself to death. I want you to meet someone and have what I have. That's why I suggested going ahead with an arrangement. Maybe it could be more, you know? Like with you and Beck? She laughed. Hopefully, you'll find someone you can have a less dramatic beginning with, but I'm happy now. Isn't there anyone you could see yourself settling down with? I needed to deflect her. Outright lying to her didn't sit right with me. I don't want you sitting here worrying about me. Let me get my trust fund sorted out, and then I promise to keep an open mind about the future. She opened her mouth to no doubt lecture me more, then gasped, Oh my God, you have to feel this. Evie grabbed my hand and put it on her bump. Within moments, I felt a kick against my palm. A smile spread across my face. You're going to be a mom. She laid her head on my shoulder. I can't do this without you. I'll be with you every step of the way, I promised her. She grimaced and rubbed her belly again. Only a few more weeks now. What did the doctor say? I asked her. I'm 35 weeks. The baby would be fine if she was born now, but she'd have to stay in an incubator for a while. There are all kinds of complications possible if she were born now. I just want to give her the best start. You will, and the rest of us will do whatever we can to help you, even if that meant I'd have to keep my mouth shut about the biggest thing that had ever happened to me. I'm really glad you came by. I've been going out of my mind, and there's actually something I wanted to run past you, she said. Should I be worried? The last time you had a crazy idea, you were setting off to work with a moody billionaire. She waved me off. Something my dad said not long ago got me thinking. Now I'm terrified, I joked. Evie ignored my comment, like I knew she would. He wanted to introduce me to the Jenny he knew. Honestly, the things he says about my mom are hard to understand. The bad memories I have of her have drowned out the few good ones I had. My heart sank. The bubble I'd spent the weekend living in with Coulter burst. Here I was feeling like something was starting between us, but this was the reminder I needed that my relationship with Colt had an end date.
1 year to be specific, or whenever he finally got tired of playing house. I forced down the lump forming in my throat. Does he talk about her a lot? Evie shrugged. I wouldn't say a lot. I think knowing I'm his daughter has brought up old memories. I just wish he could let her go. You don't think he has? I think he's held on to the memories of a 15-year-old boy who thought he was in love. He remembers my mom through that lens and never got to see her when she'd refused to get out of bed for days at a time. He didn't get to experience the times we had to go out looking for her because she'd run off. He definitely didn't get to experience finding her high and shacked up with some guy. But it's important to him, so I'm trying to let go of the past. So, what is this thing you need my help with? I needed to move this conversation forward because I can't keep dwelling on Coulter's feelings for a dead woman. I got to thinking about all the reasons I wanted out of Colville. I don't know if I can forgive my mom, but maybe I can do something to help stop people from turning into her. She held her hands out wide. Look at all this. I've gotten a lucky break, and I'd like to pay it forward. What were you thinking? I want to open a crisis center, someplace that offers drug counseling, job training, and anything else that would keep people from following the same path my mother took, she explained. I think that sounds wonderful, but until that baby is done cooking, you have to let me do the legwork, I insisted. I can't ask you to do that, she whispered. Yes, you can. I'm your best friend. If this is important to you, then it's important to me. And right now, it would remind me that Jenny would always hold Coulter's heart. I didn't want to spend my life as a stand-in for a dead woman. My entire life I'd been the consolation prize, the unwanted daughter, the girlfriend who was good enough until they'd found the one. Now, I was the convenient wife. I needed to remember this feeling because until I was good enough for myself, I'd never be good enough for someone else. After my chat with Evie, I found myself wandering around her neighborhood. Lunchtime approached, but I didn't know if I could be near Coulter, not while the realization he was still in love with Evie's mom was in the front of my mind. At noon, my phone started ringing. I didn't have to look at it to know it was Colt. Aside from Evie, I rarely got phone calls on my personal phone. After ignoring at least half a dozen calls, I finally pulled it from my bag. As I suspected, most of them were from Coulter. Evie texted to let me know her dad was looking for me. I sent a quick reply telling her I had an errand to run. Of course, it was a lie, but I'd told her so many lately, what was one more? The last call was from Coulter's lawyer, Caroline. I skipped listening to her message and immediately called her. Jana, she sighed. I'm so glad you called me back. Sorry I missed your call. Somehow I accidentally turned off my ringer while running errands. It looks like everyone is trying to get a hold of me. I gave myself a mental pat on the back. It was a logical explanation for why I wasn't answering my phone. I needed a bit of space after my weekend with Colt to reinforce my walls. The fact was, my new husband was far too easy to fall for. I couldn't let myself, though, because it would be a tumble I'd take alone. That's fine. One of my associates tracked down a safe deposit box in your grandfather's name. I need you to meet me at the First National Bank of the Pacific Northwest on First by Pike's Place Market. Can you be there in an hour? I scanned my surroundings. I'd been so far in my head since leaving Evie's, I wasn't actually sure where I was. At the intersection, I got my bearings and realized I'd basically been walking around the block several times. Fortunately, this meant I was close to the pay lot where I'd parked Colt's car. I wasn't sure that aimless wandering was a good sign for my mental health, though. Thankfully, the drive to the bank was short and only had a small amount of traffic, because staying out of my head was impossible. I found Caroline pacing in front of the bank when I approached. She held up a file in front of me. "I imagine you have no idea where your grandfather's key is, so I brought a court order to open the box for you as his next of kin and sole inheritor." "We don't know that's true," I argued. She smiled. "I've got a court order saying it is. That's the only truth that matters." She jerked her head toward the entrance. "Come on, let's get this done before your father finds out about it and counters. I have a feeling if he gets his hands on those documents, they will disappear like the ones filed with the court." She didn't need to tell me twice. I followed her to the branch manager, and after she shot down some posturing on his part about privacy of their customers, we were escorted to the safety deposit boxes. We opened the box with a key provided, and inside was a single envelope. With shaking fingers, I lifted the envelope out. I recognized the looping strokes of my grandfather's handwriting and was gifted with one more message from the only man who ever really loved me. "My dearest Jana, if you are reading this, then my son, your father, has ignored my will. It's a hard thing as a parent to be disappointed in your child. I had hopes once that my son would live up to the legacy I entrusted him with. Unfortunately, I indulged him too much as he was growing up. He was given all the benefits of my wealth and not enough responsibility. He's grown entitled and without the work ethic to achieve the things he thinks he's due. You, my darling granddaughter, are my bright, shining hope. You are my legacy. Your parents haven't made life easy on you, but instead of buckling under the strain, you've thrived. It isn't only your brilliant mind that makes me proud. Your father is equally as intelligent, but he doesn't have a fraction of your heart. In order to run a company, you must have empathy. No one person can run a corporation the size of Easton Corporation alone. If you don't make your employees feel like you have their best interest at heart, they will never truly be loyal. Inside this envelope, you'll find my updated last will and testament. No doubt you will find some of the provisions herein antiquated. If it is your choice to remain unmarried, then you may take the reins of the company after your 30th birthday. It is my genuine hope that you find someone to love. Therefore, if you marry before then, you gain full control over your trust fund immediately and will get control over the entire company after 6 months. You see, you can't live to work, and you can't live without a heart. Find your heart. Live a full life. Be happy, my little Jana bug. In the end, it's the people we love that make us feel privileged, not the things we've managed to accumulate. Collect love and be wealthy in what counts. I'll love you forever. Grandpa. Tears sprang to my eyes. I'd been so frustrated with the terms of my grandfather's original will that I'd pushed aside so many happy memories. The only substantial difference with this new will was that I'd inherit the company. I'd known my grandpa and my father had a bit of a falling out, but I had no idea it was this extreme. The terms were different, but knowing they came from a place of love made a difference in how I viewed them. While I read the letter, Caroline flipped through the will. After she was done, she put it back in the envelope and held her hand out for the letter. "I will get this back to you, but I need to show both to a judge and get the revised will restored." Her phone buzzed in her handbag and she pulled it out. "I told Coulter I was meeting with you, and he's asking you to call him." I looked at my watch and noticed it was after 2. "Yeah, I guess I missed lunch." She bit her lower lip. I could tell there was something she wanted to say to me. "Caroline,
Whatever you're wanting to tell me, just say it. Don't hurt him. He seems tough, but it's an act. When he loves hard. He holds on tight and doesn't let go. I nodded. I know. Even death can't destroy it when he gives his heart away, and I would do well to remember that.
Chapter 20. Coulter. I knocked on Beck's office door before letting myself in. Not long ago, I would have just walked in, but that was before he hooked up with my daughter. Of course, I didn't know she was my daughter at the time. Beck looked up from his computer screen. "Did we have a meeting?" he asked. Closing the door behind me, I dropped down into one of the leather chairs across from his desk before I answered him. "You're starting to worry me, Colt. What's up with you?" My hand shook, but I forced myself to take a deep breath. "I need to talk to you," I managed to say. "Obviously. Just spit it out already. You're starting to make me nervous." "I married Jana 3 days ago," I blurted out. "What the fuck? You couldn't have waited? I don't know how Evie is going to take the news, but now is not the time for her to find out." I gripped the arms of the chair. "I know that. Why do you think I'm here telling you instead of her?" "Then why now? I know the two of you have been dancing around something, but getting married? What is going on with you?" he demanded. "You know her dad locked her out of her apartment and froze her accounts, right?" I asked him. "Evie mentioned it. What does marrying her do for her?" I'd spoken to Jana a few minutes ago, and she let me know about meeting with Caroline. The stipulations of the will were what we suspected. Now that they were in Caroline's hands, we could get the process of reclaiming her assets underway. I rubbed my hand across my forehead. Her father was the trustee on her accounts, but the terms of her trust say that if, before she turns 30, she... Beckett sighed. "Let me guess. If she's married, right? Do you think there's a club or a newsletter where these old tycoons share ideas on how to force their progeny into wedlock?" I wondered aloud. "Hell if I know. I'm surely not going to force my daughter to marry some guy to keep her inheritance," he grumbled. "Not that it didn't work out for me, but I want her to have a choice." "You better. My granddaughter is going to be treated like a princess." He shook his head. "Our lives are fucking weird, man. You were my best friend, now you're my father-in-law. And I'm married to your wife's best friend. Your daughter's best friend," he pointed out. "What is it you want me to do, Colt?" "I don't know. I want to tell Evie, but not until she's ready to hear about it. I'm not giving Jana up," I insisted. He cocked his eyebrow. "So, this isn't just to help her get her trust fund back?" I shrugged. "For her, maybe. At least that's what got her to accept my offer of help. I think she has feelings for me, though, and now I just have to convince her to give us a chance." He shook his head. "Good luck to you. Jana is hard to get to know. She keeps so much inside. I doubt she'll make it easy on you." I smirked at him. I've had easy. I want real. "Well, I'd say you've got it now." He sighed. "I'll let you know when the doctor says that Evie can handle the news." I stood and moved away from the chair. "That's all I ask. Well, that and to help me if she gets pissed off." He laughed then. "You're on your own there. I plan on staying on my wife's good side." Just after 5, Jana finally knocked on my office door. "Sorry I missed lunch. The day got away from me." I narrowed my eyes at her. Something had changed from this morning to now. "What is going on with you?" She looked away.
"Nothing. It's just been a busy day. You know how it goes."
Every day I learned something new about my wife. Like right now, I learned Jana was a shit liar. There was something wrong with her, but she didn't want to share it with me. Too fucking bad. Yanking at the knot of my tie, I rose from my chair. "Close the door," I ordered.
"Colt, I'm tired. It's been a long day. Whatever point you're trying to make, it can wait,"
she said. But still, she entered my office and closed the door. I finished pulling the tie off from my neck. "What changed, Jana?" The way her head tilted up, the jut of her chin might have been described as haughty, but only to those who didn't know her. I saw it for what it was, a front. She was building a wall between us, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out why now. I stalked her across my office. For each step I took forward, she took one back, until her back was pressed against the door. I put a hand on either side of her head, caging her in. "You've been avoiding me all day. I want to know why." She turned her face away from me. I was done having her shut me out. I took her chin in my hand and turned her face back toward me. "So help me, if you are going to be a brat, I'm going to spank you for real this time." A flush crept up her neck. She might be trying to avoid me, but her body still craved me. I wanted her heart, but I wasn't above playing dirty to override the bullshit her mind was feeding her. She ducked under my arm and moved toward the center of my office. "Right," I nodded, working through the details of the dumbest plan I'd ever conjured. "Whatever is coming between us is happening up here." I tapped my temple. "I need you to let it go and get out of your head so we can get back to where we were this weekend."
"I don't see how that's going to happen,"
she mumbled. Pulling the length of the tie through my hand, I said, "Let me show you." Her eyes opened wide, and she watched me warily. "Take your clothes off," I demanded. Jana's eyes flicked back to the door.
"We're at work,"
she hissed. I slipped my suit coat off and draped it across my chair. Slowly, I worked open the buttons on my shirt.
"Keep your clothes on,"
she whisper-shouted.
"We have to tell Evie about us before the entire office finds out."
It's getting close to 6, and before you say that people could be working late, you must have missed the memo I sent out about happy hour. Her mouth fell open.
"You planned this."
The last button slipped free, and I worked on my cufflinks. Of course I did. I needed the office empty, and now it is.
"That was all unnecessary. We live together."
She stamped her foot. "Considering you actively avoided me all day, I didn't want to give you the chance to slip away then, too. I bet you would have fed me a line about plans. Am I right?" She pursed her lips, and I knew I was right. "Close, Jana. Now," I demanded. Her eyes held mine in challenge, and she stepped out of her shoes. She moved closer and turned her back on me. Pulling her hair over her shoulder, she looked back at me.
"You're going to have to get my zipper."
I grabbed the zipper pull and slid it down. The teeth made a satisfying sound as they released. Once I had the dress unfastened, I slid it from her shoulders and let it pool around her feet. I put my hand between her shoulder blades and pressed until she leaned forward, resting her hands on my desk. With one hand, I unclasped her bra and let gravity work the garment down her arms.
"Show off?"
she quipped. "I'm just getting started." I warned her. My hand slid from her shoulder down to her wrist. I wrapped my hand around it and guided her to lay her chest and cheek on the cool wood of my desk. I repeated the process with her other arm and secured them behind her with my tie. "You won't be running from me now," I murmured. I slipped my fingers under the waistband of her underwear. The lace shredded without much pulling, leaving her completely naked. Holding the center of the tie in one hand, I leaned forward, pressing my chest against her back. The heat of her skin made me clench my teeth with the need to bury myself inside her. But before I gave in to those urges, she was going to answer some questions. "Let me ask you again. Why were you avoiding me all day?" I stroked the skin down her back, over the swell of her ass, and to her thigh before repeating the motions. My hand slipped between her thighs, brushing teasingly against her center before moving away again. "I told you, I had errands." Her voice had a breathy quality that told me my touch was distracting her. I slapped her ass. "Don't lie to me." My hand smoothed over the slight sting. "I'm not," she protested. I didn't miss the way she pressed her ass back into my hands. Another swat to her other cheek. "The truth, wife." Jana moaned, and I realized spanking her wasn't going to get her to speak, but it was motivating her to earn another smack. "You naughty girl. I knew you liked it when I took control." "Please," she panted. "You want me to spank you again?" I asked, still surprised by her response. Her cheeks reddened to the same color as her ass. "Don't play with me, Colt. Either fuck me or untie me." "That's what you've been doing to me all day, playing games. Why should I give you what you want now?" She groaned and started struggling to free her arms. Every move made the tie clench tighter. Finally, she gave in and relaxed against my desk. "It was starting to feel too real." My voice dropped low. "What was starting to feel too real?" Jana sighed. "Us. Marriage. I can't let myself slip up and start believing we're more than what we are." My blood cooled while my temper flared. "And what are we?" "You know what we are," she whispered. "Business and pleasure. Nothing more." I clenched my teeth. I wanted to argue with her, try and convince her we were more, but she hadn't listened to me thus far. "Colt," she groaned and wiggled her ass. Despite my irritation with her, I wanted her. I burned for her, both my anger and lust driving me to take her. Shedding the rest of my clothes, my hands landed on her hips. Using my hold on her, I pulled her onto my cock. I thrust into her hard, taking her with all the anger I felt over her not feeling the same thing I was. Every movement was a wordless plea for her to fall with me. She released a moan, and the sound was music to my breaking heart. She might not be in the same place as I was right now, but she wasn't immune to me. Suddenly, this detached coupling wasn't what I desired. I released her hands from the binds of my tie and pulled out of her. She huffed in frustration. "Settle down, brat. I'm not going to leave you wanting." I sat down in my chair and guided her onto my lap. She slid down my shaft, and I gently cupped her face. Our eyes locked, and I willed her to see me. There was a hesitance in her blue eyes. I kissed her, slowly mating my tongue with hers. My heart hammered in my chest. She moved on top of me, working us both toward climax. Every movement she made dragged across my piercings, sending a jolt down my cock and causing my balls to pull in tight. My hands latched onto either side of her waist, and though she was on top, I used my strength to pull her down while I thrust my hips up to meet her. The closer her orgasm got, the more her walls dropped. I saw it then. Hope. Maybe she wasn't as unaffected as I feared. We filled the vacant office floor with the combined sounds of our lovemaking. Jana was loud when she came. The sound of her shouting my name triggered my own orgasm. My own shout ripped from my throat as I spilled inside of her. I held her tight to my chest as we came down from the high. This is what I needed. Not the fucking, although I wanted it, but I needed time with her. An idea came to me. I'd been going about convincing her to give our marriage a real shot the wrong way. She needed to get to know me, and in order to do that, we needed space from all the people in our lives. "I've got to go on a business trip," I said, breaking the silence. Her shoulders slumped. "Oh, I understand." I was encouraged by the sound of disappointment in her voice. "Yeah, Beck can't go back to the factory in Germany with Evie on bed rest." She nodded. "Of course, that makes sense." I tipped her chin up with my finger when she lowered her eyes away from me. "I'd like for you to go with me. I know you aren't my assistant, but you'll be working on the marketing campaign when we roll out the line of cars. I thought it might help for you to go see it in production." There's no way she didn't see through my weak reasoning, but the pretense allowed her to accept and continue to believe we were a business arrangement. Now I just had to convince Beck we needed to drop in on our partners in Europe. By the time we returned, hopefully I'd have acquired my wife's heart.
Chapter 21. Jana. "This isn't the way to the terminal," I said as the town car Colt hired drove past the departure gate at SeaTac Airport. "We're taking the company's jet," Colt said without looking up from his phone. After our interlude in his office, Colt made calls, and in less than an hour we were on our way to the airport. Bags were packed for us and waiting in the trunk of the car. I'd wanted to discuss the trip with Colt, but he's been on the phone almost from the moment we put our clothes back on. Despite my efforts to convince myself I didn't have deep feelings for him, I found myself disappointed at the distance between us. The car pulled up to a gate in front of AG's hangar. Colt slipped his phone into his suit coat and turned to look at me. "Sorry about that. There were several details that needed to be seen to before we take off." I thought this was a trip Beckett had to back out of. Couldn't the arrangements for him just be transferred to us? His eyes lowered, and I suspected he was up to something. "Colt, what aren't you telling me?" "Don't be mad," he began. I narrowed my eyes. Nothing good ever starts like that. Colt reached out and grabbed my hands. My stupid heart thumped at the contact. He inhaled and squeezed my hands before he started speaking. I stretched the truth a bit about this trip. My eyes narrowed, but I didn't try to pull my hands from his. "How much is a bit?" He fidgeted in his seat. "Beck said we would have to go and visit them before too long, but he didn't plan to leave tonight. I'm sorry, but I wanted to get some time alone with you." I should have been angry. After all, he deceived me and pulled me away from my work. My business might be under AG's banner, but it was still new, and I needed to bring in outside clients. I wanted to contribute and help the company grow, and not just become their in-house advertising agency. Yet, I couldn't find it in me to be pissed off. Despite growing up watching as my parents' marriage turned glacial, I'd managed to maintain a romantic optimism about my future.
That ended after Malcolm used me. From that day forward, I swore to guard my heart and have lived my life with a sort of clinical detachment, until my logical approach to romantic entanglements landed me married to the one man I was finding it hard to avoid developing feelings for. I laughed softly to myself and shook my head. Of course, this was my fate. Now I understood that saying about making plans because I was certain God was laughing at me now. Hope was almost as cruel as love. Both had my heart racing with the possibility that my marriage of convenience might grow into the fairy tale I once believed in. It worked out for Evie. Surely the fact Coulter wanted to spend time alone with me was a sign we might be more. It wasn't like he hadn't told me he wanted to stay married. I knew he wanted a family. My fear wasn't that my marriage didn't have a chance to last. It was that it would continue as an arrangement for the rest of our lives. Sure, we could have a family. I'd have a +1 to attend events with, but I wanted more than what my parents had, or nothing at all. The car pulled up in front of the hangar, and the driver got out to unload our bags. He passed them off to a member of the flight crew, then he opened our door. Colt hesitated near the door and held out his hand to me. I took it and let him help me out of the car even though I didn't need the assistance. The chance to touch him again was too enticing to pass up. "You've been quiet. Are you angry at me?" I shook my head. "Maybe I'm tired, but I'm not mad." His lips curled up in a lascivious half-smile. "I did wear you out earlier." I rolled my eyes. "You're giving yourself too much credit, old man. I spent the day running around, remember?" A shriek escaped my throat as he hoisted me up and threw me over his shoulder. I squirmed to get down, afraid my skirt would fly up and expose the fact that I wasn't wearing underwear since Colt destroyed them earlier. Colt swatted my ass, and I shrieked again. "If you're going to be a brat, you're going to get spanked." The flight attendant's eyes popped open wide before she averted her gaze. Once we were on the plane, Colt set me on my feet. "You get a reprieve for now," he whispered in my ear. I took a step away from him, but he took my hand and pulled me back to his side. Even knowing we needed to keep our relationship a secret, I didn't pull away. I knew all the reasons I should be holding back from Colt. My best friend could get hurt, and I most certainly would. And yet, fighting the feelings growing between us was just a different kind of pain. The flight to Berlin was long, about 14 hours with a layover in Ireland. I tried to stay awake with Colt, but he settled in with his financial documents. My eyes drooped closed somewhere over the Midwest. I felt fingers rake through my hair and blunt nails scrape against my scalp. "Wake up, sleepyhead," Colt greeted me. My eyes cracked open, and the first thing I noticed was the bright light spilling in through the windows. The next thing I noticed was that we weren't moving. "Are we in Berlin?" My voice was still rough from sleep. "Yes, we landed a few minutes ago. We're taxiing to the hangar." I sat up and pushed the blanket off my lap. "Did you sleep at all?" I asked while I stretched my tight muscles. Colt's eyes dropped to my breast as they strained against the wrinkled dress I'd been wearing for about 24 hours. I cleared my throat. He blinked and lifted his eyes to mine. "I got a few hours. You hogged most of the couch." My mouth popped open. Worry about him being exhausted warred with annoyance for him saying I hogged the couch. I started to speak, but he put his finger against my lips. "I'm teasing you. I don't need much sleep. I joined you on the couch after I was done going over the financials for the auto manufacturer we're meeting with. You snuggled up to my side when I slipped in behind you, and I slept like a baby for as long as I needed to." "So, what's next? Is there an itinerary?" I asked. "We're going to go check into our room so we can freshen up. Then we're set to meet the CEO. There's a business dinner the next evening. We need to hang around for a few days to finalize any lingering details, but it will give us some time to do some sightseeing." I shook my head, trying to get rid of the last dregs of sleep. We flew to Germany to meet with the CEO of a car manufacturer. I'm no stranger to international corporations. I worked for my family's company for 4 years. I understand how a diversified company works, but for the life of me, I can't figure out what Anderson Global actually does. Colt chuckled. "A little of everything. Mostly tech stuff. I can show you our product development lab when we get back home if you want. I know you're interested in technology." I smiled at him. "I'd like that. Maybe I'll show you some of the apps I've developed. I think you'd like my virtual assistant." "Like Siri?" he asked. My lips pursed while I thought about the coding I'd created off and on for the last couple years. "Not really. It learns and adapts to the user. It can set up appointments and put them into your calendar. I'm working on adding extensions to track frequent purchases and reorder when the stock is low. Things that could help working single parents purchase groceries and other essentials." Colt leaned forward and kissed me. It was just a soft brush of his lips against mine. "What was that for?" I asked, surprised by the tenderness of the kiss. Not that he was always aggressive, but we hadn't evolved to casual kisses. He smiled at me and tucked a lock of hair behind my ear. "Just got lost in your brilliance for a moment. You could have coasted through life on your looks alone. Add the wealth you grew up in, and it's remarkable you're as accomplished as you are." I shrugged, uncomfortable with praise. I wanted to be more than my father expected, more than a pretty ornament for a man whose job I could do better than he could. I wanted to be more than who I was raised to be. "And who was that?" he asked in a soft voice. "My mother. Maybe that makes me sound like a bad daughter, but—" He shook his head. "No, it doesn't. I get it. I've lived my entire life trying not to become my father. You and I weren't blessed with caring parents. I wanted to be a better father than mine was, but I ended up being even worse." I reached out and took his hand. "That wasn't your fault. You didn't know she existed." With his free hand, he rubbed the center of his chest. "It still feels wrong. I know I can't undo what she went through, but I want a second chance." I felt my forehead crease. "She's an adult now. I know she needs you, but I don't see how you can have a second chance to raise her." His tongue peeked out and swiped over his full bottom lip. I think we should head to the hotel. We can continue this conversation when we've washed the travel off and had something to eat."
Chapter 22. Coulter. I sat on the bed of our suite watching Jana get ready through the small opening of the bathroom door. "We need to talk before we meet up with the CEO, Hans Schneider." She poked her head out the door. "I'm all ears," she said. My mind went temporarily blank while she put on her lip gloss. I've never been turned on by a woman applying makeup before, but few women had lips like my wife. "Colt?" she asked. "You were going to tell me something about the meeting?" I blinked, trying to clear the fog of lust clouding my mind. "I don't want to pretend while we're here. This is a chance for us to just be for a little while." She narrowed her eyes at me. "Why do I feel like there's more to this?" I twisted my wedding ring on my finger. When we were around others, I put my ring on a chain around my neck. I hated taking it off, but for the time being, it was necessary. A mental image of Hans popped into my head. His image was splashed all over European society pages. He was nearly as tall as me at 6'1", and built like the former soccer star he was. Worse, he was closer to her age at 30 years old, and not her best friend's father. Every picture of him in the tabloids is with a different socialite from wealthy families. With few exceptions, the women are all tall, blonde, and beautiful. Basically, women who were a lot like Jana. Only she was also brilliant, driven, and funny. Having dated a number of heiresses myself, I knew how refreshing it was to be able to hold an intelligent conversation with one of them. Not that Jana was the same as those women. She'd worked hard to separate herself from that crowd, which would only make her more appealing to Hans. He was the youngest CEO in the nearly 75-year history of Wotan Automotive. His great-grandfather started the company a couple years after World War II in partnership with the American government as part of the reconstruction effort. By all accounts, he was a good guy, but I wasn't about to wave my wife in front of him without staking my claim on her. Especially not a good guy. He might be able to offer her the world, but she was fast becoming my world. I wouldn't give her up. "So what do you suggest?" she asked. Her eyes dropped down to my ring, and she started shaking her head. "No! Do you know why I gave you such a hard time in the beginning?" My brow furrowed. "Because I'm older than you." She rolled her eyes. "Because your pictures have been in every tabloid on the globe with dozens of different women." "You know I'm not like that anymore. I think I was just killing time until I met you," I admitted. She softened at my words, and hope swelled up inside me. This trip was exactly what we needed to explore what was going on between us, without the watchful eye of our family making us have to hide. She took my hand and ran her thumb over my ring like I had. "I like the idea of being your wife in public, but what if the photographers get wind of us?" I scrubbed my hand across my face. I hadn't dealt with the paparazzi in about a year. It wasn't like I'd forgotten about their annoying presence in my life. They'd been the bane of my existence since I was in my late teens. Every relationship I'd had since I was 18 and freshly graduated from high school was splashed across all the society pages. At the time, I thought the press I got would lead Jenny back to me. I was young and dumb. Now I could see all I managed to do was show Jenny I'd moved on. Guilt gnawed at my gut. I wondered if my notoriety made her think I had moved on. Was that why she never told Evie about me? Changing the past was impossible. What I couldn't do was compound the problem by showing off my relationship with Jana for Evie to learn about. We had to be the ones to tell her ourselves. I slipped my ring off my finger and threaded the necklace through it. "You're right. We can't risk Evie finding out like this. But I'm not going to pretend there's nothing between us. Hell, even Evie suspects that much." "Our assembly line is fully automated," Hans pointed out as he showed us the production floor. Jana's eyes opened wide as she took in all the machinery. "Wow! This must save the company millions in payroll costs, not to mention the lack of quality control concerns with the elimination of human error." Hans turned his body toward hers. "Are you interested in technology?" She seemed to vibrate with excitement. "Yes, I double majored at Stanford in communications and computer science." He smiled at her, and I wanted to hit him in the face. I had to remind myself that we were in the middle of a lucrative deal that would fall apart if I assaulted the CEO. "What a treasure you are. Overqualified for an assistant, no?" he asked. She laughed, and I gritted my teeth. "I'm not his assistant." "Would you like to see the control room?" "I would love to," she gushed. "Let me give you a tour, then," he offered, placing his hand on her lower back to lead her toward the heart of the production floor. I practically stomped after them. This is why I didn't want to hide our relationship. A beautiful, intelligent woman was too enticing to a man used to vapid socialites, only interested in their social standing. Hans sat on the edge of the desk, housing a bank of computers. His body was turned toward Jana, and she had all his attention. "Have you had the chance to see much of Berlin?" he asked. Her eyes flicked up to mine as if to urge me to keep my shit together. "We only arrived this morning." "I would love to show you around while you're here," he offered. "I'll be showing her around myself," I snapped. He took a business card from his coat pocket. "Let me know if you want some fun off the clock." I grabbed the card before he could hand it to her. "Maybe we should get back to discussing business." He nodded. "Would you like to go over the prospectus?" Hans finally spoke to me. Jana touched my arm to get my attention. "Do you mind if I step out of that particular meeting? I'm exhausted." With her tired blue eyes looking up at me, I forgot about everything else. "I can take you back to the hotel," I said, pushing a lock of hair behind her ear. "No, can you just have the car come for me? I'm going to take advantage of you being busy to take a nap." I took my phone from my coat pocket and texted the driver assigned to us while we were in Berlin. I slipped my hand behind her back and led her toward the lobby to wait for the car. "Are you sure you're okay?" I asked once we were outside. Maybe I should reschedule with Hans and make sure Jana made it back to our room without an issue. She stretched up on her toes and pressed her lips lightly against mine. "I can make it to bed by myself, but I appreciate your concern." I growled low in my throat, thinking about how Hans would love to help her into his bed. "He was hitting on you." She fisted the lapel of my jacket and pulled me to her. "While I find this possessive side of you kind of hot, it's unnecessary. I'm not interested in him." The car pulled up, and I opened the door for her. "Let me know when you're in the room. I've still got to go and discuss business with that asshole." She kissed me on the cheek. "Yes, boss man." "At least it's better than Gramps," I grumbled. Her lips curled. "I can call you Daddy if you prefer." "I really don't. But if you want to play dirty secretary later, I'm game. I've got some dictation you can take when I get done here. In fact, leaving a meeting early will earn you a long, hard tongue lashing." "Promises, promises," she said as usual. The teasing look fell off her face. "All joking aside, be good. Don't let your jealousy get in the way of the deal." "Get some rest. I'm going to have some frustration to work out when I get back." She shivered. "Can't wait." Hans was waiting for me when I re-entered the building. "You could have just told me the two of you were together." "You wouldn't have flirted with her if you knew we were married?" "Married? Why would you hide being married to a beautiful woman like that?" he asked. "It's a long story, and you didn't answer my question." I was surly, but I hated not being able to claim her in public. I'd never been a jealous man before, not even with Jenny. I don't know if we didn't know each other long enough, or if I was too young, but I did know that I'd never felt this way before. "I wouldn't have asked her out. But you can't not flirt with a beautiful woman. You Americans are so prudish. One does not encounter beautiful things and not show appreciation." Jana is a person, not a thing. A beautiful woman is nature's masterpiece. They deserve to be showered with attention, appreciated. See, that's the thing. Jana is beautiful, yes, but she's also brilliant. She doesn't like to be defined by her looks. "Then you are a lucky man." We come from similar backgrounds, and you know that the women who run in our circles can be superficial. To find a woman who possesses both beauty and brains is rare. I can understand why you married her. What I can't understand is why you are hiding the fact that she's yours. We're going to need a drink to discuss this, I grumbled. Follow me, he said, and turned toward his office. I've got a 25-year-old bottle of scotch. We can discuss numbers anytime. We settled into his office, and while we drained our glasses, I filled him in on the tangled web that tied Jana and me together. I take it back, he said, and refilled both our glasses with a couple fingers of scotch. You might be the most unlucky man I've ever met. Your long-lost daughter married your best friend, and you fell for her best friend? I tipped back my glass, swallowing the remainder of my drink. Now you understand why we're keeping it quiet for now. My daughter is having complications with her pregnancy, and she's supposed to be lowering her stress. Sounds like a difficult situation. Don't wait too long. These things have a way of coming to the light whether it's a good time or not. We can't control everything. A shiver ran down my neck. Something told me Jana and I were already on borrowed time.
Chapter 23. Jana. I tried to sleep, but thoughts of how Colt was dealing with Hans flirting with me plagued my mind. I would feel guilty if this deal went south because of tension between Colt and Hans. I paced the large suite for a while, but that only made me more anxious. I started to make another pass through the room when the sound of the door opening halted me in my tracks. Colt yanked at his tie as he entered the room. My heart thumped hard against my chest. His jerky movements were either a sign the meeting went horribly wrong or he'd been drinking. It went that bad, huh? He narrowed his eyes, then shrugged. It started out bad, but we had a chat and worked it out. I raised my eyebrow at him. Is have a chat code for you did some caveman pissing ritual? A pissing ritual? He fought off a smirk. I'm glad he found me amusing. I rolled my eyes. You know, a claiming thing. He dropped his head. Would telling him we're married count as pissing on you? I groaned. I thought we agreed not to tell anyone until we could tell Evie. A dark look fell over his face when he looked back up at me. So you expected me to stand by and watch him hit on you and do nothing? Of course not, I sputtered. I reached out and grabbed his arms. The thick cords of muscles under my hands momentarily distracted me. Colt smirked at me while I mindlessly ran my hands up his arms. I shook my head to clear the fog of lust. I don't know how we're supposed to handle this. We need to just tell her, he grumbled under his breath. Colt! My voice came out as more of a whine than I liked. He pinched the bridge of his nose. I know, but I'm sick of hiding us. I think you were right earlier. Colt nodded his head. Of course I was. His face scrunched up. It was rare to see him confused, but maybe that was what made his expression adorable to me. Remind me? He interrupted me, appreciating him. What was I right about? Stretching up onto my toes, I kissed him gently on his lips. While we're here, we shouldn't hide what we are to each other. Colt grabbed my waist. His touch seared my skin, and his hazel eyes held me captive. Does this mean you've accepted us? That we're more than just a business arrangement? I melted in his hold and nodded. I did know we were more, but there was a large distance between being a marriage of convenience and being in love. I was rapidly approaching the latter. Hopefully, he was right there with me.
It was clear he wanted me. I knew he was attracted to me, but could he be falling for me too? My hands trembled. Somehow we arrived at a fork in the road, and we had to decide which path to take. One way would keep us safe was to stick to the arrangement we agreed on, and I could guard my heart. The other path was fraught with danger, but the rewards were greater. Down that path we could have a life together, one where there were no guarantees and the potential of a broken heart. But if we were able to overcome the obstacles, we could have everything. Colt pulled out some clothes from his bag and started changing out of his suit. "What are you doing?" I asked, confused. 1 second, we were discussing our relationship, and the next, he was distracted. "I thought I'd hit the gym." He continued to dig through our luggage. "Looks like we're going to have to go shopping." I couldn't keep up with the rapid changing of his focus. He was all over the place today. "Why are we going shopping? Don't get me wrong, I love a good shopping trip, but why?" He scratched his head. "I forgot to mention that Hans invited us to a ball, didn't I?" "Yeah, I think it got lost somewhere in your possessiveness." He swatted me on the ass. "Get changed. We need to build up your stamina. You're going to need it." Colt held my hand as we strolled down the sidewalk in front of a bunch of high-end boutiques. I was stiff and sore from the punishing workout Coulter subjected me to in the interest of building my stamina. He pulled me into a shop with frilly-dressed mannequins displayed in the window. Hans recommended this shop. He said they have a good selection. I ran my hands across the dresses hanging off the racks. Of what? These dresses look like desserts. The shop attendant rushed through the displays to reach us. I could tell the moment she saw Colt. Her brown eyes opened wide, and she was rendered mute. "We need a gown for a black tie ball this evening," Colt said. She beamed up at him. His phone alerted a message, and the moment he turned away, she frowned at me. I could see her trying to work out what our relationship was, as if she had a chance with him if I weren't with him. "How about I get you settled into a dressing room and bring you some selections?" she suggested. "That sounds fine," Colt replied without looking up from his phone. I shrugged and let her guide me into a room. After a few minutes, she handed me a few dresses. Each one was worse than the one before. Still, I tried on each one, hoping they looked better on than they did on the hanger. They did not. "Are you going to show me any of the dresses, brat?" Colt called through the door. I scowled at my reflection in the floor-length mirror. I looked like a cupcake. No way in hell was I parading in front of my hot husband in this monstrosity. I still wanted to have sex later. "No, these are horrible," I grumbled. He chuckled. "Maybe you should have looked through the selections yourself." I grunted. He had a point. Pulling my clothes back on, I stepped out of the dressing room. Colt sat in a chair outside the dressing rooms, still scrolling through his phone. The sales lady fluttered around him, straightening tables while watching him surreptitiously. I stepped closer, and his head snapped up. "Help," I sighed. He slipped his phone back into his pocket. "I think we should search for ourselves." If I was holding out hope there were understated dresses in this place, that thought was quickly crushed. Rack after rack of taffeta, ruffles, and bows in pastels greeted us. My chance of attending this ball not looking like a pastry was slim. The sales lady rushed over, clutching a dress the color of Pepto-Bismol. "I think I found the perfect dress." She smirked at me as Colt studied the ugly dress. "It is fabulous, yes? Perfect for your secretary." "My wife," Colt snapped. He cast me a withering glare that spoke volumes. He was done keeping things under wraps. I knew we were going to have to figure out how to speak to Evie soon. "That dress is revolting." Colt redirected his irritation back to the saleslady.
She turned her shocked gaze to me. I wanted to crow, "That's right, bitch, I'm his wife." But I bit my lip instead. He grabbed my elbow and led me out of the shop. "We have to go somewhere else." "This is impossible." I looked at my watch. "It's already 3 o'clock. What time does the ball start?" His jaw clenched. 7. We're just going to have to hope this next place will be the one. Yeah, as long as the shop girl doesn't have the hots for you and try to turn me into a human antacid, I grumbled. He stopped walking and pulled me against his chest. "Are you jealous?" "You're laughing at me. This is not funny." The corner of his mouth curled up. "It's a little funny. I think I like it when you're jealous." "That makes one of us," I mumbled. The event was being held inside the ballroom of a luxurious hotel built after World War II. It tried to blend old world with modern convenience, and it was successful for the most part. There was something a little too perfect in its stone facade for it to really come across as historic, though. Our town car pulled up in front of a side entrance that led directly into the ballroom. I scoffed when I saw that a red carpet had been rolled out to greet the guests. There were a few photographers hanging around, but they didn't seem to be paying much attention to who was coming and going. The sight of them was enough to irritate Coulter. He leaned forward and spoke to the driver. "Take us around to the main entrance." I pulled on his elbow. "Isn't this the main entrance?" He nodded. "It is, but I hate the press. I'm done letting them steal a piece of me to sell some bullshit story." The driver led us out at the main entrance. Together, Coulter and I strolled through the lobby, looking out of place in our black tie apparel. Following the people coming and going from the restrooms, we found the party without having to stop and ask the concierge to show us the way. By the time we wandered through the hotel, most of the attendees had already arrived. They all stood around, engaged in idle chit-chat while sipping on flutes of champagne. These gatherings never get more interesting, do they? I mused while the dulcet tones of light jazz provided ambiance. Colt picked up a flyer from the welcoming table and skimmed the contents. "Well, at least they're raising money for a worthy cause this time. This is an international scholarship for an internship program at Wotan Automotive." I still don't see why they can't liven up these events. Would it kill them to play some music you can dance to? I asked. "Let's go ask the man of the hour," Colt suggested. Hans rose from a table off to the side and waved us over. "You made it." He seemed genuinely glad to see us. "These events can be dreadfully boring." A waiter passed by carrying a tray of champagne, and I snagged a couple for Coulter and me. Hans grabbed one for himself and raised his glass to us. "To new friends." "I'll drink to that," Colt replied. "Jana wants to know why these events are always so dull." Hans waved his hand around the room. "Too many stuffy people. The problem is that the deepest pocketbooks are attached to people with no sense of adventure. Believe me, when we were planning this event, we tried to suggest all sorts of changes. Dance music, a sushi bar, ditching the stuffy black tie." His eyes scanned me up and down.
Although there are some benefits to that last one. Quit flirting with my wife. Colt snapped, but there was a friendly tone to the admonition. I'm not sure I can, but rest easy. I can appreciate a beautiful woman without crossing any lines. Hans smiled at me and winked. He was cheeky but harmless. I could also appreciate a beautiful man, but I didn't feel a pull to learn more than what was on the surface, not like I always have with Coulter. And what a surface he had. Standing next to him made me feel petite. I was taller than most men at 5'9", but Coulter stood a few inches over me. With his wide shoulders and narrow waist, he had the physique of a professional athlete, while most men his age were already settling into their dad bods. But Coulter Grayson was so much more than a pretty face. It was his sarcastic sense of humor that first drew me to him, but seeing him in this element was adding another layer to my attraction. Listening to him chat with Hans, slipping in and out of German and English, made my heart skip. I didn't stand a chance to guard my heart against this revelation. My husband was brilliant. Nothing was sexier to me than an intelligent man. All these feelings were unsettling to me. I had always been able to preserve a level of detachment. I never again wanted to feel the way I had after my relationship with Malcolm, used and forgettable. It was the same way my parents always made me feel. I didn't want to live like this anymore. My heart might be safe behind walls of steel, but it was a lonely existence. I found myself asking what I was protecting myself from when not once has Coulter made me feel unwanted. When he looked at me, I believed he didn't see anyone else. While every boyfriend I'd ever had scanned the room to make sure they weren't missing someone better, Colt watched only me. He smiled at me and replied to whatever Hans had asked him about without looking back at him. Hans pointed at us. I can't believe I didn't pick up on the two of you being together from the first second. My radar must be off. It's so obvious now that you're both deeply in love. Please, Jana, accept my apology for how I behaved earlier. Emotion clogged my throat, and the only response I could manage was to nod. I looked up at Colt. If he seemed uncomfortable with what Hans said, I promised myself I'd work harder to protect myself from the inevitable heartbreak. A swarm of butterflies took flight in my stomach when my eyes reached his. I'd heard eyes described as sparkling before, read sappy poems dedicated to the myriad of emotions revealed by a simple look, but I finally understood. There was an honesty in the way he was looking at me. His eyes seemed to speak a solitary truth to me where our words had thus far failed. Coulter was falling in love with me. I melted into his side. His arm draped over my shoulders, and I couldn't stop smiling. He continued his conversation with Hans. Occasionally, he would rub his fingers against the exposed skin on my shoulder. Goosebumps followed his touch. I needed a distraction, and the people filing in gave me that. People watching was a favorite pastime of mine. Everyone had a story to tell, and I believed if I paid attention, I could uncover the layers they hid behind. Usually, my desire to live a different life made me study the people around me. This time, though, I didn't want a different life. I did want to fast forward through telling Evie and get to the part where she was okay with me being in a relationship with her dad. I wanted to know that everything would work out and I could keep this feeling of contentment growing inside me. "Are you okay?" he whispered. He always could seem to sense when my mind drifted into the shadows. "I'm fine. I just need a moment. There's lots of new people here. I think I'll go powder my nose," I said, slipping out from under his arm. Retracing my steps back through the ballroom, I found the opulent restrooms, which were blessedly empty.
I touched up my makeup while making sure my hair still looked neat. Resting my hands on the counter, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Being with Colt was overwhelming in a good way. The sound of heels clacking against the tiles caught my attention. My eyes flew open, and in walked Matilda Forsythe. A gust of air pushed past my lips. I forced a fake smile and turned to face her. "Matilda, what are you doing in Berlin?" She opened her clutch and pulled out a tube of lipstick. "Daddy had some business, and I thought I'd come along and do some shopping. The better question is, what are you doing here? I thought Sabrina was Coulter's assistant." "She is. I'm not here as his assistant." I could see the wheels turning in her head. Matilda always wanted unavailable men. "Well, enjoy whatever this is while it lasts." Matilda turned toward the mirror and fluffed her blonde hair. I don't know what came over me. I took my wedding ring out of my purse and slipped it on my finger. I held my hand out and wiggled my finger to draw her attention. "I don't know, but I have a feeling it's going to last quite a while. I believe the term limit was until death." Her eyes narrowed, and she tossed her hair over her shoulder. "You might have the ring for now, but you won't hold him. Coulter has dated some of the most beautiful women in the world." She sneered as she looked me up and down. "Do you really think you measure up?" "More than you do, because whether Colt and I stay together forever or not, I can promise you that you'll never be with him." I snapped my clutch shut and strolled out of the bathroom.
Chapter 24. Coulter. Hans and I continued to carry on a conversation about the deal and mutual acquaintances. I looked down at my watch. How long did it take a woman to check her makeup? "Should we find our seats?" Hans suggested and distracted me from Jana's extended absence. "Are we even at the right table?" I asked. I never looked at the diagram at the entrance. We'd seen Hans and moved to join him without first confirming where we were sitting. "I looked at the board when I first got here. I requested you be put at my table when I confirmed your attendance. This should be our table, so we just need to find our name cards and make sure we are next to each other," he confirmed. We walked in different directions around the table. I checked out each card as I passed by until I came across the name Matilda Forsythe and froze in place. Fuck. Matilda was a little older than Jana and Sabrina. Her father owned a shipping company he'd built from the ground up. He'd attained a great deal of wealth, but he was still deemed too blue-collar to enter the inner circle of Seattle society. Joe Forsythe never seemed to care about the label. He started as a working man and had pride in the fact that his wealth came from his own hands, rather than an inheritance. His daughter didn't share his sentiments. She wanted the invitations to galas, committees, and all the other dull functions that most of our parents frequented. From her mid-teens, she started using any tool available to her to climb the social ladder. Fritz Anderson, Beck's dad, was one of the only men in our society who didn't act like he had a silver pole shoved clear up his ass. His down-to-earth personality matched well with Joe, and they became good friends, putting Matilda in our orbit. Beck and I might have both married much younger women, but we hadn't met them until they were adults. For me, at least, Jana's age was more of a deterrent initially than a draw. That and the fact that she was my daughter's best friend. Hans circled back around the table. He frowned down when he saw the card I was holding. "Do you know her?" he asked and pointed at the card. "Unfortunately," I grumbled. "It sounds like there's a story there." He waved down a waiter and ordered both of us a scotch. "You'll have to settle for the abbreviated version," I mumbled as I took the tumbler from the waiter. We both accepted the tumblers and settled into our seats, unfortunately directly across from Matilda and her father. At least he might be able to restrain her a little. You see that man over by the bar? I jerked my chin in the direction of Joe Forsythe. That's her father. He was a business associate of Fitz Anderson. He's a good guy, mellow, doesn't try to fit into society beyond what it can serve him in the boardroom. His daughter, however, wants all the glitz and glamour. Hans nodded his head. I get it. She's a husband hunter. I'll make sure to be on guard. She's got a history with Gianna. Slept with her boyfriend in high school. And she was after Beckett before he married my daughter. I think it's safe to say Gianna knows she's here, judging by the scowl on her face, Hans said, pointing toward her with his glass. I turned in my chair and watched her move through the crowd. She didn't notice the lingering glances men cast her way, as her mile-long legs ate up the distance between us. But I did. A lock of hair fell across her face, and she reached up with her left hand to push it out of her eyes. Rainbows glittered from her hand as it moved through the light. I laughed softly. Whatever Matilda said to her made Janice stake her claim on me. I guess I wasn't the only possessive one in our relationship. I rose from my seat as she drew near and pulled out her chair. Once she was next to me, I leaned down and my lips brushed the shell of her ear as I whispered, "Did you give away our secret?" Jana grabbed my drink and tossed it back. That bitch always pisses me off. She didn't cough or complain about the burn of the scotch. I'm not sure why it made me hotter for her, but it did. I couldn't be near her and not touch her. Not anymore. My finger slid down the soft skin of her arm, leaving a trail of goosebumps behind, until our fingers wove together. Her head snapped up. You aren't mad? Why would I be mad? She told me to enjoy whatever this is while it lasts, and I couldn't stop myself. I took my ring out of my clutch and slipped it on my finger. Then I taunted her with it and told her the term limit was until death. I sucked in a breath and felt my heart skip a beat. I lifted her hand and placed the kiss over her wedding ring. Don't take it off again. To show her how serious I was, I took mine off the chain around my neck and slipped it on my finger. No more hiding. But Evie, I put my finger against her lips to stop her. We deserve to be happy too. The organizer of the event took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Dinner is being served. The same message was repeated in several other languages, prompting the attendees to return to their tables. Joseph led his daughter across the room and pulled out her chair. Matilda's eyes caught mine, and a devious smirk curled the corners of her mouth. My hands tightened into fists in my lap. This was going to be a long dinner. Joe and I engaged in the obligatory small talk once the waiter came around and took drink orders. We discussed business, talked about Beckett and his growing family, and I promised to pass along his greetings to Fitz the next time I saw him. Unfortunately, he was soon pulled into a long conversation with an Irish shipbuilder about the cost of steel. That left Matilda to her own devices. Never a good scenario. You'll never guess who I ran into earlier, she announced, waiting for me to take the bait. When I didn't respond, she continued. Amelia St. Clair. Can you believe how small our world is? Weren't you engaged to her at one time? Next to me, I heard Jana inhale sharply. I could see a myriad of emotions swirling in her eyes. Anger, sadness, and worst of all, resignation. I reached out to take her hand under the table, but she pulled hers away before I could lace her fingers with mine. Under her breath, she hissed, "You're engaged?" I inhaled, knowing how I handled this would set the tone for the rest of the trip, perhaps even my marriage. Yes, It was very short-lived and years ago.
How many?
6. I had just turned 32, and I knew I couldn't wait my entire life for the woman who had gotten away. The fantasy of finding Jenny again wasn't enough to keep me warm at night. I wanted a family, and I thought at the time what I'd found with Amelia would be enough. But when it came time to start planning the wedding, I just couldn't do it. The memory of my weeks with Jenny wouldn't let me go. I wished I'd tried harder to find her. If I had, Jenny would still be gone, but Evie wouldn't have had to deal with the death of her grandmother alone. Matilda perked up and waved at someone across the room. She lowered her arm, and that evil smile graced her mouth again.
I told her to drop by. I hope you don't mind.
Hans leaned forward and glared at her.
Colt told me you were a nasty piece of work, but I don't think I grasped the full scope until just now.
Her mouth opened and closed. Hans made a tisk sound and shook his head at her.
Are you at a loss of words? You were spewing plenty before.
I suppressed a laugh. Hans was growing on me. He turned to me.
Your ex-fiancée, is she like this one?
He asked, jamming his thumb toward Matilda. How did I answer this question without pissing off my wife? It's been years, man. Hans leaned closer to me so we could have some privacy from the rest of our stable mates, especially Jana.
I can run interference, but I'm not offering myself up as a sacrificial lamb if she's like the wicked bitch of the West over there.
Amelia is a good person. Our breakup wasn't her fault. It was all me. I'm sure she's over it now, but I'm afraid I crushed her at the time.
Well, here she comes. You should introduce me. Maybe we can still salvage some of the evening,
he replied, straightening his jacket. I glanced at Jana out of the corner of my eye. I don't think that's possible anymore. Matilda rose from her seat and air-kissed Amelia.
So lovely to see you,
Matilda cooed. Amelia rolled her eyes.
I saw you a few minutes ago.
She turned to me, and a sad smile graced her face.
Hi, Colt. It's been a long time.
I nodded. After 6 years, I didn't expect to ever run into her again. She wasn't into the social circuit, but I guessed with her being a contract lawyer for many of the men in this room, it was inevitable this would have happened. Amelia turned to Jana and then stared at me for an introduction. Amelia St. Clair. This is my wife, Jana.
It's nice to meet you.
Jana spoke for the first time since we all sat down. Amelia's eyes widened with shock for a split second before she managed to control her emotions.
Wife? Oh, I suppose congratulations are in order.
It was hard to miss the sadness in her eyes. I didn't need to wonder anymore if I'd hurt her. Maybe seeing me again for the first time in years opened old wounds. The next words out of her mouth really dug the knife in deeper.
I never thought I'd see the day that Coulter Grayson actually said, I do.
A lot has changed over the last 6 years. She forced a smile.
It appears so. I'm really happy for both of you.
Waiters swirled around the room collecting plates and refilling wine glasses. A jazz ensemble began playing, indicating the dancing portion of the evening was starting. Hans rose from the table and held out his hand to Amelia.
You know my favorite part about this little exchange?
Her mouth fell open, and her cheeks flushed. It was clear she was embarrassed.
Well, that is to say, I'm not usually so
raw, honest, transparent, he supplied.
I'm not sure any of that is a good thing,
Amelia mumbled.
I beg to differ.
I'm tired of schemers and social climbers. Best of all, my favorite part is where you revealed you were single." Hans winked at her, and she melted under his attention. "So that was the ex, huh?" Jana said. "I'm sorry. I know this hasn't been the trip I promised." I whispered back to her. "I warned you," Matilda intruded. "He's got a history. If she couldn't hold him, what makes you think you can? Hell, you couldn't even hold on to Malcolm Graham. Even Waverly doesn't see the two of you staying together. She would know." "What did you just say?" My tone was low and threatening. Matilda seemed to realize quickly that she revealed too much and tried to backtrack. "Look, this wasn't my idea. Waverly called, and since she knew I was going to be in Germany at the same time you were, she asked a favor. She said you'd made a horrible mistake, and I needed to help her save you." Joe's head turned as he clued into the drama his daughter started. "Matilda, what have you done?" "Nothing, Daddy," she whined. I wondered if he was truly clueless, or if his love for his daughter made him overlook her faults. A humorless laugh burst free. "Nothing. You arranged to have my ex-fiancé ambush us tonight. That is, after you slung hateful comments to Jana in the bathroom. So excuse me, but I'd hardly call trying to wreck my marriage nothing." Joe shook his head. A look of disappointment pulled down his bushy brows. "Matilda, grab your things." He looked back at Jana and me. "I'm very sorry, Coulter. Jana, please don't listen to my daughter. She's been apparently coddled for too long. I thought she'd moved on from this behavior. After all, high school ended for her a decade ago, but clearly she hasn't outgrown this pettiness." "That's a fair assessment. She treated me like this in high school as well. Except then she slept with my boyfriend. I suppose given a chance, she'd try and sleep with my husband as well, only he's got higher standards than Malcolm Graham." Jana certainly got the last word in, and the effects on Joe Forsythe were immediate. His face was turning an alarming shade of purple, and it was clear Matilda wouldn't be talking herself out of her father's anger this time. I tossed my napkin on the table and held my hand out for Jana. "Would you like to head out?" She nodded her head and slipped her hand into mine. I waved to Hans on the way out. I'd make it up to him later, but at this moment, I had to do damage control with my wife.
Chapter 25. Jana. I stared out the window of the town car while Berlin flew past. Here I was in one of the most fascinating cities in the world, and none of the sights blazing past were making an impact. The lights blurred into ribbons that were the perfect metaphor for the path of my thoughts, tangled, blurred, and twisted together. Everything in my head was a jumbled mess. I couldn't eject Amelia's words from my brain, and everything stuck to that one comment. I never thought I'd see the day that Coulter Grayson actually said I do. I couldn't let it go because the reality was no one we cared about saw us recite our vows. I knew the reasons why we eloped in secret, and I supported it at the time. But I had to admit, even if only to myself, keeping our relationship hidden made me feel like I was a dirty secret. Yes, I was a hypocrite. I'd argued every time he wavered about telling Evie, but only because I knew deep down the moment she found out about us we'd be over. So I insisted we were nothing more than a business arrangement. I might have a broken heart once he left, but at least I'd have my pride. Nothing in my life lasted, at least not the good things. I thought I was fine living a lukewarm life. I was fine working at my family's company in a mediocre position. I swore I was okay going home every night to my beautiful apartment alone. My life was safe and totally under my control.
I was comfortable, but it was never more than fine. Thanks to Colt, I didn't want fine anymore. Good enough was no longer good enough. He represented everything I'd run from since I was burned by Malcolm, but with Coulter I welcomed the flames. Because, in all honesty, the only thing singed with Mal was my teenage ego. We were at a turning point. I knew the risks to my heart were great, but Colt had been nothing but reassuring to me that I could trust him. Time after time, he showed me he wanted more than a business arrangement. He wanted all the same things I did deep down. Love, family, and passion. I could have all those things with him if I could just let go of my fears. For him, I would try. And the first step was for me to let go of the petty jealousy Matilda had worked so hard to ignite. It was clear from the tension set in his jaw he was waiting for me to explode. I reached across the seat and took his hand. He squeezed it, and a small smile broke free. "I'm sorry about tonight," he said softly. Shaking my head, I returned his smile. "It wasn't your fault." Colt inhaled deep, then exhaled slowly. "I'm sorry for Waverly. I should have known she'd try something. She never did react well when she felt threatened, and nothing is a bigger threat to her than losing her lifestyle." "I never asked you to cut her off," I said, my smile turning into a frown. She wasn't the only one who was afraid of losing Colt, only I'd never try and push her out. It looked like she couldn't promise the same thing. "I know that. I didn't do it because of you. It's time for her to grow up. I am going to have a grandchild soon, and I can't devote my life to trailing after Waverly and cleaning up her messes." My heart raced, but I forced myself to take a deep breath. "I'm here. I want to be here. Please don't let her come in between us." He raised his eyebrow. A mischievous sparkle shined back at me from his hazel eyes. "Are you admitting there's an us? A real us, and not just an arrangement?" Of course he wouldn't miss the opportunity to gloat. I could return the teasing banter, or I could push forward and give him a little more of my truth. I chose truth. A deep breath helped me fortify my nerves, but I couldn't speak while staring into his eyes. They were always able to dig too much out of me. Instead, I studied the way our hands twisted together and found some courage. I only fought so hard against the idea of us being more because falling for you has been the most terrifying experience of my life. It's also been the most exhilarating. You have me, Colt. All of me if you want it. My voice was quiet, nearly a whisper, but I managed to say the hardest words I've ever let slip past my lips. He leaned forward and spoke to the driver in German. My mouth fell open. I poured my heart out, and his reaction was to give directions? "What did you say to him?" I asked. My heart pounded hard in my chest, and my head swam with sudden dizziness. His thumb traced a pattern on the top of my hand, helping me focus back on him. I told him to take us back to the hotel. I was going to take you sightseeing, something to clear our heads from tonight. But now, I want to claim all of you. A shiver traveled down my spine. We'd been tested today. Both of us experienced bouts of jealousy. I knew this time when we came together it would be different than before, because this time I was coming to him with an open heart. Trusting another didn't come easy to me. It wasn't a feeling that built naturally. It was a choice. To trust someone meant accepting they could hurt you, but choosing to believe they wouldn't. I knew I'd have to make that choice over and over, but Coulter was worth the risk.
The moment the car pulled in front of the hotel, I felt a buzzing sensation take over my entire body. Colt jumped out of the car and raced around to get my door before the driver could even unbuckle. He took my hand, and I felt a jolt of electricity course through my body. I had to practically run to keep up with him as he pulled us through the lobby. With his free hand, he stabbed at the button for the elevator. I could see him eye the access to the stairs. "The elevator isn't fast enough?" I teased him. "You're right," he said, nodding his head, and started to drag me along toward the stairs. I laughed. "Colt, stop! I'm not running up the stairs in these shoes." I lifted my foot to show him the spiked heel on my designer pumps his shopper had chosen for me. Another nod of his head. "You're right." He swept me up into his arms. "This will be faster." The door to the elevator slid open with a ding. Let me down. The elevator will be faster than carrying me up 7 flights of stairs. Besides, old man, if you throw your back out, you won't even be able to walk, and then what good will you be to me? "We'll see who can't walk pretty soon," he threatened. Colt refused to put me down and strolled into the elevator. We didn't speak during the short climb to the penthouse. Energy thrummed between us, and my breath came in short, choppy pants. At the door to our suite, he tried to pull the key card out of his pocket, but couldn't reach it. "This would be a lot easier if you'd put me down." "Is that my only option?" I tried to grab the key myself, but one of my arms was trapped against his hard chest, and the other couldn't reach around both of us to get it out. Frustrated, I stopped trying. "We're at an impasse. Just put me down." No, I can think of a better idea." With little effort, he flipped me until I was draped over his shoulder, and he slapped my ass. "While you're back there, go on and get the key." While the blood rushed to my head, I dug the key out of his pocket. He took it from my hand and opened the door. Once inside, he slowly lowered me to the floor so that my body slid across his. My hands stayed on his chest, and I could feel the hard build of muscle under my hands. Our eyes met and held, and I could see the warring emotions as the gold overwhelmed the green in his eyes. His hands slid up my arms until they reached my shoulders. For a long moment, we watched each other. We'd reached a crossroads, or at least I had. What we did next would determine the future of our relationship. I could choose to push him away. I could throw his past relationship in his face as an excuse and protect my heart. At this point, though, we were both in too deep. There was only one real choice.
Chapter 26. Coulter. I looked into her eyes, and the wariness I usually saw there was gone. Maybe it was my own hope reflecting back at me. "Are you mine, Gianna?" She stepped back, wrapped her arms around her middle, and slowly met my eyes again. Her arms fell to her sides, and I watched as she unfurled, opening to me, to us. "Yes, I'm yours, Colt." I didn't need more words. The only conversation we needed was touch and soft whimpers of pleasure. There was doubt still lingering between us, but it was on my end this time. The sadness I saw on Amelia's face would haunt me. I had no idea I'd hurt her so much. The fact that I could have that kind of impact on another person rattled me. So many things could go wrong when you entangled your life with another person's. I didn't want that look to ever grace Jana's face. Not if I could stop it. And I especially didn't want to be the cause of it. "Prove it," I challenged her. My thoughts needed to be redirected back to the woman in front of me. Jana was my anchor, and I was done drifting through life. She turned her back on me and swept her hair over her shoulder. Jana turned her head. "A little help?" Slowly, I tugged the pull of the zipper down. Her dress gaped open, revealing the porcelain skin underneath. Jana turned in my embrace. One arm held her dress up to her chest. I heard the material brush against her body as it fell to the ground. But my eyes didn't look away from her face. All I wanted to see was the emotion playing all over her face. Hans had said he could tell we loved each other. I didn't dare to hope she was starting to fall for me. Until now. "Beautiful," I whispered. "You aren't even looking at me." I tucked a lock of her hair behind her ear. "All I see is you." Jana stepped out of her dress, and I finally allowed my eyes to take her in. Down to the swells of her breasts encased in see-through white lace, past the smooth skin of her stomach, over the flare of her hips, and along the mile-long length of her legs until my eyes landed on the strappy heels on her narrow feet. "These stay on," I ordered. She licked her bottom lip and reached for my belt. "Fine, but this comes off." We both yanked at my clothes until I was as naked as she was. I wanted to give her sweet, touch her the way she deserved, worship her. Jana deserved that, but unfortunately for her, I was not a sweet man. She'd always get a little bit of dirty from me, but worship I could do. I pulled her legs over my shoulders, running my hands up the smooth expanse of her legs. My lips repeated the path. The beast inside me took over as the scent of her hit my nose. Warm vanilla and arousal. I nipped at the skin near the crease of her thigh and soothed the sting with my tongue. Jana's breath caught. The breathy sound made my cock twitch. But I forced myself to wait when all I wanted was to plunge deep inside her and slake the hunger I had for her. All my energy was focused on causing more of those sounds. Her hands fisted in my hair and pulled until we were looking at each other in the eyes. "Colt, stop teasing me." That's what we do, though, isn't it? You push, I pull, and we fight each other and for each other. You know what we need to work on? She yanked on my hair again and growled when I didn't bury my face where she wanted me most. The resulting sound reminded me of an angry kitten. "Listen, Pops, if you're having a difficult time getting in the mood," I growled at her, "Pops is worse than Gramps." "Is it worse than Blue Balls? Because if you don't stop teasing me, I'm going to take matters into my own hands." Her words didn't have the impact she wanted. "Show me," I demanded. When she didn't move, I took her hand and placed it on top of her mound. With my fingers guiding hers, we parted the lips of her pussy and stroked her clit. I watched as her eyes glazed over. Her fingers started to move without my guidance, and the breathy sounds that escaped her mouth drove me wild. "Don't stop," I ordered. She gasped as I plunged my tongue inside her. We worked in tandem to send her falling over the edge. As her legs released their vice grip on my head, I crawled up her body. The edge I was balancing on had gotten thinner and thinner. Our fingers twined together, and I held her hands above her head. Jana wrapped her legs around my waist and pulled me home. I dropped my forehead down to rest against hers and breathed her in. The words were sitting there on my tongue, begging to break free. "I love you." I tried, but fear had my throat closing, refusing to push those 3 simple words out. Because, strung together, those words were anything but simple. I needed to know I had her heart before I handed her mine on a silver platter. It wasn't brave, but having lived with heartbreak for half my life, I didn't particularly want to set myself up to fall back into that hole. She was right earlier. We needed to work on our communication if we were to last. But words weren't the only way to speak to each other. This time we let our bodies do the talking. Our conversation consisted of gasps and moans. As I came, I poured my love into her. I filled her with all the longing and love I couldn't give voice to. Jana woke as I zipped the last of our bags. I set a change of clothes on the foot of the bed next to mine. There were benefits to going to bed nude, and being able to pack for a surprise trip was one of them. As much as I hate encouraging you to get dressed, I've got a surprise for you, and it will require clothes. She stretched, causing the sheet to expose her beautiful tits. On second thought, fuck the surprise. I advanced toward her. She scrambled out of bed and dashed for the bathroom, laughing as I chased her. I caught her around the waist and walked us both into the shower. I spent the next 30 minutes getting her dirty before I made sure she was clean again. I went to the other room to retrieve our clothes while she dried her hair. When I returned, she looked at me in the mirror. "I don't think you understand the meaning of a quickie," she teased. "Maybe you'll think twice before you call me an old man again." She pressed her body against mine, wrapping her arms around my neck. "You're still an old man, but you're my old man. Put on some clothes, brat. We've got a plane to catch."
Chapter 27. Jana. A plane? We're in Europe. You know, the land of working public transportation? Don't tell me you've gotten so particular in your old age that you can't mix with the masses anymore. He rolled his eyes at me. No, brat. I need private transportation to give you the spanking you're clearly begging for. Colt pressed his finger against my lips as I was about to issue my retort. His finger remained on my mouth as he interrupted me. I know whatever you were about to say was likely a sarcastic masterpiece, but let's both be real for a minute. When I said we needed to work on our communication, I didn't mean we should level our sarcasm up. I already said that I wanted to surprise you. I can't exactly do that if the destination is broadcast over a loudspeaker, now can I? I made a noise against his finger. He finally removed his finger and grabbed our bags. Private plane or not, we still have a schedule to follow. I wouldn't know. It's a surprise, remember? I tossed out to his retreating back. His longer legs beat me to the elevator and again out the main door where the town car waited with the trunk popped open. He raised an eyebrow at me as I approached him. I thought I was going to have to come and toss you over my shoulder. You are such a caveman, I complained. At least, I tried to sound like I was upset about his habit of manhandling me. The truth was, I found those occasional displays of possessiveness hot. I'd take that secret to the grave, though, because I was far too independent to encourage that behavior. He pulled open the rear door of the car and held it open for me. Your chariot awaits. We worked our way through the heavy traffic until we were headed outside of the city. Although I didn't speak German, I was able to decipher that we'd pulled into a private airstrip. I should have realized when he said private transportation, he meant the AG jet. I squirmed in my seat, looking out the window, trying to judge where we were headed. Of course, that was an impossible feat, given we were flying over a heavy cloud cover. Each time I asked Colt to give me a hint, he shot me down. You'll find out soon enough. It looks like I'm going to have to teach you to love a bit of anticipation. There was a wicked glint in his eyes as he issued what I realized was a threat. Patience was not a virtue I had mastered. I huffed at him and went back to staring out the window. Colt stood and loomed over the seat I occupied. Do you need a distraction, wife?
I gave him my best innocent look, blinking up at him. What did you have in mind? I knew what he was thinking. It wasn't that he had a one-track mind, but when we were alone, his thoughts did tend to turn toward the erotic. His brow furrowed as he assessed my emotional state. The slight crinkling around his eyes seemed to enhance rather than detract from his masculine beauty. I gave him a lot of shit for our age difference, but it was actually a plus for me. As a driven woman who'd accomplished a lot in 26 years, I often found men around my own age driftless and unreliable. Colt had figured out who he was and what he wanted out of life. For some insane reason, I was the one he seemed to want to share it with. Colt grasped the clasp of my seatbelt and effortlessly worked the mechanism free. As was becoming a habit for him, he scooped me out of the seat and tossed me over his shoulder. I squeaked as he made his way down the aisle to the sofa toward the rear of the plane. He set me down sideways on the supple leather couch before sitting next to me. His large hand closed around my ankle and pulled so that I fell onto my back. I knew it was a good idea to lay out a dress for you to wear, he said as he pushed the material slowly up my thighs. My eyes wheeled around the cabin. Colt smirked as he watched me make sure we were alone. I suggested they return to the crew quarters unless they're needed. There's a crew quarters? He nodded. This is a top-of-the-line plane. Now, stop trying to find reasons to stop me. I think you need your first lesson in learning to enjoy anticipation. His fingers brushed lightly against the inside of my thighs as he coaxed my dress up higher a fraction of an inch at a time. My breasts rose and fell with each choppy breath I inhaled. I tried to squeeze my thighs together as my core clenched around nothing. Colt's fingers applied more pressure, forcing me to keep my legs slightly parted. I had no choice but to lay back and see what he had planned for me. I had to admit there was an excitement in surrendering control to him. Colt continued to slide the soft fabric of my dress up until his warm breath met my soaked panties, causing chills to spread across my entire body. He didn't linger where I wanted him, but instead, his wicked fingers continued to stroke my legs and stomach. His mouth joined his fingers as his lips brushed lightly, traveling the same path. I was so lost to the sensation of his touch that I didn't notice when he pulled my dress off, at least not until the cool air of the vents hit my chest. My nipples tightened to hard pebbles, scratching against the lace of my bra, adding to the building sensations coursing through my body. When his mouth bypassed my lace-covered breast to travel up the column of my throat, I released a frustrated whimper. "Colt, please," I begged. His mouth covered mine with a lazy kiss. It was a confusing mix of comfort and arousal. The embers of passion smoldered slowly, building to what I knew would be an inferno of need to have him inside me. Lights flashed in the cabin, and Colt rose off me, making me groan in frustration. I was supposed to enjoy this? Anticipation, the way he played it, was nothing more than a cruel game of teasing. He gathered my dress off the floor and started to dress me. My skin was overly sensitive, and I batted his hands away. "I can put my own clothes back on." He chuckled a dark sound that rolled across my skin. "I see we have a lot more work ahead of us if you're ever going to learn to draw out your pleasure." "Can't wait," I grumped. The flight attendant re-entered the cabin moments after I'd pulled my dress down over my hips. Her face turned red as I quickly smoothed my dress down the rest of the way. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Grayson. The captain sent me to tell you we're about to land." "Thank you, Ms. Val. We'll return to our seats," he promised. I resettled in my seat and turned to the window to finally learn where he'd taken me.
The clouds barely started to part as we descended when Colt slammed the shade closed. "Anticipation," he chided. The plane taxied down the runway. Before the flight attendant could open the door, Colt slipped a blindfold over my eyes. I grumbled some colorful words under my breath. In a louder voice, I said, "If you say one more word about anticipation, I'm going to get violent." His teeth pressed into my neck under my ear, and I shivered. "It turns me on when you get feisty," he whispered. "How am I supposed to exit the plane if I can't see the stairs?" I complained. "Like this." All the air was pushed out of my lungs when he tossed me over his shoulder. "You're taking this whole surprise thing too far, don't you think?" Colt swatted me on my ass. "Let me have my fun," he scolded. I braced myself as I jostled back and forth on his shoulder. Each step down he took, my fingers shook with the urge to pull the blindfold off. Finally, he set me down inside a car. "Can I look now?" "Pay." An irritated grunt escaped me. "I know. Patience." We rode in silence for a while. Every time I opened my mouth to ask when we'd get where we were going, I heard his voice in my head stressing the benefits of anticipation. When my phone started ringing, I groped blindly trying to find my bag. I managed to get a hold of my device when another problem occurred to me. I couldn't see to answer the call. "A little help?" I held out the phone in Colt's general direction. "Taking calls on our honeymoon isn't very romantic," he griped. "Honeymoon?" Suddenly, his need to surprise me made more sense. Colt's hand brushed against mine as he took the phone from me. "Just this once. Then we turn our phones off for a few days." "Hello, Care," he greeted. "I need to speak to Jana." "You're on speaker," he said at the same time I said, "I'm here." Caroline sighed on the other end of the line. "The Easton Corporation Board is making moves against Maxwell. Apparently, the losses for the vodka campaign were much more damaging to the bottom line of the entire corporation than you thought." "What does this mean for my claim to the company?" As the words came out of my mouth, I wasn't even sure I wanted to take over Easton Corporation. It was what I expected growing up, but now that I was on the precipice of taking the reins, I wasn't sure it was what I actually wanted. "It means that the board might take over the company, leaving you with nothing," she replied. "Are my personal assets tied to the company? My apartment, bank accounts?" "No, and the additional inheritance set aside by your grandfather is safe from the company as well," she confirmed. "What steps are being taken to keep the board from taking over the entire company?" Colt asked. This was an area he had a lot of recent experience after Anderson Global's own crisis with their board of directors. Fitz opened the company to outside threats when he tried to force his son, Beckett, to get married as a requirement for inheriting the company. None of us knew at the time it was just a ruse to force Beck's hand. Of course, it was my father who heard the rumors of the change in terms and took advantage. He stirred up a hornet's nest by finding a relative willing to try and take control of the company away from Beck. It would serve him right to have the same thing happen to him. "Can you find a conservator to be put in his place until the terms of the will can be certified?" I asked Caroline. "There is someone I've worked with in the past. He works for a firm that does consultant work for large corporations. Usually he does audits, but I think he can be persuaded to step in and oversee the transfer of the company to you. The board should be appeased with a neutral party stepping in to replace your father." Colt reached over and squeezed my hand. "Make it happen, Care. I'm going to be turning off our phones for the rest of the week. If there's an emergency, contact Sabrina. I sent her our itinerary this morning. She's the only person who knows how to reach us." He hung up the phone and the car pulled to a stop. I reached for the blindfold, but he stopped me by grabbing my wrist. "Just a little bit longer."
I could hear people rushing to open the doors for us, but no one said a word. My heels clacked against the floor, and the sound echoed around the room. The space was clearly large by the sound of it. My guess was we were in a hotel. "Don't we need to check in?" I asked. "Already taken care of. Now quit trying to guess where we are," he scolded me. We took an elevator. That much I guessed by the ding alerting its arrival and the swishing sound the doors made as they opened. I could sense another person climbed on with us, but again, they didn't say a word. "Did you tell everyone not to speak to us?" I asked. "And let you guess where we are before I'm ready to show you?" I told them it was a surprise and that my wife was smart enough to figure it out by accent alone. When we exited the elevator, my heels sunk into plush carpeting. I stumbled blindly behind Colt as he led me by the arm. With no other sounds to focus on, I could hear a lock releasing. He put his hands on my shoulders and steered me around objects. I heard the jingling of a doorknob seconds before the room filled with sound. Traffic, horns, and the cacophony of a large city filled the silence I'd been dealing with since we entered the hotel. There was a slight chill in the air, so we were likely still in the more northern part of Europe, as spring was just beginning here as it was back in Washington. "Are you ready?" he whispered. I nodded, knowing that even though I couldn't see him, he was looking at me. I felt his eyes moving over me as if he were touching me everywhere. Maybe there was something to learning to appreciate this kind of anticipation. His fingers worked at the knot on my blindfold, and for some strange reason, I closed my eyes just as the material started to move away. "You can open your eyes," he said, a hint of laughter in his voice. Slowly, I opened my eyes and gasped, "Paris?" "Well, we aren't in Las Vegas," he teased. "I can't think of another place that would have a view of the Eiffel Tower, can you?" My throat felt thick, and I found myself embarrassingly on the verge of tears. "Have you never been before?" he asked me when I didn't say anything else. I shook my head, afraid the dam would burst and I'd blubber like an idiot if I spoke. "Surely. I know this isn't your first trip to Europe." I cleared my throat. "I've been to Europe, London, mostly, a few times to Milan with my mother when she wanted to go to fashion shows. I'd always wanted to go to Paris, but not until it was with someone special." He turned me in his arms and framed my face with his hands. "Then I think this is the perfect place for us to spend our honeymoon." I blinked up at him, fully aware my eyes were still brimming with unshed tears. "You really mean what you've been saying, don't you?" "What's that, sweetheart?" Not brat, or wife, or any of the other sarcastic terms we typically threw at each other. "That you're in this. You really want to be married to me?" He kissed me, and even though it was a sweet, quick press of his lips to mine, it still made me shiver. Colt smiled at my reaction. "I told you there was a lot for you to learn about delayed gratification. And to answer your question, I'm in this till death do us part." I turned in his arms so I could finally soak up the scenery. I wanted to jump up and down and scream. I'd wanted to go to Paris for so long. There was no way he could have known he was giving me one of my greatest wishes. Spinning around, I threw my arms around his neck and kissed him with much more enthusiasm than he'd shown me a moment ago. "What was that for?" he asked, but his smirk told me he already knew how he was affecting me. "For making one of my childhood dreams come true? Some girls dream about the perfect wedding, but I always dreamed about falling in love in Paris." His cocky smile grew wide. That is a wish I can't wait to fulfill. Too bad we won't see much of the city. My mouth fell open. I'd assumed when he said this was our honeymoon, we'd get to spend some time sightseeing, unlike our trip to Berlin. Do we have meetings or something while we're here? I thought you said to Caroline we'd be unreachable for a few days. Colt put his finger against my lips. We won't get to see much because it is our honeymoon. I plan to keep you in bed as much as possible. In fact, I believe I left you quite frustrated earlier. I think I should make that up to you.
Chapter 28. Coulter. 5 days in Paris flew by. A little snooping through Jana's social media helped me target her dream Paris vacation. We had dinner at the Eiffel Tower, a private tour of the Louvre and Musée d'Orsay, and walked aimlessly around the streets of Paris. That was when we managed to pull ourselves out of bed. Jana joined me on the sofa at the rear of the AG jet. "You aren't going to blindfold me again, are you?" I laughed at her disgruntled expression. "No, we're on our way home. I might gag you if you're going to start acting like a brat again now that our honeymoon is over." "Ugh, I can see you're back to your grumpy self again." "Yeah? Well, we're back to real life again." I pulled our phones out of my carry-on bag and gave hers to her. She stared at her device like it would bite her. "I don't even want to think about how many messages are on this thing." "Only one way to find out," I grumbled and started up my own phone. The notifications started up immediately. I scrolled past the work emails and messages from Caroline. There were a few from Sabrina and several from Beck that seemed increasingly urgent. I tried Beck, but it went straight to voicemail, so I immediately dialed Sabrina. "Oh my God, Colt!" She screeched into the phone loud enough to make me pull it away from my ear. "What the hell, Sabrina? Why is my phone filled up with urgent messages? You knew how to get a hold of me." "At the hotel, but you've been gone for hours." "Can we just skip to the part where you tell me why everyone is freaking out and not discuss my itinerary?" "Evie is in the hospital." Everything stopped. I felt the phone slip out of my hand. I wasn't there. Once again. She needed me, and I wasn't there. Jana picked up the phone and put it on speaker. "Sabrina, what's going on? Colt dropped the phone. Evie went into labor this morning. The last I heard was that there were some complications with the baby." My fists clenched tight. "We just took off. We won't be landing in Seattle for at least 11 hours. Jana put her hand on my leg, but I moved away from her. I couldn't let her comfort me. Not when I'd been so focused on her while my daughter was struggling to keep her baby. She looked at me warily, but chose for once not to make a snappy comment. Instead, she focused on the conversation with Sabrina. "Keep us posted, please. We'll leave the phones on." "I will." "Oh, shit!" she whisper-yelled. "What? Don't just say, 'oh, shit,' and not give any details," I yelled at Sabrina. "Oh, shit! Waverly just walked in. I'm going to go deal with our wicked sister. I promise I'll give you a call the second I hear anything about Evie." She hung up before I could bark any more demands at her. "How are you doing?" Jana asked me after a few minutes of silence. My hands were shaking. There was so much anger and frustration building inside me, I felt like I was going to explode. It wasn't fair to Jana for me to take that out on her, but I couldn't be around her right now either. Every time I looked at her face, instead of seeing my future, I only saw my mistakes. This was just one more time my daughter needed me and I was focused on myself. "I need some time to myself," I said, getting up suddenly and moving to the small bedroom at the back of the plane. "Of course," she said. I knew she was confused about my sudden turn of mood, but I couldn't focus on her right now. The moment the plane landed on the tarmac, I ordered the driver to take us straight to the hospital. We'd had a few updates from Sabrina. Grace Joanna Anderson was born 5 hours ago, weighing 5 pounds 4 ounces. The last I heard, she was moved to the NICU for observation for at least the next 24 hours. "Why are there 2 cars?" Janet asked as we descended the stairs. "Because I'm going straight to the hospital," I said. "I know, I'm coming too," Janet insisted. I turned to face her, taking seconds I didn't feel I had to try and explain things to her. "I want to go alone." "She's my best friend, Colt. I'm going." Her chin tipped up, and I knew she was going to fight me on this. "This is a family thing, and I need to go and focus on her. I can't be distracted by you right now." "Family, as in you and them," she said flatly. "I can't do this with you right now." She deserved better, but so did Evie. I couldn't take the chance that Evie would find out like this. Sabrina waited for me by the main entrance of the hospital. "I figured you'd want to bypass the front desk. We're all gathered in the waiting room in obstetrics." I nodded to her, anxious to see that Evie and baby Grace were okay for myself. Sabrina looked around. "Where's Jana?" This was not a discussion I wanted to have right now. "I sent her home." She put her hand on my arm, pulling me to a stop. "Why? Did she not want to be here?" I shoved my hand through my hair. I caught a glimpse of myself in the reflection of the glass doors and looked exactly like I'd traveled all day. "I didn't want her here. Evie needed me, and I was out gallivanting around Europe with her best friend. This is a family thing, and I need to focus on that." "She's your wife, and Evie's best friend. She should be here." "Drop it, Brina. I need to focus on my daughter right now. Jana and I have done enough to make this harder on her." Sabrina shook her head. Her disappointment was clear on her face. "You're making a huge mistake, brother." "Add it to the list," I snapped as I strolled past her to the elevators. "They're on the 3rd floor to the left," she said and stepped back. "You aren't coming?" She shook her head. "No, I'm going to do damage control." Beck was waiting for me the moment I stepped off the elevator. "How is she?" I asked in lieu of greeting him. He exhaled a shuddering breath. "They're both fine now. It was a tense few hours. Gracie's heart rate started to drop, and Evie had to have an emergency C-section. The contractions were causing her too much stress. They thought the cord was wrapped around her neck." My heart stopped, and I was learning everything after the fact. I should have been here. What would you have done? I was here. She's my daughter. She needed me, and I was... You were on your honeymoon. There's no reason to feel guilty about that. He tried to reassure me. Maybe I shouldn't have been. You warned us that my relationship with Jana could put more stress on Evie. I was too selfish to listen to you. And look at what happened. There was nothing to prevent. Your granddaughter is as stubborn as you are and squeezed her umbilical cord every time Evie had a contraction. Maybe she wouldn't have gone into labor early if I'd been around, I argued. Did that sound as stupid to you as it did to me? If anyone is to blame for her going into labor early, it's me for being an asshole when we were first together. Maybe if she hadn't gotten lost in the rain and cold, this wouldn't have happened. But you don't get to blame yourself for this. I looked away from him. Hard not to. Well, who are you going to blame when you screw everything up with Jana? Who says I'm going to screw it up? He made a show of looking around. I don't see her here. It doesn't seem like her to not show up when Evie needs her. I'm guessing you made her go home? This is a family matter. This time, even I heard how bad that sounded. She is family, asshole! Please tell me you didn't say that to her. I swallowed. I might have. Fuck. You're screwed. He waved for me to follow him. Better go see Evie quick then. She's tired, and I'm getting ready to kick everyone out for the night. You won't be able to see Gracie until tomorrow. Evie and I are the only ones who can visit her until she's cleared from observation. Evie sat up in bed. She looked like a beautiful mess. It was amazing how much room I'd found in my heart for her after knowing about her for less than a year. I wouldn't miss a moment of watching my granddaughter grow up the way I had Evie. If I had to give up everything else in my life to be what they needed, I'd do it. You look more tired than me right now. She broke the silence. Then I must look dead on my feet. I crossed the room and dropped a kiss on top of her head. I'm sorry I wasn't here. She waved away my comment. It's fine. I had Beck. He's the only one who's been allowed to be with me most of the time anyway. Beckett laughed. My mom was driving her crazy with all her fussing. Evie scowled. I need to apologize to her. I don't think I was very nice. I'm sure she's already forgotten. Beck consoled her. I didn't doubt he was telling the truth. His mom was one of the kindest, most forgiving women I'd ever met. Evie yawned and looked around the room. Where's Gianna? I scratched my head. I sent her home. She was exhausted, and I thought this should be family only. Evie hit my arm. You did not say that to her. Gianna was the first person I met here who gave a crap about me. She is family. Her eyes teared up, and she angrily wiped at them. Stupid hormones are worse now that Gracie's born than when I was still pregnant. I'm going to make him go and apologize to Gianna. Beck told her while shooting me a look that said, I told you so. I nodded. I'll let you get some sleep, and I'll go tell Gianna you wanted her here. I'm sure she'll be by in the morning. I walked out of her room and found myself in front of the nursery. I couldn't see Gracie from there, since she was in a more protected area of the floor in the NICU. But I could see all the other babies. I couldn't help wondering what Evie looked like when she was that small. All the time I missed out on would probably never get easier. I tipped my head against the glass and felt a tear slip down my face. I did something I hadn't done since finding out Evie was my daughter. I spoke to Jenny. We're grandparents, Jenny, I whispered. I hope you are looking over our little girls. I promise to take good care of both of them. I still miss you. I hate that you don't get to be here with me to see this. I heard a gasp behind me and turned around to see Gianna's shocked face. I reached out a hand to her, but she took a step back. Gianna, I said, but I wasn't sure what to follow it up with. She shook her head. Tears fell down her face, and I realized I'd never seen her cry. Her father hadn't even made her cry with the shit he put her through. No, that dishonor fell directly on my shoulders. No, she choked back more tears. I can see this is a family thing. Your family with Jenny. Let's just go somewhere and talk. I think I'm going to go home, she said, her chin tipped up in that stubborn way she had. Okay. I shoved my hand through my hair again. I'll see you when I get home. Her head shook again. No. Caroline called. She was able to free up my personal assets. So I guess we don't have to do this anymore. I'm not family, so I should really be getting back to my life. Gianna, I sighed. It had been a long, stressful day.
Don't do that. I told you I was in this.
Well, she whispered, you don't have to be. I'm giving you the space you said you needed.
She turned and ran down the hallway. Only then did Beck's warning really sink in. I'd only just gotten past Jana's walls and I'd blown it. One crisis and I pushed her away, when I should have held on tight.
Chapter 29. Jana. I ran out of the hospital without a thought to where I was headed. My head was a mess and my heart ached. For once, I longed for the numbness I'd been blanketed by before Coulter stormed into my life. It turned out feelings weren't so great after all. Sure, I'd felt real joy for the first time in years, but I wasn't convinced it was worth the pain I was experiencing now. Caroline's message popped into my head. I glanced at the time and hoped she wasn't in bed at 10 at night. She answered on the second ring. Jana? I hope I didn't wake you, but you said I can have my apartment back? Of course. I've got the keys since your father had the locks changed. I can meet you in the morning? I mean, surely there's no rush. Didn't you just get back from your honeymoon? I sucked in a ragged breath. Honeymoon is over, I whispered. Caroline sighed. What has that idiot done now? I shook my head and remembered she couldn't see me. I don't want to talk about it, but I do need somewhere to stay. It's fine, I'll just get a hotel room. Can you come to me? I'm not exactly dressed for going out, she suggested. Really, I don't want to be a bother. I'll just find a place to stay for the night. I just realized you didn't just get me my apartment back. I'll be fine. I pulled up my bank accounts and confirmed they were indeed back under my control. Thankfully, I hadn't wandered too far away from the hospital, and I was still not far from half a dozen hotels. A light rain started, not surprising considering it was spring in Seattle. I laughed as my clothes became heavy with water and coated my body like a layer of ice. My misery started when I found myself cast out of my home in the rain. Deja vu was a bitch. Of all the experiences to repeat, this was far down on my list of things I wanted to relive. Yet, I found myself embracing the icy burn caused by every drop as it hit my skin. Since I was feeling everything now, I welcomed the pain. Not only did the physical ache distract me from the hollowness where Colt had wormed his way inside me, but it reminded me why I had built the walls around my heart in the first place. Men didn't stay with me. I was the consolation prize, the second choice, the one they settled on. No more. I was done accepting less in my life. I was no longer under the control of my father, and as soon as I could contact a lawyer, I'd cut Coulter Grayson out of my life as well. Well, as much as I could while still remaining best friends with Evie. The bright lights of a hotel marquee finally beckoned me to get out of the rain. I stumbled into the lobby, a puddle of water forming around me. Getting a room and shedding these wet clothes should have been the first step, but the need for a drink won over immediate comfort. Moving up to the bar, I knocked against the wood to catch the bartender's attention. He came over and smiled at me. "You look like you're having a rough night. What can I get you?" "A scotch, neat, please," I said while trying to subtly wring out the skirt of my dress. "No ice?" A man slid into the stool next to me. I gestured to myself, still dripping all over the leather seat and the floor. "I've had enough cold for the night." "This is quite serendipitous meeting like this," he said. "You say that like you were expecting to meet me later." I narrowed my eyes, studying him. He was handsome, mid-30s, with a thick head of dark hair and eyes as dark as night. He held out his hand to me. "Stryker Lawson. I'm your interim CEO. Caroline was supposed to introduce us in the next few days." I took his hand. The tension building inside me dissipated.
I was much more comfortable discussing business than fighting off advances. I might be planning to end my sham of a marriage, but I'd be faithful to him until the ink dried on divorce papers. Not to mention, I was going to swear off men for the foreseeable future. I held up my drink to him. I don't think I'm in the mood for an in-depth discussion of business tonight, but I am glad to meet you. Putting the glass to my lips, I swallowed a mouthful of the oaky liquid. The burn warmed my chest, chasing away some of the lingering ache from being out in the cold for so long. You wouldn't happen to know of any lawyers that aren't Caroline, would you? He raised an eyebrow. I am a lawyer. I smirked into my glass. The alcohol made me more chatty than I'd normally be with a stranger. Convenient, but I need a divorce lawyer. He took a drink of his own glass and choked at my words. I'm sorry, but I thought you just returned from your honeymoon. Long story, but seeing as how Caroline is my husband's good friend, I can't ask her. Let me look into it for you. I know that your marriage was one of the keys to expediting your takeover of the company. I tossed back the remainder of my drink. We can discuss this more tomorrow. I am in need of a hot shower and some sleep. He looked around the floor where I sat. Did you drop your luggage off in your room? I shook my head. No, but that's tomorrow's problem. Stryker stood and held his arm out to me. I've got a reputation as an asshole to protect, so if anyone asks you about me, make sure to reinforce that. For some insane reason, despite his words, I took his arm. Yes, this is most certainly the most dickish behavior I've experienced all day. He winked at me. Let's get you settled into a room, and I'll send someone out for dry clothes and toiletries. Yep, you're a total asshole. I bumped my shoulder against his. Thank you, I said, dropping the teasing. He nodded, taking my words and not adding needless fluff to fill the silence. Only time would tell, but I had a feeling I'd just made a good friend. Pounding on the front door woke me. Turning to my side, I picked up the alarm clock off the side table and saw it was 8 a.m. Several expletives fell out of my mouth, considering it was after 1 when I finally fell into bed, and I was dealing with a major case of jet lag. At least I didn't have to slip into yesterday's rumpled dress. I might have come a long way from the semi-spoiled heiress I was, but bad fashion still hurt me. Speaking of fashion, I couldn't wait to get my hands back on my closet. I was going to need the armor a well-crafted ensemble could grant me. Not that I was planning to go into battle with Colt. I had every hope our split would be amicable. When I had to see him, I'd paste a smile on my face and hide the fact I was bleeding on the inside. Showing weakness wasn't me. I'd been kicked too many times when I was down to make that mistake again. Blondie, move your ass. I've got to meet with your board of directors this morning. I threw on the hotel robe over the tiny camisole and shorts that were dropped off last night, along with a change of clothes for today. About time you opened the door, he complained and thrust a take-out cup of coffee at me. I need to shower and change before we head out, I grumbled. Stryker, 6.5 feet of bad boy in a suit, strolled through my suite and settled down on the laughably small couch placed under the window. He made a show out of checking his watch. I rolled my eyes. You could have called first, then I would have been out of bed and ready when you arrived. He stood and crossed the room. It helps when the phone is actually on the hook, for starters. He put the receiver back in the cradle. Then he picked up my cell phone. You do realize these have to be plugged in periodically to actually work, right? I winced. I'm afraid to turn it back on, to be honest. I bet I've missed a ton of calls and texts. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I frowned. Or maybe not. Stryker's face became somber. First, we work on getting you back into your apartment.
Come with me to the meeting, and after that we will find a divorce attorney to get everything else sorted out. Now, he continued, don't go taking hours getting beautiful. Please, I said over my shoulder on the way to the bathroom. I'll be ready in a half hour. He picked up the remote and settled in to watch a financial report. I'll believe it when I see it. Stryker and I headed straight to meet up with Caroline at her office near the AG headquarters. She met us in the lobby of her building and brought us up to her firm's floor. In her office, she dug through the top drawer of her desk and retrieved a familiar set of keys. She handed them over along with a deed. This will guarantee your father never takes what's yours away again. This is freedom, I said, tucking the document into my shoulder bag. Not quite yet. There's still the matter of Easton Corporation. Apparently, Maxwell caught wind of the moves we were making to put the company under conservatorship. He called an emergency board meeting. She glanced at the watch on her wrist, which should be starting right about now. If you hurry, I think you can make a dramatic entrance. Stryker grabbed my hand. Looks like we have another stop to make. He tugged me down to the elevator. I parked my car here the other day since I'd had a few drinks with Caroline after we wrapped up our initial meeting about your company. With his keys in hand, he unlocked a yellow notice. He let go of my hand and opened the passenger door. Get in. I paused without getting in. This isn't a car. This is an orgasm with wheels. He smirked at me. Well, it's one way to go where you want. I rolled my eyes and sank down into the car. That was quite possibly the worst pun I've ever heard. Pulling a pair of mirrored aviators on his face, he looked over at me. Got you in the car, though, didn't it? A few minutes later, Stryker pulled over in front of the Easton Corporation building. You can't park there. A security guard rushed over as we got out of the car. Stryker gestured to me with his thumb. Do you know who this is? The guard nodded several times. Of course. Welcome back, Miss Easton, but you still can't park here. If you know who she is, then I suggest you make sure no one touches my car. This entire company is about to become hers, Stryker warned. The guard called to our backs. He'll do as he's told, Stryker said and steered me toward the elevators. Minutes later, we pushed open the doors of the boardroom. My father lost a lot of support after the failed launch of Easton Vodka. Turned out the board members' concern over their personal bottom line outweighed prior loyalty. I didn't trust a single member of the board. They were all opportunistic old men who would sell out their families for high profits. However, for our purposes, their self-interest was a tool I could use. They only cared about making money. As long as they were convinced Maxwell was incapable of doing that for them, they'd help push him out. Unfortunately, there were a few of his cronies who stood fast to his side. Their support wasn't enough to keep him in power, but they might sway others to stand by him. Stryker crossed the room like he owned the building, which, legally, in a sense, he did. I know you were all alerted that Maxwell Easton has been removed as CEO of this company. If you are all meeting here to try and circumvent that decision, I have it in my right to disband the board and open up a vote to all shareholders as to your fate. Maxwell rose from the seat at the head of the table. How dare you come in here with this upstart and try and take my company? His face was turning purple, a sure sign his anger was approaching explosive levels. Your company? We both know I've found Grandfather's will. None of this is yours, I shot back. The corner of his lip curled in a sneer. What a disappointment you are. All this is your fault. If only you could have supported your cousin as I asked, none of this would have happened. If you hadn't viewed me as incapable simply because I am a woman, we wouldn't be where we are. Your own misogyny caused this problem.
He moved into my personal space and looked down his nose at me.
I thought maybe you'd finally served your purpose, marrying Coulter Grayson. You could have helped our corporation gain ground in business, maybe even made alliances in their board of directors. But if you're here, that means he's grown sick of you already.
That's enough, Stryker bellowed. He placed his palms on the table and leaned forward. I was going to come in and take over the company in place of Jana. He focused his midnight eyes squarely on my father. You would have been allowed to save face, maybe declare a retirement, walk off into the sunset, and survive off a pension you didn't deserve. Now that I see what kind of a vile excuse for a father you are, I'm going to enjoy dismantling your world piece by piece. He turned to the rest of the board and tossed some documents he'd retrieved from his briefcase onto the center of the table. As for the rest of you, you'll find letters of resignation. I highly suggest you sign them and take advantage of my good mood. The simple fact that you showed up to this meeting means you're on the wrong side. Hell, Maxwell being able to push his daughter around unchecked by this body means your useful days have passed. If you don't sign, I'll enjoy taking you down with Max. Not all of us came here to support Maxwell, one of the men chimed in. Stryker dipped his head down to cover a smirk and pulled yet another stack of documents out. Then I highly suggest you take and sign this statement of support of my interim control of the company as an agent for Jana Easton. A couple of the men, those pushing 80, signed the retirement papers and walked away quickly. Most of the others, save my father's 3 closest allies, took the statement of support, and after a lengthy perusal, signed the documents and left. Since my father no longer had any voting rights in the company, Stryker was able to quickly order security to have my father and his friends escorted from the building. Once we had the room to ourselves, I started laughing. You are a cunning bastard. You knew when faced with retirement or war, they'd choose a third option the moment you presented it. But how did you know they'd see you as a threat? Stryker straightened his shirt and fixed his cufflinks. My reputation precedes me. You're going to hear some unsavory things about me, but just know that as bad as you hear I can be, the truth is actually worse, and all my skills will be used to help you. On that unsettling note, how about you give me a ride in the Sexmobile so I can get settled back in my home?
Chapter 30. Coulter. My phone rang with Caroline's name on the screen. I knew if I didn't answer, she'd just keep calling. Now isn't a good time. My greeting was rude, but I had a wife to find. What the hell did you do? Say whatever you need to say so I can get going. Whatever you're calling to bitch me out about, I promise I've got bigger problems. I didn't have time for this shit. Jana never came home last night. It only took a moment's hesitation on my part for her to get away. I chased after her, but I was too late. The rest of the night passed with me walking around the hospital trying to find where she'd gone. I stopped in several bars and late-night cafes. I even went to the diner where Beck found Evie. She wasn't in any of those places, so I called Sabrina to see if she'd seen her. That earned me a blistering lecture and further wasted time since she hadn't left the hospital yet. The only other place I could think where she would have gone was to Evie and Beck's, but they were also still at the hospital. Coulter, I'm serious. Now is a bad time. Jana didn't come home last night. Caroline sighed on the other end of the line. That's why I'm calling. She called me last night to get the keys to her apartment. The messages she left Jana while we were still in France came back to me. I'd pushed aside a lot after hearing Evie went into labor early. I grabbed my keys off the counter and headed toward the door. Did you give them to her? Of course. It's her apartment.
What did you want me to do, stall her? Yes, I shouted. You could have bought me some time. Well, then you're really going to hate the next bit of news I have for you. She's meeting with the new interim CEO of Easton Corps, she said with an odd hesitation in her voice. Don't fucking say it, Care. There's no way you'd bring that bastard into our lives, I growled. I heard her take a deep breath. He's the best. Of course I called him. Besides, he's a friend of mine. You need to stop holding your hatred of his brother over him. If you would actually talk to him, I bet you'd find you have more in common than you think. My teeth clenched so hard I felt like they'd crack. Attraction to a long-legged blonde better not be one of those things, I managed to force out. Do you love her? She pried. She's my wife. You didn't answer my question, she persisted. Care, why are you pushing? It's a simple question, Colt. If you can't answer it, or if you know the answer is no, then let her go. I can't do that, I muttered. Well, before you go look for her, I suggest you figure out why you are so desperate to keep her. She hung up before I could say anything more. Not that I even knew what to say. I'd sworn to myself I'd never love again. When I fell for Jenny, I did so with the innocence of youth. Even with the neglect I'd felt for my own parents, I was able to give her my heart completely. I cared for Jana, but did I love her? I'd spent my entire life chasing after a ghost, and I was still coming to terms with the fact that Jenny was gone. How could I love them both at the same time? My keys clanked as they hit the table. As much as I hated to admit it, Caroline was right. I couldn't go after Jana until I had an answer. My phone rang again, and I was once again disappointed not to see Jana's name flash across the screen. Seeing Beck's name instead made my heart race with anxiety. Beck, is something wrong with Evie or Gracie? No, they're both fine. Gracie was released from the NICU this morning. We have to stay until tomorrow so they can observe them both for another 24 hours. Well, thanks for the update, I began, but Beck cut me off. That wasn't why I called. Sabrina told me Waverly is here. I groaned. I'm on my way. Several minutes later, I walked into Evie's room in the kind of chaos only my sister could create. I'm really mad at my brother for not introducing us. I had to take it on myself to come and see you and this sweet little bundle myself. I'm not surprised, though. Ever since he hooked up with Jana, he's been preoccupied. What? I heard Evie's shocked reply. My heart thumped hard in my chest. This wasn't how she was supposed to find out. Jana and I were going to tell her together when things settled down. Now everything was spinning out of control, and I feared I was losing everything. Waverly, enough! I shouted as I entered the room. She put her hand on her chest in feigned shock. I thought she knew. I mean, you didn't hide your marriage from me. Why would you hide it from your daughter? I didn't miss the slight snarl to her lips when she said, daughter. Evie's fists clenched her blanket. You married my best friend? It's not what you are thinking, I argued. Then what is it? She asked, her voice soft and sad. Her father locked her out of her apartment, took all her money, and left her with nothing. We found out her grandfather updated his will, leaving everything to Jana. She would gain control on her 30th birthday or if she were married. Evie finished for me and I nodded. Is that all it is? You married her to help her? Are you sure there's nothing more? She pushed. Of course there's nothing more. Can you imagine Coulter marrying that woman for real? Waverly snorted.
Evie's head slowly turned toward my sister. Her hazel eyes, so much like mine, seemed to burn with a golden fire. Waverly didn't have any sense to the danger she sparked. If you think for 1 second I'm upset because of who he married, then you're sorely mistaken. Jana is more family to me than you are, whether we share the same blood or not. Waverly sniffed, and I could see her gearing up to throw a tantrum. I grabbed her elbow and pulled her toward the door. You've done enough damage for one day, don't you think? She yanked on her arm, trying to loosen my grip. There's no reason to manhandle me, she protested. I've spoiled you for long enough, Wave. No more. I don't really like who you're becoming. What were you trying to do here? Hurt me? My daughter? Jana? That you could hurt people who mean so much to me makes me wonder if you ever cared about me, or if I'm nothing more than a source of cash to you. Waverly sniffed and lifted her chin petulantly. They're taking you away from me. Do you expect me to just stand by and lose the only person who's ever cared about me? If you try and push away every person in my life so you can be the only one, I can promise I'll never forgive you, and you will lose me. I started to turn away from her, but she spoke, digging the dagger deeper into my back. Do you think Evie is going to forgive you for taking her best friend away? Let's face it, big brother, you've never gotten over Evie's mom. I thought you were devoted to me, that I wasn't a family for you. It's always just been the two of us. I thought that was why you'd never settled down, but that wasn't why. It was her. And if you continue the charade with Jana, she's going to get hurt, because she'll always come last. It might not be me you come running for, but she'll always be behind your daughter, your granddaughter, and the ghost of your first love.
Chapter 31. Jana. She'll always come last. Waverly's words bounced around in my head, knocking loose all the dreams I was starting to have for my marriage. The truth was, I wanted a once-in-a-lifetime love. Funny, because I never let myself get close to anyone. Evie was the first real friend I ever had, someone who didn't want to spend time with me because of my last name or the zeros in my bank account. Still, I risked the gift of her friendship for a chance at having more. It seemed that risk was for nothing. I threw it away for a man trying to assuage his loneliness. Not once had he professed his love for me, because, no matter my broken heart, Coulter was a good man. No, he didn't offer me empty promises. He wanted a companion, someone to pass his days and warm his bed. His heart was never part of the bargain. He didn't ask for mine. I was to blame for the heartache I felt right then. From the very beginning, I knew about Jenny. I watched Colt mourn the woman he'd loved and lost. She'd been gone for 15 years, but to him the wound was fresh. Maybe he'd love again someday, once he came to terms with the fact the future he'd hoped to have was impossible. Perhaps then he'd be able to open his heart and love again. But it wouldn't be me. I knew myself. My limitations were many, and the biggest was after I was hurt, I retreated. Life had taught me the futility of chasing after affection. My parents, Malcolm, and all the men who came after showed me I was the one you leave. This time, I'd leave first. I wouldn't batter myself against the gates of a heart closed to me. I would not come last to myself. Are you leaving without saying hi? A voice startled me out of my head. I turned around and stared into the piercing blue eyes of my best friend's husband. I didn't want to interrupt family time, I murmured. It was hard to mask the pain in my voice. Jana, you are family to us. When Evie had no one, she found you. I know how easy it is to shut yourself off, to feel nothing when it all becomes too much. I'm begging you to fight against that urge. Just Come up and see her." I smiled, and I knew it looked genuine. I had years of hiding my feelings from everyone. He was right, though. I needed to go see Evie. She'd done nothing wrong. I wouldn't come between her and her father, but I owed her at least a goodbye. "I'll be right there," I promised. I took a moment to settle myself and steel my nerves before I saw my best friend for the last time. "You came!" Evie greeted me when I stepped into her room. Another fake smile, even though inside I was splitting apart. When I left this room, I'd be alone again. Only now, I knew what it was like to have a family, even if it was temporary. "Of course. Sorry I wasn't here earlier." Evie blinked. "Don't do it, Jana." My face hurt with the effort to hold the smile I feared looked more like a grimace. "Do what?" She shook her head. "I know you're married to my father." "I'm sorry you found out that way. I wanted to tell you." "But you didn't." She stared down at her lap and picked at the fibers of her blanket. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to betray your trust." It was a weak apology. She deserved so much more from me, but it was all I had. "You hurt me," she whispered. I nodded. With a deep breath, I lifted my head to face her one more time. "I know, and I'll regret it forever." A couple of steps had me almost out of the room before Evie called me to stop. "Jana, don't run away. I need you to help me set up something to honor my mother." My chest squeezed and my knees felt weak. I couldn't turn around to face her, but I knew I couldn't abandon her either. "You've got my number. I may not be close, but I'll always be here for you." Standing in the middle of my apartment, an odd restlessness came over me. I'd fought to get all this back, and now it was all tainted by memories of Coulter. It didn't matter we never spent time here together. All the things in my apartment, carefully chosen over the last 4 years, no longer brought me joy. Now they were useless things I'd sold my soul to retrieve. My phone rang, and I dug through my bag to retrieve it. Stryker's name scrolled across the screen. "Tell me my father isn't causing trouble already." "Nothing I can't handle. He's been pretty quiet, actually." "Well, that's alarming," I murmured. "I actually just wanted to see how you were settling into your apartment. I also got the name of an attorney for you." I exhaled. "That was fast." "It sounded like it was a matter you wanted resolved quickly. Are you okay?" "Not really," I admitted. "I'm here, surrounded by all my things, but—" "They're just things now? I bet you wonder why you gave up so much to get it all back." I nodded. The words seemed hard to force past my lips. "Something like that? How did you get so astute?" "I've had some experience with a similar situation. What do you know about me?" he asked. "Just what Caroline told me. You are a professional interim CEO. She said you were a friend and I could trust you. That was all." Caroline found me when I, too, was cast out of my family. I was broke and had nowhere to turn. She threw me some work that turned into another job and another. It's been nearly 15 years and I'm still doing it. However, I've done things to try and get back in the good graces of my father. "How did that work?" I asked, curious to hear if there was a scenario where my life didn't feel like a complete disaster. "I've given up on my family. They're a bunch of malignant narcissists, and I'm lucky to be free of them. There is someone who is wrapped up with them, someone innocent that I've got unfinished business with." I hummed a sound I felt displayed my sympathy and understanding. I started to pace. The need to escape my apartment was overwhelming, but where would I go? Work was no longer a refuge. I wasn't ready to run into Coulter. Let me guess. Stryker's voice cut through my mounting anxiety. You're feeling trapped and need somewhere to run? In a nutshell, I agreed. Good. I could use your help. I said your father was being quiet, but not still. He's trying to gather his forces. It seems he only has one move. When my father tried to take over Anderson Global, he did so by finding a proxy to stake a claim, a weak one, but a claim to inheritance nonetheless. Is he buying stock? I asked. He's trying, but he's not allowed to buy enough to have a voting position on the board, Stryker answered. The failure of the vodka brand brought scrutiny by the SEC and several other alphabet agencies. Maxwell was under investigation at the moment, but knowing how loose his morals were, it was likely they'd end up finding something, and in the meantime, he couldn't make any large stock purchases. He's looking for someone to act on his behalf, I said. I think he's found someone, Stryker growled. Last time he found someone with a familial connection and tried to exploit that to gain control. There isn't a single person in the Anderson inner circle who would betray them that way. No, but there is someone just on the outside of that circle who might be motivated to turn on them, he said. I huffed. Well, enough easing me into this news. Just spit it out. I think my brother might be the one pulling the strings on behalf of your father, he said hesitantly. And who might that be? Some instinct deep inside warned me I didn't want to turn over this particular rock, but running away from my problems hadn't worked. There was no white knight coming to my rescue. It was time for me to woman up and save my damn self. Malcolm Graham. I sucked in a breath. There's no way. I'm afraid it's true. I'll bore you all the minute details. The condensed version is that I'm the bastard son of a man who deserves the title more than me because of the circumstances surrounding how I was born. Malcolm is his golden boy. He's followed in our father's footsteps right down to the clubs he belongs to. Let me guess, I began. He belongs to Evergreen Acres? Stryker made a clicking sound. Nailed it on the first try. Where else would a group of misogynists congregate than a club of stuffy assholes that prevent women from joining their sausage parties? What do you want me to do? It was clear this was where the conversation was headed. I needed to combat my father's schemes head-on, and Stryker needed to stay here and run the company. My brother is an idiot who leads every plan with his cock. He won't try and get control of the company by only purchasing stocks. He'll try to get it through manipulation. Please, tell me you don't expect me to try and convince him not to help my father, I begged. I'm sorry to ask. I'm sensing you've got history with him. Knowing Malcolm, I can only guess it's a nasty one. But that only means you won't be charmed by him and will know how to motivate him to change paths. There's a property in the Easton Holdings in New York. My guess is your brother would go for a sure thing over the risky deal he's made with my father, I suggested. Stryker chuckled. You're an evil genius.
Chapter 32. Coulter. I looked at my phone. Dozens of unanswered calls and even more texts sent to Jana over the last week. Beck said she sent notice she would be working remotely for the time being. My alarm system beeped, letting me know someone entered my apartment. I couldn't muster up the energy to check who it was. Besides, they obviously had a key. I reached over to the side table and grabbed my tumbler full of scotch and downed the entire glass before refilling it. Is this what you're doing now? Drinking all day and glaring at your phone? I tossed that glass down after the other one. I seem to remember you weren't in such great shape when you lost Evie. Why don't you just fuck off and leave me alone? Get off your ass and please shower. It's time to try and get her back. I glared at him. It's useless. She won't answer my calls. I ruined everything. I accused Evie of having an affair with you. I even made you take a paternity test, only to find out you were her father, not my baby's. If we could overcome that, you can get past this, he insisted. I tried to take another drink and realized my glass was empty. As I reached for the bottle, Beck yanked it out of my reach. Is this what you're going to do now? Drink yourself to death? How will this make anything better? I heaved myself out of my chair and stumbled across the room. He was foolish if he thought that was my only bottle. What was I, an amateur? Taking a new bottle out of the cabinet, I pulled out the cork and drank straight from it. I turned to Beck to finally answer him. It will help me forget. And right now, that's the best I can hope for. Bullshit! He shouted and threw the bottle in his hand against the wall. The sound of glass shattering and tinkling as it fell filled the room. I gestured toward the mess with the bottle in my hand. That's going to be a real bitch to clean up. It'll be easier than the mess you've made of your life. I can promise you that, Beck said. Have you heard from her? I asked in a moment of weakness. Beck shook his head. Evie has, though. They've been working on starting a foundation in Jenny's name. I hung my head. I know Evie wanted to do something. I'm glad she's honoring her mother like that. He scowled. I don't think you understand. It's not an honor. Jenny failed Evie over and over again. Evie feels guilt she wasn't able to help her, but she was a child. Thinking of all the years Evie suffered having a sick mother, how Jenny suffered with her illness made me feel sick. If anyone failed them, it was me. I left them both to that fate. Sure, I didn't know, but I clearly didn't try hard enough to find her. Jenny was sick. If only I had found her earlier, nothing would have been different, Beck stated. I turned away from him until he shouted my name. You need to hear this. If you'd have found Jenny before she took her own life, while your little girl was alone with her, remember, what would have been different? I'd thought about this many times. I could have got her help. She wouldn't have been alone with her demons. I have money, and she would have had the best care. Evie's grandmother worked extra shifts to get her daughter treatment. She educated herself and made sure her daughter had state insurance and access to counseling. She was never alone with her demons, and she still chose to run off for months on end. You would not have been enough. Just because your first girlfriend wouldn't accept help doesn't mean it would have been the same with Jenny, I argued. It was a low blow. He'd been through the ringer with his ex who refused all efforts to help her get better. It was hell watching him live all the ups and downs as he tried to be there with her. She cheated on him constantly, and I watched him turn into a shell of the person he was before they met. It wasn't until Evie came into his life that I started to see the Beckett I remembered. It would have been exactly the same, he insisted. I slammed the bottle in my hand down on the counter. You can't possibly know that! The hell I can't! He yelled back. She wouldn't have done a damn thing differently if you'd been there. And before you ask how I know, it's because Evie wasn't enough for her to try and get better. Mental illness is hard to live with. Sometimes I wonder if it's even harder for the families. There are some people who fight back and get better. Others, no one and nothing motivates them to accept help. The families never seem to know why. He dropped down into the chair I vacated. There's not a damn thing in this world I wouldn't do for Gracie. Anything to stay with her, protect her. If I needed to get help for that, I'd do it. Jenny had that choice. And if Evie wasn't enough for her to make it, nothing ever would have been. I sank down to the ground, the weight of the truth finally breaking through and breaking me down. Even though I hadn't found Evie until she was an adult, that connection, the drive to protect her from everything was there from the moment I laid eyes on her. Beck was right. If Jenny hadn't gotten help for Evie, she never would have done it for me. Time continued to trudge along slowly. Jana had been gone for 6 weeks without a word. Well, that's not true. I stared at the envelope delivered not even an hour ago. It sat on top of my coffee table where I dropped it. Opening it would make it real. There was no doubt about the contents. I'd been waiting for them even while I'd hoped she wouldn't send them. Inside that innocuous-looking envelope were divorce papers just waiting for me to sign away any hope Jana would ever come back to me. A knock on the door made me groan. Unannounced visitors weren't exactly lucky for me today. I forced myself to go to the door and open it. "Hey, Dad," Evie said, smiling at me. Her eyes scanned me and she frowned. "You don't look so great, so I'll save us both and won't ask you how you've been." "I'm happy to see you. But why did you drop by?" Evie dropped another envelope on my table. "That's an invitation to the opening of the charity in Colville. I've also got the headstone you paid for ready to be installed on Mom's grave. I want you to be there with me." I wrapped my arms around her. This was something I could do for both of them. Maybe I'd find a way to let Jenny go once and for all. "Dad, I need to warn you." She paused. I loved how easily she called me that now, but I hated that my recent behavior made her cautious around me. "You can tell me anything." She took a deep breath. "Jana is going to be there." I took a step back from her. "She doesn't want to see me." Evie shrugged. "She's hurt. She might not want to see you, but she needs to." "I thought you were mad at us. I married your best friend. She's basically your stepmother." She shuddered. "Yeah, I'm not going to lie. That's weird. That wasn't why I was mad at the two of you, though." "Then why?" "Because you lied to me. Both of you treated me like I was made of glass. Do you honestly think I didn't see what was building between the two of you for the last year? That I wouldn't be happy for you if being together made you happy?" I stumbled back and had to grab the wall for support. "I sent her away at the hospital. Told her it was a family matter. She overheard me tell Jenny that she should have been with me." Evie gasped and put her hand over her mouth. "No wonder she ran away. We were all she had left, and you—" She shook her head repeatedly. "Took it from her. I did to her the same thing her family had done to her. I cast her out at the first sign of difficulty. She was right to send me divorce papers." "You need to grovel. A lot," she insisted. Easier said than done, I muttered, and then louder I said, Can't do that if she won't talk to me.
Then we need to make her.
How? Evie smiled.
Remember when you stranded Beck and me at that cabin?
I chuckled. You planning on abandoning us in the middle of nowhere? She raised an eyebrow.
Have you seen Jana's shoes? No way she'll be able to walk away from you if we go deep enough in the woods.
I shook my head. Now you're thinking like a Grayson. She shrugged.
Like father, like daughter. Jana's in New York. Don't you think it's time you went and dragged her home?
She'll throw a fit. I pushed back.
You'll have her on a private jet before she can make a scene. This is your last chance. Don't screw it up. I'll see you in Kentucky.
Chapter 33. Jana. It's been almost 2 months, and Malcolm's secretary keeps putting me off. I know he's meeting with board members and trying to make backroom deals. I complained to Stryker on the phone. Then we need to change tactics. Do you have a party dress? I groaned. Please, do not suggest what I think you are. If you're afraid I'm going to suggest you doll up and go dancing, then sorry to disappoint you. Malcolm is going to Rapture tonight. I don't understand people's constant need to post their lives on social media, but for once it comes in handy. I don't have anyone to go with me, I argued. It was a straw, and I was grasping at it. Do you need me to fly out and go with you? I don't think it'll help you get FaceTime with my brother, though. We don't get along. I exhaled into the phone. That would be counterproductive. My phone signaled an incoming text. I put Stryker on speaker so I could read it. Well, that was serendipitous. It looks like Sabrina is in town and wants to see me. I bet she can get me in front of Malcolm. How? He asked, and there was an edge in his tone that wasn't there before. You really are out of touch. They're pretty close, I said while I replied to her text. Can't wait to see you. Want to go dancing tonight? I hit send. Yes. Would you be open to going to a club with Malcolm? He wants to check out his competition. She sent back right away. Jana, how close? His voice broke through my distraction over texting with Sabrina. I think they're friends, but I get the sense that Malcolm might want more. Something crashed on his end of the phone. Of course he would. Is everything all right? It's fine. Just might have to move up some plans now. Nothing for you to worry about. Malcolm is going to be envious of the scene at Rapture. He's always wanted to break into New York's nightlife. Figure out how to mention the building we have vacant only a few blocks away. He'll be willing to sell your father out in a heartbeat for that location. Consider it done. Malcolm is too easy to manipulate. I texted Sabrina my address at the hotel I'd set up residence in for the last several weeks and then took a shower while I waited for her to arrive. It had been too long since we hung out and did anything as normal as getting ready for a night out on the town. I called down to the concierge and asked them to leave a key for Sabrina and set to drying my hair. Just as I put the last beachy wave in my hair, I heard the door open. "I brought options," Sabrina shouted from the entry. With a towel wrapped around me, I joined her in the living room of my suite. Options? She held up a few dresses and wiggled them on their hangers. Okay, I know they're a little matchy, but so are we. I looked at her. Long blonde hair, maybe a shade lighter than mine, eyes a bit more navy than my cornflower blue, but looking at her was eerie even for me. 2 dresses, one a tight bandage dress, the other a more flowing handkerchief style, both an icy blue silver. She offered the tighter of the 2 options to me, knowing I would have reached for the other. Sabrina raised one blonde eyebrow. "Time for you to rock those curves, sister." I took the dress from her.
You know I'm not hooking up with anyone tonight, right? God, I hope not. If word got back to my brother, he'd burn this city to the ground. I turned my head. I'm afraid you're wrong. I cleared my throat. I sent divorce papers. He should have gotten them today. Oh, Jana, why? You love him. An errant tear ran down my face, and I angrily swiped it away. God help me, I do. I tried not to. If I was going for honesty, I might as well have unloaded everything. Look, I have ulterior motives for our outing tonight. Sabrina nods. I'm guessing it has something to do with Malcolm? When I nodded, she continued, I didn't think you'd willingly go along if he was going to be there. He's acting on behalf of my father, buying stock to try and seize control of my company. She groaned. That stupid asshole. He's my friend, and I love him, but that doesn't mean I don't see his faults. How do you plan on handling this? I've got a property a few blocks away from the club we're going to tonight. I plan on dangling it like a carrot to change his allegiance. She purses her lips. I can help you convince him. The line for the club snaked around the block, but we didn't move to the end. Sabrina grabbed my hand and walked us straight to the bouncer. Sabrina Lakin guest, she told the giant guarding the door. He unhooked the velvet rope, and just like that, we were granted entrance to one of the most exclusive clubs in New York City. How? I asked. This isn't one of Malcolm's clubs. How do you just get in? The corners of her mouth turned up in a wicked smirk. I might have dated the owner of this club. We ended on good terms. I bumped her with my shoulder. I thought you were here to see Malcolm. An excuse. A girl's got to clean out the pipes every once in a while. We headed to the dance floor, the music pulsing through our bodies as we moved to the beat. Every few minutes, Sabrina glanced toward the window on the second level overlooking the club. Malcolm found us first. I glowered when I saw who followed along beside him. Waverly. She clung to his arm and watched Sabrina with a malevolence that I thought she only turned my way. Sabrina noticed but seemed to shrug it off. Things had become more strained between them since Colt cut back the money he gave to Waverly. I'd been a bad friend, not visiting Sabrina because I didn't want to run into my two least favorite people, and here they were standing right in front of me. Hey, Mal, Sabrina greeted. She turned her attention to her sister. I didn't know you were planning on coming here. Waverly shrugged. Mal asked me to come hang out, and Seattle is boring. Malcolm shrugged her off where she clung to his arm. Stop, Wave. Don't use me to fight with your sister. Waverly pouted. Can you get me a drink? Malcolm pointed toward the bar. Sashay your spoiled ass over there and get one for yourself. She huffed and stomped away. Malcolm shook his head and focused on us. He embraced Sabrina, and I had to admit there was genuine affection between them. They stepped away from each other after a moment, and he looked at me. I can understand why Waverly and Sabrina are here, but I have to admit I'm surprised to see you, Jana. Are you wanting to finally have that conversation we've been putting off? I snorted. Not quite. I came to ask you why you're helping my father take over my company. His mouth dropped open, then snapped shut. Straight to the point. I like it. Are you here to threaten me? Quite the opposite. You're a businessman. He nodded, the carrot already enticing him to my side. What would you say to a property? A large, converted warehouse a couple blocks from here. I could be convinced to lease it to you, dirt cheap. And the cost for this lease? Let me guess. All the stocks I've managed to purchase for your father? I smiled the only genuine smile I probably would smile around him. You're a smart man. How does a lifetime lease sound?
"It sounds like a deal, on one condition," he said.
"Name it,"
I agreed, rather foolishly. "Dance with me. I want to have that talk. Please, give me a chance to apologize."
I inhaled deeply. "One dance. That's how long you have to talk to me about the past."
Then I better make it count.
Malcolm strode off to the DJ stand. When he came back, the first chords of Your Body is a Wonderland by John Mayer started playing. He led me onto the dance floor to a series of groans. "Really? This song?" I complained. I wasn't really looking forward to swaying to a song about a man worshiping his lover's body while in the arms of my teenage heartbreak.
"We can talk over it."
I grunted in agreement. I would say every word I knew not to think about the few fumbling times we were together, back before I knew what a loving touch felt like. Thoughts of Coulter filtered in uninvited, and I swatted them away. I didn't need him haunting me the way Jenny haunted him. I would get over him someday. I had to.
"I was stupid when I was younger, Jana. I didn't know what I had with you. I'm so sorry I hurt you."
I narrowed my eyes and studied Malcolm. His words, to an unfamiliar ear, would sound sincere. He used all the right buzzwords, and I could tell he wanted me to believe he was contrite. The problem was, I wasn't unfamiliar with his charms. I had a year after we broke up to peel away the veneer of the all-American boy he tried to portray. I felt an oily slick coat my skin. The desire to shower away even this innocent touch was nearly overwhelming. At his core, Malcolm Graham was a user. His pretty face and privileged background bought him entrance into many social circles, all of which he took advantage of. Why are we walking down this path? There was never anything real between us. We were teenagers with too many hormones and too little sense. It doesn't matter anyway because it's ancient history. There was a gleam in his blue eyes. I could see the wheels turning as he calculated the benefits he could gain being with me. That's exactly what he was doing. When I was a teenage girl, Matilda Forsythe and her father's shipping empire, Waverly and the Grace and Fortune, or even Sabrina and her connection to it were more enticing to him. Now, I was the heiress to the entire Easton Corporation. Those dollar signs always did make his blood heat up.
"Don't say that," he said in a voice that tried to be enticing. "We could be good together. I can be better for you than Grayson."
My steps faltered, causing me to stumble over my own feet.
"Don't say his name," I demanded.
My heart hurt. How long would this ache last? It had been 6 weeks, and it hadn't dulled a bit. If anything, it hurt worse the longer I was without him. Is this what Colt felt during the years he'd lived without Jenny? Even more, could I endure that feeling for the rest of my life? Honestly, I wasn't sure. Part of me, a part I wasn't very proud of, longed to take whatever part of Colt I could get. But there was still a glimmer of hope that I would find someone who could love me the way I now loved Coulter, and, God willing, I could love them too. Heaven help me if I were doomed to love him for the rest of my days the way he loved Genevieve Holmes.
"He's gone, Jana. You've been here for weeks trying to get my attention. Where has he been?"
"I've been at the bottom of a bottle, but a good friend recently told me that I'd only find pain there." I looked over Malcolm's shoulder and found Coulter standing behind him. Their rivalry didn't start with me, but I could see the moment Malcolm decided to use me against Colt. He pulled me tighter against his chest, and I struggled to push him away. Instantly, Malcolm was torn away. He stumbled on his feet, but Colt grabbed a fistful of his shirt and hauled him back upright. He continued to pull him closer until they were nose to nose.
"Don't you ever put your hands on my wife again."
Malcolm, an idiot through and through, sneered in Colt's face.
"Your wife has been chasing me all over the city for weeks. I'm just giving her what she's been begging me for."
The snap of Colt's temper was practically audible, or perhaps that was Malcolm's nose as Colt's fist landed square in his face. This time, when Malcolm stumbled, no one reached out to steady him. He landed on his ass on the sticky floor. Colt moved to stand over him, leaning forward to issue one more warning.
"I heard what Jana offered you before you got grabby. Take the deal, or you will regret it."
There were so many questions I wanted to ask him, but there was a voice in my head begging me to run far away from him. Colt's large hand wrapped around my waist.
"Don't do it. I just chased you across the country. Now that I've found you, I'm not letting you go."
"You don't have a choice. I sent you divorce papers."
He grunted.
"Yes, you did. I told you when we got married that I wasn't going to let you go." "You're just being cruel. Let me go," I said as an embarrassing sob escaped me. Instead of arguing with me, he tossed me over his shoulder.
"We're going to have a talk."
Chapter 34. Coulter. Jana didn't fight me as I walked out of the club with her thrown over my shoulder. Sabrina nodded to me just before I left. I'd thank her later for letting me know where to find my missing wife. I had landed in New York an hour before, but Jana wasn't at the hotel I'd tracked her down to. Curiosity and a bit of anger overwhelmed me when I learned she'd used the weeks we had been apart trying to track down the king of douches. Desperation had me calling Caroline to get any information about her motives before I exploded. That's how I learned that while I was single-handedly keeping the liquor industry afloat, Jana had been fighting against her scheming father. Yet another thing I'd left her to deal with alone. It was no wonder she left me. I hadn't been a great husband to her. I told myself everything I did was for her. I married her so she could keep her inheritance. But it was all a lie. I married her because for the first time in decades, I felt drawn to another woman. My fear of being alone drove me to lock her down before she could find another solution for her problems. All of my actions had been selfish, including retreating into myself when the guilt of being an absent father and letting go of Jenny rose up to choke me. I pushed her away when I should have held on tight. Now I had to hope I wasn't too late to win her back. She had to listen to me first, and Jana was stubborn. Technically, what I was doing was illegal. I was basically abducting my wife, but I needed her to at least listen to me. If she still wanted to leave once I said my piece, I'd let her go. Well, I'd try at least. My truth was my heart would never be free of Jana Easton. Her shock wore off once I dumped her in the back seat of a limo. I preferred less ostentatious rides, but finding a car service that was available and willing to overlook me hauling a likely hostile woman to my private jet meant I couldn't complain about the type of car. I'd have to worry about the morality of this company later, because right now I appreciated their openness to letting cash skew their sense of right and wrong. Jana lunged for the door as soon as I set her down. I slid in next to her, blocking her exit. She dove toward the other door. I grabbed her ankle and yanked her back. "Where do you think you're going?" She growled and kicked her free leg at me. In hindsight, laughing at her wasn't the best idea, but she reminded me of an angry kitten. "You can't keep me here. As soon as we stop, I'm getting out." There was a stubborn tilt to her chin. I forced down another laugh. Just being near her gave me a jolt of happiness I hadn't felt in weeks. "Is that so?" I taunted her. "Charles," I called up to the driver. "Engage the child locks and close the privacy screen, please." "Of course, sir," he replied. The click of the locks was followed immediately by the swooshing of the screen sliding into place. Jana growled, and this time I did laugh. "You're ridiculously cute when you're pissed off."
"Why are you doing this? You're the one who didn't want me around. I made it easier for you by leaving."
She believed that. There were many things I had to set her straight about. This was the most important. Nothing about the last few weeks has been easy for me. I know this mess is all my fault. I pushed you away when I should have pulled you closer. Don't think I haven't been beating myself up over it since the moment I realized you were gone.
You think any of this has been easy for me? I thought for a moment maybe we could be more than some scheme to keep my inheritance. Hell, I think I knew the whole time we didn't need to go to those lengths even. But it gave me an excuse to take a chance on us. You hurt me. Even through this mess, nothing my family has done has truly hurt because I'd given up on them long ago. I started to let you in, and you shoved me away.
I grabbed her without thinking. The need to comfort her was too strong. She surprised me by melting into my side. When she started to shake in my arms, my heart cracked. I did this. I took the fragile trust she handed me and shattered it. She always expected me to leave her, and when she started to tentatively believe me when I said I wanted her, I told her she wasn't welcome, that she wasn't family. I kissed the top of her head. "I'm going to make it up to you. Just don't run. Hear me out and then decide." She sighed, and that was as much agreement as I was going to get. I'd have to make the most of it. "The jet? I don't feel like being whisked away," she grumbled when we pulled up next to the plane. "Tough. I need you to hear me, and to do that, I need you alone." She glared at me.
"This is all very stalkery. You know that, right?"
I nodded. "I'm aware, but I'm a desperate man." The driver released the locks, and I opened the door. Jana sat where she was and crossed her arms. "You can get out, or I'll drag you out, but you are getting on that plane with me. Not a soul here is going to stop me." She rolled her eyes and followed me out of the car, bratty even when she was angry. I only wished I could spank this attitude out of her, but I knew I deserved it.
"Can I at least know where we're going?"
she demanded as she climbed up the stairs to the cabin behind me. "Florida. Technically, we were going to a private island in the Florida Keys, but if she knew how isolated we'd be for the next week, she'd throw a fit. Best to let her scream when no one could hear. The AG staff were loyal, but even they'd have limits to how much I could get away with. I didn't have any plans to hurt her or force her to do anything she didn't want to do. Aside from come with me, that was. Yeah, this was a massively fucked up plan, but it was my Hail Mary. I wasn't going to lose her without a fight. She was quiet the entire flight to Florida. I managed to take her phone, and her computer was left at the hotel room for Sabrina to collect. I'd thought of everything in my diabolical plan. We landed at another private airstrip in Key West a few hours later. She was fairly docile when we exited the plane, which made me suspicious she planned to run. Jana took a step back when she saw the helicopter waiting for us.
"Why is there a helicopter? I thought we were going to stay in Florida."
"Planning your escape?" I taunted.
"You can't force me to stay with you."
I got into her face, causing her to inhale. "Watch me," I warned her. The dilation of her pupils told me I still affected her. It wasn't much, but I'd take it. The flight to the island was short, but the distance from the other islands was still too far for her to swim. I made sure there weren't any boats moored to the dock she could use if she were crazy enough to brave the trip alone back to the mainland, or any of the other islands. The pilot handed me the bags I'd packed for both of us back in Seattle, then took off, leaving us alone for the next week. I had the place stocked with food, clean linens, and anything else we might need while we were there. There was a satellite phone in my bag that was password protected in case of emergency. But otherwise, we were on our own until the helicopter returned for us in 7 days. That was all I had. 7 days to convince her to stay with me. My heart raced with the challenge. Failure was not an option. Life without her for the last 6 weeks had been torture. An eternity without her was too bleak to imagine. By the time we flew to Kentucky, I'd hoped to slide my ring back on her finger. Of course, there were things once we got there that could drive a wedge between us, if I did manage to convince her to stay. I worried about my plan to add to Evie's foundation. She had an idea to help women find jobs and climb out of poverty. I wanted to add counseling services for mental health and addiction, knowing that lack of opportunity wasn't the only chain keeping some people from living a comfortable life. I was afraid Jana would see that as a statement of love for Jenny. After Beck confronted me, I'd had a lot of soul-searching to do, and one thing I realized was my feelings for Jenny were those of a boy. They were preserved because of time and distance. If I'd known that Jenny my daughter had, I doubt those feelings would be as rosy as they had been for so long. Jana wandered into the house and started exploring. When I entered a room, she'd leave it. The talk we needed to have kept getting postponed by her refusal to be alone with me even though there wasn't anyone else around. I hunted around the house for her and found her asleep in the master bedroom. I'd purposefully had one bed made up in the entire house. She could run from me, but only for so long. I crawled into bed with her knowing that when she found me in bed with her in the morning, she'd lose it. But I needed to provoke some feeling in her. The apathy she'd shown me since we'd arrived would get me nowhere. Chapter 35. Coulter. I woke in the morning to her fists hitting my chest. "What in the hell do you think you're doing?" she yelled. I grunted. As far as punches went, hers were pretty weak, but they were still not the best way to wake up. "I'm sleeping with my wife. What does it look like?" "I'm not your wife. Not really," she mumbled. Maybe it was the fact that I wasn't fully awake, or her questioning our marriage, but I snapped. Grabbing her wrists, I rolled on top of her, trapping her body under my much larger one. Jana might be tall, but she lacked the bulk to effectively fight me off. Even though she was trying to buck me off like a feral animal, I took a moment and nuzzled into her neck. Without thinking, I licked a path up to the pulse point before sucking on the sensitive skin under her ear. She shivered in my arms. "I haven't signed those papers, which means you are still my wife. And you want me. I can feel the way your heart is racing, the rapid draw of your breath. I can feel the way your nipples have hardened where they're rubbing against my chest through the thin t-shirt you're wearing." Her breath shuddered, proving my point. "You want me, even now," I continued. "No, I don't," she lied. So the heat burning against my thigh isn't you getting wet for me? Tell me, if I stroked your clit, would it be hard and aching? If I drew one of those tight, rosy nipples into my mouth, would you moan?" "You said we were going to talk," she protested. I rubbed my lips against hers, back and forth, taking her breath in as my own. Some of our best conversations had no words. Talk to me, Jana. Jana gulped, and even though her mind was fighting her body, her legs spread, letting my aching cock rest against the hottest part of her.
This means nothing,
she insisted. Before I could call her a liar, her hand sunk into my hair, dragging my mouth hard against hers. I showed her every ounce of my desire, frustration, and longing as my tongue tangled with hers. This wouldn't be a fast fuck. I was in the mood to torture her the way her absence had tortured me. I'd drag her to the peak over and over without letting her fall. Only then would I join her as we came together. Reluctantly, I pulled my mouth from hers so I could pull her shirt over her head. Her mound was covered by a scrap of lace. I brushed my fingers against the material, making the lace scratch against her clit. She tried to swallow her whimper, but I wouldn't hold back until she gave me every moan, every gasp, and I'd made her beg me to let her come. Staring deep into her eyes, I let her see me. For once, I didn't try to hide behind the humor and snark that was our normal interaction. If you say no, I'll stop. I'll never take anything from you that you don't want to give. But don't let your bullshit lies make you speak up. Be honest with me, but also with yourself. She nodded. It was only a slight tip of her head, but she was with me. When she didn't speak, I took that as permission and started to lick and suck my way down her body. She'd wear my marks for the rest of the week as a reminder she might be mad at me, but she was still mine. When I got to her breasts, I pulled one nipple into my mouth, sucking hard. I bit down, not too hard, but enough to give her the perfect amount of pain. There was so much I'd held back from her. I thought I had time to get her used to how hard I wanted to take her. But our time had nearly run out, and I wasn't holding anything back anymore. She squirmed, and I felt the rush of wetness through her panties and my boxers. My dirty girl likes it rough, I praised her. Giving the same treatment to her other breast, she squirmed against me, subconsciously grinding against my dick. Not so fast. I've got a lot to make up to you before you get my cock. She whimpered. I could still see the war she was fighting with herself written in the crinkle of her forehead, but it was one she was losing. I let my tongue swirl around her navel, showing her my intentions as I worked her soaked underwear down her tight thighs. Her body was meant to be worshipped, and I planned to spend a lot of time doing exactly that. "Colt!" she protested as my hot breath hit the lips of her sex. Instead of stopping, I dragged my tongue up her center, flicking mercilessly against her clit. The taste of her exploded on my tongue, and I became ravenous. I ate her like she was my last meal. She thrashed against me, and the need to make her feel every ounce of frustration I had in the week she'd been gone grew, until I couldn't stop myself from tormenting her. I sucked hard on her clit, dragging my teeth across the bundle of nerves, until her whimpers turned into moans. She was wet enough that I was able to force two of my fingers into her tight heat in the same rough drive I would soon be using my cock. Usually I'd taunt and tease her before seeking out that magic spot deep inside. But not now. I curled my fingers against her G-spot until her back arched, and she rubbed her sensitive nipples against my chest, drawing out another moan from her. I repeated the motion a few more times, until I felt her muscles tighten, and then abruptly withdrew my fingers. "What are you doing?" she complained. "When you come, it will be on my cock." I waited until her body settled down and drove her to the peak once again, only to have her growl at me when I retreated as she was about to come. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. Her voice wavered, and I knew she was finally allowing her emotions to break through her walls. It might only be frustration over not being allowed to come, but I needed a crack in those defenses of hers before I could ever talk my way inside her heart. Because I know you. When I try and talk to you, you will spin every word and analyze every thought before you decide what to share. I want you, not only physically, but in every part of my life. I want your heart, Jana, so I know I'm safe to give you mine. Her eyes filled with tears, and I finally saw my true error. Pushing her away at the hospital, the words she'd heard me mutter to Jenny's ghost were the salt in the wound I'd already given her. Here I was demanding she give me her heart so I knew I'd be safe with her, and she needed the same thing from me. In my efforts to demolish the walls she'd built around herself, I'd failed to recognize my own fortifications. I crawled up her body and took my time kissing her. I've been an idiot. Here I am demanding so much from you, and keeping something from you. Her eyes widened, and I watched them start to shudder, closing her off from me. I hurried to explain so I could banish the distance she was trying to create. I love you, Jana. I know you won't believe me completely right now, but I need you to hear it. My love for you doesn't compare to what I had with Jenny because I've never felt anything like this before. She blinked, and I could see she was giving me a chance. Loving you is like breathing. I can't deny it, can't stop it, and can't live without it. What I feel for you is written in my DNA. You're not only my reason to live, you're the force that makes me live. I don't know what I was doing before you, but I don't think it can be called anything more than existing. You love me? She whispered. Yes, my darling, bratty wife. I love you. Actually, that word isn't strong enough for what I feel for you. I'm so damn sorry I pushed you away at the hospital. It wasn't because I didn't want you there. In that moment, I felt toxic. I was afraid I was leaking it from my body. I didn't want to infect you with my fuck-ups, but I needed you so bad. I can't promise to never make another mistake, but I swear to you, I'll try to do better. I'll do anything to keep you. She laughed. Yeah, including kidnap me. Her laughter caused her body to rub against mine, reigniting the fire in my blood. Our words were sweet, but my body was still intended for our makeup to be the dirtiest of fucks. I'm glad you're finally hearing me. Tell me you'll give us another chance, I demanded. She sighed. My pride makes me want to fight you more. I don't want to be one of those weak women who fall at the feet of the man who made them cry. But being without you was hell. I don't think I can live without you either. I love you, Colt. I smiled at her, but it fell to a scowl almost instantly. You ran from me. I told you we were married forever. We promised for better or worse. And instead of staying and fighting with me, for us, you ran. Jana dipped her head. I know. I'm sorry. I've told you I'm not a gentle man. I might appear polished and civilized on the outside, but I'm little more than a beast in a suit. I think you need further explanation of what marriage means to me. She gulped. Tell me. I already told you that I can't live without you. I know you're a strong woman, but you are mine. I think you need a reminder that you're mine. I climbed off of her and moved to sit on the edge of the bed. There had been so many times I'd wanted to do this, but now I needed to. The one time I did give in was only a fraction of what I wanted to share with her. Gianna, for all her fire and independence, wanted someone to take control. Maybe not all the time, but intimately she liked to surrender. She needed one final push to let go of her pride and fear and let herself forgive me.
"What are you doing?"
she asked, nerves causing her voice to tremble. It wasn't fear, though. At least not fear I'd hurt her. She was afraid of the way I made her feel. "I'm going to spank the brat out of you. Remind you that you are my wife, and you don't fucking leave me. Ever. Now, climb over here and take your punishment like a good girl." I wasn't sure she'd do it, but after hesitating for a moment, she climbed across my lap until her perky ass was high in the air. My hand came down with a crack that was more sound than pain. The tiny sting was easily smoothed away with a few strokes against her soft skin. I repeated the motion on the other cheek, and she started to squirm on my lap. I put my other arm across her back, holding her down. "Who do you belong to?" I demanded.
"You,"
she answered instantly, and my heart settled. Somehow my insane plan was working, and she was letting me back in. I delivered another slap, this time lower down across her legs and pussy. She groaned. I rubbed my fingers through her slit, feeling the wetness trickling out of her and using it to taunt her needy clit. 3 more quick smacks in the same spot had her squirming, and I stopped before she climaxed. She whimpered when I lifted her off me. This was where I needed her, out of her mind with desire and willing to take anything I gave her. The only thing that mattered to her in this moment was that I finally let her come. "Tell me you'll retract the divorce papers." It was an asshole demand to make when she was out of her mind with lust, but I never said I was going to fight fair. When you risked losing the one thing you needed to live, fighting dirty was the only way to go.
"I will,"
she promised. I moved her until her knees were under her, and her ass was in the air. She was far beyond caring that she was open for me and letting me see the most private place of her. "You're mine," I told her as I pushed my boxers down my legs and stepped out of them. My hand fisted my cock, and I gave it a few rough strokes as my other hand moved to the back of her neck to hold her down. Lining myself up with her opening, I let my free hand grip her hip and plunged deep inside her in one hard thrust. She shuddered as my piercings rubbed her walls and stimulated her G-spot once again. The time for teasing was over. With my grip on her neck and hip, I pulled her body hard against me as I pounded her relentlessly. Gianna began to grunt and moan with abandon. I'd edged her so ruthlessly, it wasn't long before she was squeezing my cock as she came. Her climax drove me, but it had been too long since I felt the tight heat choking my dick. I grunted as the pleasure built. My spine tingled, and my balls pulled tight against my body. But still, I couldn't quite come. Letting go of her neck, I used both hands on her hips to fuck her harder than I had ever gone before. Even though she'd just come, I felt her body rise again. This time she screamed. Actually fucking screamed as she came. I spilled everything inside her. A long, low groan ripped from my throat, and my vision went black as I drained inside her. I'd never come so hard or so long in my life, and it felt like my body was trying to mark her from the inside out. When I was finally spent, I slumped over her, keeping us connected as I cradled her from behind. Even though we'd woken not long before, we passed out, connected once again in every way we could be.
Chapter 36. Jana. It was a beautiful week alone with Coulter. I'd like to say that all hurts were healed and everything was fine between us, but life didn't work like that. It would take time to rebuild the trust I lost that night at the hospital. What I could say was that we were on the right path. I was a little afraid to return to the real world where we'd face the judgment of our families. Colt told me what Evie said to him at the hospital. While I was comforted to know that she wasn't mad we were together, there was still some groveling I needed to do with my best friend. There I was, afraid she'd be upset I was with her father and I'd hurt her by hiding it from her. I should have trusted her more, a mistake I wouldn't make again. The weather in Kentucky was bleak when we landed. Summer was around the corner, but spring still had a strange hold in the mountains. My heart hurt for the little girl I imagined running around there. There was pride in the people of Colville, but it was clear that the wealth of our nation had missed this pocket of the country. Colt was nervous when he told me about the work he was going to do with Evie to help the women of this region. They planned to expand to include men, but for now, they wanted to give the most vulnerable members of this community access to care. Women could come here to seek help and resources so they could stand on their own feet. Mental illness wasn't the only thing that led some women down the path of addiction. For some, it could be as simple as becoming dependent on a prescription. And when those injuries were caused by the person who was supposed to protect you, those women needed a safe place to turn. I was proud of the work they were doing there. I could see how it was already healing the guilt he'd carried since he learned of Jenny's fate. He thought I was going to see it as another way he was holding on to her memory, but I recognized it as him finally letting her go. I'd never met her, but I'd seen the pain Evie lived with every day. She loved her mother, even if she didn't think so. Knowing that her mother couldn't love her enough to get better left a scar. That wasn't the girl Colt knew. She was still young and would forever be preserved in the state she was before mental illness and addiction robbed her of the spark that made such a deep impression on his teenage heart. As hard as it was to accept his feelings for her, I was starting to make peace with them. Hadn't I been changed by Malcolm at about the same age? I didn't even feel a fraction of what Colt felt for Jenny, but my life had been changed all the same. He wasn't the only cause for how guarded I became. My family deserved some of the blame, but that was the first time I made myself completely vulnerable only to be rejected. Colt reached over and squeezed my leg. "Are you okay? You've been quiet since we landed." I nodded. "Yeah, just thinking." "Not having second thoughts, I hope?" he asked. I learned a lot about my husband in the week we were on the island. He relished being in control because when he felt as much as he did about me, he felt completely out of it. In a way, knowing he felt as lost as I did made me feel more settled. I wasn't the only one adrift in my feelings. And yes, I finally admitted to myself I was stupid in love with him. I think I had been almost from the beginning. It wasn't one moment, but a collection of them that made him essential to me. Letting those feelings out was probably one of the most terrifying things I'd ever done. My phone rang in my bag. Extremely bad timing, but things with my father were still up in the air, and I was waiting for word from Stryker that the deal with Malcolm had been finalized. For the sake of my sanity and Colt's, I agreed to let one of the Anderson Global lawyers handle the deal. Getting Coulter to agree to break his no outside interruptions rule while we were on the island was one of our only disagreements while we were there. Of course, it ended quickly when I told him I'd just have to get in touch with Malcolm myself when we returned to civilization. Using his hatred for the man was a dirty trick, but I wanted this crisis with Easton Corporation behind me. I was coming to a decision that I hadn't shared with anyone yet. I didn't want to run the company. Whether we defeated my father in the end or not, I had too many bad memories there to make it my life. During the time Colt and I were apart, while I tried to get a meeting with Malcolm, I had endless hours alone. Thinking was something I actively avoided doing, so I spent the time perfecting the app I'd been designing for the last year. Heartache made me focus with laser precision, and before I knew it, I had the code written for a functioning AI assistant that could schedule meetings, send reminders, search for travel arrangements, and use dictation to compile basic reports. It would not, under its current functionality, replace a human assistant, but it would be a godsend for small businesses and individuals needing more organization in their lives. I'd already reached out to Hans from Wotan Automotive, and he and I were in the process of bringing the app to the market. It was a risk to abandon Easton Corp for a private venture, but it was the first professional achievement I'd made without help from anyone except an investor. After digging through my large bag filled with about 3 things I used and 30 things I didn't even know I had, I finally found my phone under a couple of paperback books. "Stryker, hey," I greeted. "My asshole brother finally signed the paperwork. I think he was just trying to delay so he could talk to you again." "How did you manage to move him along?" I asked. Stryker chuckled. "There are some distinct advantages to him not knowing you and I are working together. For example, I know that he's very paranoid people will find out how he got the money to finance his first club after he failed his college ethics class and our father cut him off." "Come on, you can't dangle something like that out there and not spill the details," I pressured. "I don't want you to take offense at what I'm going to say." He hesitated. My mouth opened and closed. After that word of caution, did I really want to know? "Just spit it out," I grumbled, allowing my curiosity to overcome my insecurity. "I suspect that when you were named as the sole inheritor of Easton Corporation, Malcolm started thinking of ways to get close to you. See, he got the money for his first club by dating Gemma O'Reilly." "The tech heiress?" I asked for clarity. "The one and the same. Anyway, they were nearly engaged. I think he'd have gone through with it, but her father intervened and paid him to break up with his daughter. It was enough to start his club, and he's never looked back." "Then why do you think he'd want to seduce me for my money?" Next to me, Coulter growled. Now that his alpha side was unleashed, I feared, or maybe hoped, it was there to stay. I was still conflicted how I felt about this newly discovered side to him. To calm him down, I laced my fingers with his and squeezed. Oblivious to Coulter's darkening mood, Stryker continued. "I'm hiring an investigator to look into him deeper. I wouldn't be surprised if he is into something shady. I mean, like I said, he failed his business ethics class. That's not for you to worry about. We can meet when you get back in town and go over everything. If you and Coulter are staying together, you'll be taking over my seat sooner than we originally planned." "Do you already have something else lined up?" I asked. "Nah," he replied. "I thought I'd take some time off after this job. I need to be in Seattle to deal with some personal business." "If you did have a position in Seattle, would you consider not taking an extended time off?" Coulter narrowed his eyes, but I held up one finger, promising I'd explain. "Perhaps, if it were the right position," Stryker answered. "Good. Let's talk when I get back in town." We said our goodbyes, and I turned to face Coulter. I held my hand up to stop the questions I had no doubt he was dying to ask. "I know, this is going to sound crazy after everything we did to help me gain control of Easton Corporation, but I don't want to run it. I'm not with you to keep the company. I don't think agreeing to marry you was ever about that." "You want Stryker to take over," he said, figuring out what I was thinking. I nodded. "I know you don't like him, but he's been amazing at repairing all the damage my father did to the company.
Just because I don't want to run the company doesn't mean I want to leave all the employees to languish under poor management. It isn't that I dislike him. It's just his family I'm not fond of. But I've looked into him. He's estranged from his family, and if you trust him, then I can give him the benefit of the doubt. The car pulled up to an intersection. "Hey, can you drop me off at the center?" "You aren't coming to the cemetery with us?" Colt asked. I shook my head. "No, I've got some things I need to set up for the unveiling ceremony. Besides, this is a family thing for you and Evie." Colt grimaced. Okay, so his words at the hospital still stung, but I also thought he needed this time with Evie alone, not worrying over what I thought about what they needed to say to each other. "Jana, I know I hurt you when I told you not to come to the hospital. I was fucking stupid. I want you there with us. You're part of this family." I smiled. It was good to hear, but I was still wary about intruding on the relationship they were still building. It had been less than a year since they learned Colt was her father. I wanted them to be able to bridge the gap caused by the years they were apart. "You aren't planning to run, are you?" The weeks we were apart would likely haunt him the way his careless words would me. Only now I realized we had to put in the work to rebuild that broken trust. Being with him was worth the fear of being vulnerable. "I won't run, I promise." He kissed my forehead. "If you insist, I'll see you as soon as we're done at the cemetery." From the moment Coulter dropped me off at the center until they returned from the cemetery almost an hour later, I raced around making sure the staging was perfect for the press conference. The rain continued to come down in sheets, so I needed to reconfigure the setup to move the sound system under the covered front patio. Somehow, I managed to convince one of the few local hotels to rent me one of the tents they used for weddings to provide some covering for the gathering media. It was a logistical nightmare, but somehow it all came together in time. Evie beamed a radiant smile at me when she saw how I transformed the space. "I just knew you'd make everything perfect." I gave her a smile in return. "Anything for you." She looked at her father, then at me. We hadn't told her we'd made up over the last week. I, for one, wasn't going to be sharing the details of how we managed it. There were some things you couldn't share with your best friend, at least not when you were in a relationship with their father. I couldn't say I had any motherly feelings for her, but I didn't need to label what we had. Evie was family even before I met Coulter. The ring on my finger only made what we already had official. She had blossomed from the woman I met a couple years ago. Gone was the wallflower reacting to life. She owned her pain and turned it into something healing for others. Her father might own my heart, but Evie and I shared a soul. Knowing she didn't hate me for falling in love with her dad proved I'd chosen well in a best friend. My heart swelled with pride as she stood in front of the microphone. "Thank y'all for coming out here today in the rain," she began. Being back in Kentucky made the slight accent she always had grow to a full twang. "My father wanted to do something to honor my mama's memory since he felt he failed her while she was alive. But he didn't fail her. Poverty did. Poverty perpetrated by a lack of opportunities and made worse through her mental illness. We talked about what would have helped her, and through those conversations, the Genevieve Holmes Center for Women was born." She spoke for a few more minutes about the services that would be provided to the community and where the funding would come from. She had the press eating out of her hand. No doubt the copy they'd provide to their various media outlets would be glowing. Not that she was motivated by the positive press, but it would help us to secure future donations so we could continue to expand the charity. Beckett watched Evie with pride written all over his face. "She's remarkable, isn't she?"
She really is. Coulter sighed. Beck leaned close to Colt and put his hand on Colt's shoulder. You know, what happened to Jenny wasn't your fault. A good friend told me something similar not long ago. You need to forgive yourself and move on. She wouldn't want you to punish yourself forever because she was ill. I shook my head. Evie confided it was Coulter who set Beckett straight when he pushed her away because he felt responsible for his ex who's in a catatonic state after a failed suicide attempt over 20 years ago. It's amazing how parallel their life experiences were, even if they didn't know it at the time. You were right before. It's easier said than done. Beck's attention strayed back to Evie. Yeah, it is, but totally worth it. He walked away, leaving Colt and I alone. What are you thinking about, Gramps? I asked. The future. And what do you see when you picture it? A second chance, he replied. By the look on his face, I sensed he was talking about more than our relationship. We could all use one of those, I agreed. Looks like Beckett and Evie are making the most of theirs. I want that, he said, staring longingly at Beck and Evie with baby Grace. For a split second, I almost brushed off his statement with sarcasm or outright ignored it, but I'd promised myself to be more fearless. The only chance Colt and I had was if we stopped hiding our desires behind the walls we'd erected. It gave me an idea, but just like this event, some things needed the proper staging. Back at the hotel, we parted ways with Beck and Evie so they could take care of Gracie. I needed a moment to set up my surprise for Coulter. Our suite was fairly large, although not as opulent as the hotel I stayed at in New York. Still, it was big enough that Colt and I were in separate rooms while I set up the bedroom with my surprise. When I came out, he wasn't there. He left a note on the coffee table for me. Jana, I needed to step out for a few minutes. I'll be back soon. Love, Colt. Maybe it was because of the connection we reforged over the last week, but I knew exactly where to find him. My stomach filled with nerves, hoping his emotions wouldn't cause him to drive me away again. I wanted to trust him. Part of that meant I had to find a way to accept that Genevieve Holmes would always be a part of our story. Being jealous of a dead woman was hard. Her memory would always remain as a snapshot in his mind. I was okay with that. The part I struggled with was living under the what-ifs he might still harbor about his life if she'd lived. He was the one for me. I knew that without a doubt. If there was such a thing as the one, then he was mine. It was a hard concept for me to swallow that he might not see me as his. Yes, he loved me. I believed that, but I wanted to know he would have chosen me over everyone else, not that I got him by default. It was the one thing holding me back from falling even more in love with him than I already was. I didn't know how to overcome this feeling. Following him to the cemetery might be the dumbest decision I'd ever made, but there were answers there I needed. I managed to get a taxi to drive me. It set me a lot farther behind him than I'd have liked. I didn't know exactly what I hoped to find when I got there. Maybe he wouldn't be there. That would probably be the best scenario. Stop, Jana, I scolded myself quietly. My heart squeezed when I saw the car we rented parked on the side of the road. Thank you, I murmured to the driver. My voice was thick with worry about what I was walking into. I handed him a wad of cash and silently walked up to where Colt kneeled in the grass. His fingers lovingly traced the carved letters of her inscription. Genevieve Holmes, 1981 to 2005. Forever young. Mother, daughter, and friend. Till we meet again. Jenny. He breathed her name. My heart broke for him and for me.
I realized what I wanted most in this world was for Coulter to be happy, truly happy, even if I had to sacrifice my own heart for that to happen. No, I couldn't be with him if he still loved her, but I wouldn't hold on to anger. There was a lot more that I wanted to tell you. First, I want to start with saying I'm sorry. You should have had a chance to be happy, but I can't ignore the fact that I'm also angry at you. He took a deep breath while I held mine. All those years you had with our baby girl, and you threw them away. I know you were sick, but that doesn't excuse everything. I would have cherished the opportunity to watch her grow up. His hand fell away from the stone and clenched at his side. I've felt guilty for having what you'll never get a chance to have. Time with our daughter. Time to watch our granddaughter grow up. But most of all, I felt guilty for getting a second chance. I swallowed a gasp, not wanting to miss the rest of his confession. I fell in love. For so long I waited to find you again, or I thought that's what I was doing, but I see so clearly now I was waiting for her. Part of me feels bad that you didn't get a chance to have what I've found. I know now we were never meant to be. It was a beautiful summer in my life, but I see now meeting me was possibly the worst thing that ever happened to you. Even still, I can't regret it or all the pain that came after, because Evie is everything to me. He shook his head as if a thought negated the words that he'd spoken. I didn't have to wait long to find out. Well, she's almost everything. I fell in love with an amazing woman. For the first time since I left you that summer, I can see it. The future, the possibilities, the family I always longed to have. So, before I go, because I won't be coming back, I want you to know I forgive you. He rapped his knuckles on the top of her tombstone. I'm letting you go, Jenny. I hope you found the peace you never had in life. He stood up and turned around. His mouth fell open in surprise at finding me a few feet behind him. Jana? He scratched his hand through his thick, dark hair. How much did you hear? I licked my lips. I'm sorry I eavesdropped on you. I shook my head. Actually, I'm not. I love you, Coulter. I'm glad I came here. He dropped his arm around me. Me too. I'm sorry I hurt you before. It wasn't that I loved her more than you or that I still loved her while I was with you. I was afraid I'd let you down the way I did her. I put my hand on his chest and looked up into his scowling face. You were a kid, Colt, and I'm stronger than she was. We need to trust each other, and coming here, I think, helped me to do that. But we also need to learn to trust ourselves. He took my hand and led me back to the car. My chest tightened with the realization I still had a surprise waiting for him.
Chapter 37. Coulter. I walked into our bedroom back at the hotel to find fresh flowers, candles, and champagne chilling in a bucket. I chuckled seeing that Jana had set up our room with all the stereotypes of romance. Are you trying to seduce me, brat? You have to know by now I'm a sure thing. Her smile was nervous, and her eyes were focused on the gift bag placed in the center of the bed. I moved to grab it, and she twitched. Wait, I'm not sure what I was thinking. It's probably stupid. I held the gift to my chest so she couldn't take it away. Despite my affluent upbringing, I could count on one hand the number of heartfelt gifts I'd been given. Whatever was in this bag, I wanted it. Opening the bag, I found several packs of birth control pills. My eyebrows furrowed as I tried to decipher the meaning of her gesture. Jana? She dragged her foot back and forth in the carpet, refusing to look at me. Then I watched as she took a deep breath, rolled her shoulders back, and decided to move ahead with whatever this gift symbolized. That's 1 year's worth of my birth control. I want time with you, just the two of us. Time for us to build a solid foundation. 1 year. And then what? I was afraid to guess what she was saying. I hoped, but I didn't want to get ahead of myself. In the bottom of the bag is my appointment card for my doctor. I can go to the appointment and renew my prescription. Or... My heart thundered in my chest. Here it was, everything I'd seen for us. Jana and I madly in love, surrounded by children. I knew she was right to wait. There was an appeal to having her all to myself for a while, before we brought children into our lives. Are you saying you want children with me? Her mouth curved impishly. I want everything with you. Searching through the bag, I pulled out the card she mentioned. I put the bag down, and with both hands I tore the card into shreds. I want everything with you too. We'd start with tonight. A weight lifted off us here. Life worked out in the most mysterious ways. When I was 15, I met a beautiful girl and fell in love with all reckless abandon a teenager was capable of. For years I was haunted by what I'd lost and searched to get it back. I thought meeting Jenny was my destiny. That summer became idealized, and her along with it. But, in a way, Jenny was a part of my destiny. I took Jana's face in my hands. Being here, in the place my life seemed to start, I can see everything so clearly. I was meant to meet Jenny. Jana worried her bottom lip, and I gently pried it loose with my thumb. Not in the way you're thinking. Let me finish. She nodded and watched me with wide blue eyes. My life changed when I met her. I think I was tied to her, but not in the way I thought. Jenny wasn't the love of my life, but in a way, she was the catalyst for finding you. I could see Jana wanted to ask a million questions, but I put my finger to her lips so I could keep going. Every decision, every step, was bringing me closer to you. Can't you see that? What are the odds the daughter I didn't know existed ended up across the country working for my company? Or that she'd bring along the most fascinating woman I'd ever met? Every road I've taken, since way before you were old enough to even care, has been leading to you. It was true. I hadn't seen it clearly until now. But my life wasn't filled with mistakes as I'd viewed them before. Rather, it was destiny or fate, whatever we wanted to call it, bringing us together at just the right time. Talking was abandoned as we conversed the way we did best. I'd had her rough and dirty, but tonight I'd have her sweet. We had the time now to explore each other in all the ways we could imagine. Epilogue. Shh, sweetheart. We need to let Mama sleep a bit. I held Violet, our 3-month-old daughter, to my bare chest. As soon as her skin touched mine, she settled down. You're a daddy's girl, aren't you? I nuzzled the downy, soft curls that sprung wildly from her head. She was the perfect blend between Jana and me. Her dark hair was so much like mine, minus the streaks of silver I'd earned over the years. But her sky-blue eyes mirrored her mother's. I loved this time with her. She woke early every morning, and I fed her while we watched the sun come up.
Happy birthday,
Jana said, surprising me from the doorway. We were trying to let you sleep in. I turned with Violet in my arms and took in Jana, rumpled from sleep and never more beautiful. Like I'd choose sleep over spending the day with you, Gramps. Rolling my eyes, I motioned for her to come over to us. She hurried across the room, and I wrapped one arm around her. When she was snuggled next to my chest, I kissed the top of her head. I love when I have both my girls in my arms. She nuzzled into my chest.
Happy birthday, Daddy.
I chuckled. I'd given up fighting her on the nicknames after we found out she was pregnant. I honestly thought I would be dreading turning 40. 2 years ago, I had nothing ahead of me except for more work and 38 years of regret. I felt her smile against my chest. And then I got locked out in the rain. Best fucking thing to ever happen to me. I got to sweep in and save the day. She blew out a breath. You were just hot for me and used my homelessness to get yourself a wife. Best acquisition I ever made. Did you ever think this would be our lives? Beck asked as we stood by while his parents fawned over our kids. Did I think that I'd accidentally become your father-in-law? That I'd marry my daughter's best friend? Or that I'd have a grandchild older than my youngest daughter? I took a drink from my bottle of beer. You know, oddly enough, this scenario never crossed my mind. Well, Violet will be older than at least one of your grandkids, he said, tipping his own bottle back while they looked at me over the bottle. Jana and Evie made their way over to us while Fitz and Grace monopolized our kids. Evie's gaze flitted between Beck and me before she stopped and studied my face. She slapped Beck on the arm. You told him. Beck winced. It just slipped out. Told him what? Jana asked. Evie smiled, and I knew she wasn't really upset. This time, Beck was overjoyed at the prospect of becoming a father again. Lucky for him, because best friend or not, I'd beat his ass if he ever put my daughter through that hell again. Evie's hand dropped to her stomach. We're having another baby. Jana squealed and wrapped her arms around Evie. My mind drifted, picturing the two of us with more children. I caught Jana's eye and she smiled, no doubt picking up where my thoughts had wandered. Letting go of Evie, she came to stand in front of me. Her hand cradled the side of my face. We aren't done yet. One of us is still young. I can't believe you started the party without me, Sabrina chided from the door. She ran over and hugged each of us. Sorry I'm late. There were last-minute issues at the New York office. And where is your better half? I asked. She hit my arm, and I made a show of rubbing the spot as if she could actually hurt me. What has made these women so violent? I asked Beck. All three ladies looked at each other and said in unison, Men. To answer your question, he had to stay back in New York for another day. He said to tell you he'll see you for poker night, Sabrina relayed. Fitz came over with Gracie propped on his hip. Are we all here now? I looked around at the family gathered, with one distinct absence. Sabrina put her hand on my shoulder. Waverly made her choices. Nothing you did made her the way she is. She's an adult, and it's time she owned her decisions. I nodded. I wouldn't give up hope that someday she'd apologize and come back around, but I also wouldn't hold my breath. Yeah, Fitz, we're all here, I replied. He signaled to the waitstaff, and they began setting the table while we all took a seat. He settled baby Gracie into her high chair while Grace settled next to him, still holding Violet. Fitz stood at the head of the table as he once ran a boardroom. A few years ago, I took a risk. A foolish one, Grace chimed in. Fitz shrugged, unconcerned. Perhaps, but hard to argue against it now that we're all here. Yes, it could have blown up in my face, trying to push my son into a relationship, but I'd watched him suffer too long. He took Grace's hand and looked at her with the same intensity that he had for over 40 years. I just wanted him to find what I have been blessed with. I will admit, I saw the lingering looks between Jana and Coulter early on. Grace and I have always viewed you as a son, and to be blessed with 2 grandchildren, our little Gracie and sweet baby Violet. I can't say I'll ever regret giving Beck that push. I looked around the table, and I had to agree with him. We might be an oddly blended family. Some might even label our relationships taboo, but we worked. Whether it was Fitz's efforts to nudge Beckett to have a different life, or perhaps Jenny's way to make amends from the other side, I finally had everything I'd ever wanted. Family and unconditional love. Jana leaned close and whispered in my ear, "Don't forget, you still have a present waiting at home. The only thing I want to unwrap is you," I whispered back. She smiled. "How about me wrapped in lace?" "I fucking love you, woman. More than I've ever loved anyone. And more every day." "You are the only one I've ever loved," she said, and I could see the truth in her eyes. I kissed her. "Thank you for making my life everything I've ever wanted." This concludes The Acquisition by Kimberly Carrillo, narrated by Loretta Rollins and Chris Chambers. Copyright 2022 by Kimberly Carrillo. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kimberly Carrillo, care of SBR Media, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.